Captain's Log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy boobies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashin-Man.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashin-Man. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
Put on track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow.
Wait one, Yashin-Man.
We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, bringing to you a Moderator Monday on a Saturday evening. Welcome back. I missed you all. And I do apologize for the early cutout on Thursday evening. I promise we will make up for it tonight. The pre-birthday grift stream, we will continue during open panel. And this time I will be getting sloshed. It'll be great and fun. I hope you all stick around for that. Outside of that, I have these two fine gentlemen here to debate, do we have free will? I have JS Urban Adventures and Stepfire 3, Stepfire, both here to debate whether we have it or not. I will go ahead and allow, Stepfire, I think you are free will. So yes, go ahead with your opening statement, please.
Yes. First, I wanted to thank the lovely Sarah, the Raging Tomato, for hosting this debate between a couple of nobodies. Also wanted to thank JS for so eagerly offering himself for sacrifice on one of the dumbest hills to die on, and for everybody tuning in to watch two half-baked retards debate. All right. Tonight, I aim to demonstrate the absolute incoherency of determinism, primarily, but not only within the Christian paradigm. This is made simple because both JS and I profess Christianity and the major presuppositions within Christianity. I will demonstrate the incompatibility of determinism within Christianity because of the fundamental necessity of free will. Determinism destroys moral responsibility, makes God the author of evil, contradicts God's divine attributes, erodes any biblical and theological understanding and coherency, and directly undermines the gospel of Jesus. The definition of free will I will be operating on tonight is a simple one: the capacity or ability for one to choose between alternative possible courses of action. My first argument is we are commanded by God to love. Determinism precludes this possibility. This is like God commanding us to breathe underwater or to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior without the will to choose either. But even if it were granted, this conclusion puts forth another issue within determinism. If it's not my will acting within the world and making all my life's decisions, then whose will am I acting on? Whose will is being enacted through every action and decision of all the hosts of heaven before the rise and fall of Lucifer? Whose will is being enacted through Eve and then Adam? If we don't have free will, then God's will is the only will, and this position is a complete defeater of any distinctions between good and evil, because all evil would also be the will of God. And to do the will of God is good. Therefore, all evil is good. This ultimately renders determinism logically, let alone within the Christian paradigm, utterly incoherent. My second argument has to do with some of the implications on society, in case we wanted to get away from the theological stuff. Determinism excludes the possibility of moral responsibility. Therefore, punishing someone for something they did would be unjust. It would be equivalent to punishing someone for simply breathing or because their heart beats. This does not permit a conducive society. But what if I were to grant this again for a moment for the sake of argument? Given this, it is necessary for a conducive and prospering society to have law and punishment, as unfair as that might be. This makes that just leaves us with arbitrarily determining where we can abandon reason while we run society. Again, I want to thank everybody for being here tonight, and I'm excited to get into it.
I muted myself. I forgot. Thank you, Stepfire. Appreciate that. And JS, to you.
All right. One moment. Okay. You're standing in front of two doors that lead to another dimension of possible outcomes, and you must pick one to unlock and enter. You have no sensory data like sound or sight, no foreknowledge or presuppositions to inform or influence your decision. Whichever door you choose to enter, you will enter the free will zone. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. This is free will, typically defined as the ability to make choices without the constraint of necessity, fate, or outside influence. This is incoherent. As philosopher John Burdon put it, should two courses be judged equal, then the will cannot break the deadlock. All it can do is suspend the judgment until the circumstances change and the right course of action is clear. Allow me to pose a more realistic choice scenario. Before you are two paths and you have to choose one to go down. Your father is standing beside you and tells you that the path to the right will lead you through treacherous terrain, waters to cross, mountains to climb, dense brush, and thorns. But at the end, it leads you to infinite paradise. He tells you the path to the left will be wide open, easy to travel, and loaded with fun and exciting activities to do along the journey, like sex, drugs, and rock and roll. But it will end in eternal darkness, pain, and death. Your father then commands you to take the path to the right, because his will is for you to struggle and live. Then a dark, shadowy figure creeps up on your other side and whispers to you, "Psst, hey, Stepfire, I know you don't believe all that nonsense your father just told you. It's not true. He's lying to you. The path to the left is awesome, and both paths actually end in the same place. He just wants you to obey him, but you don't have to. You have bodily autonomy. You can be a strong, independent man. You have free will. You can do as thou wilt. You should choose the left path. This person is a deceiver, and his will is for you to suffer and die. Whichever choice you make, you will be following the stronger influence and serving the will of one or the other. Either way, the result will have a cost, and it will not be a freely made decision. My position is that no understanding of free will is sensical, whether my opponent takes the traditional definition that free will is the ability to choose outside of influence, or the stance that free will is the ability to have chosen differently. I'm prepared to argue against either. I will not concede that will and choice are synonymous, but rather that will is the agency by which we inform our choices. Our agency is a direct result of either our needs, wants, or force. We do not choose our needs or our wants, and that force can be physical, but also metaphysical forces that are constantly affecting every aspect of our lives. As for being able to have chosen differently, this implies multiverses and other possible worlds or realities, and the idea that if we could go back in time, we could somehow play things out differently than they have played out. This is unfalsifiable, thus violating Hitchens' razor. It also implies that God and biblical prophecy could have been proven wrong based off of an individual's choices. My argument also hinges on my biblical epistemology and my faith in an omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent God. The concept of free will is not present in Scripture, and the converse is repeated ad nauseum. God did not give us options. He gives us commands. I could give many examples of this, but for the sake of time, I'll only quote 3 verses. Paul writes in Ephesians 1, 4, and 5 that we should be holy and without blame before him in love, having predestinated us unto the adoption of children by Jesus Christ to himself, according to the good pleasure of his will. Then in Isaiah 46:10, It shows God declaring the end from the beginning, and from ancient times the things that are not yet done, saying, my counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure. That's God talking. I also take science and biology into consideration when determining whether free will is possible or simply an illusion. Actions that arise in the subconscious, bodily functions, reaction time, and instinct all adequately reflect a lack of free will. Our heart beats without us willing it. If a boulder rolls down a mountain, we jump out of the way without willing it. If I throw something at you, you might dodge it or catch it without thinking, or you'll just get hit in the face. Regardless, this reaction will not be freely willed. Tiger Woods had a record of making 743 out of 762 putts within 5 feet on the PGA Tour in 2005. Did he freely will himself to miss the 19 putts? Muscle memory, training, and external things like a strong gust of wind will influence the outcome of our actions no matter how much we will ourselves. My philosophical and biological arguments can both be made from a secular worldview, but since I know my opponent, I see no reason to stick strictly to secular arguments in this debate. And I'll close by presenting my argument in the form of a syllogism. Premise 1, free will implies the ability to make choices with no outside influences and no resulting consequences or benefits. Premise 2, all choices are made based off of need, want, or force, along with countless other outside physical and metaphysical variables, and all choices have a positive benefit or a negative consequence on the rest of our lives. Conclusion, we do not have free will.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And a kind reminder to everyone, we will do open panel dumpster fire once the debate is over. And both gentlemen brought in a slightly different way that they wanted to debate this evening. So we will do cross examinations and then go into open dialogue. So I'm going to go ahead and start the timer now for you, Stepfire, and I'll give you about a 1-2 minute. I'll give you a 2-minute warning. That way you kind of know where to start wrapping up. Okay. Go ahead.
So do you accept that the Christian Bible is the authoritative and infallible source of the Word of God?
Yeah.
Okay. I just have to make sure I establish some of the foundation here. Do you believe that God is a perfect being?
Yeah.
Okay. So you accept the omnis that are associated with that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So do you think that God can do evil?
God created evil. So Isaiah 46, 10 is God created, where is it at? 45:7. I form the light and create the darkness. I make peace and create calamity. So God created Satan.
Yeah. I'm asking about evil.
Can God do evil?
Yes.
If God does it, it wouldn't be evil.
So he can't. So therefore, he can't do evil.
No, right.
Okay.
I would agree with that.
And so, you do believe that Christians should hold to the 10 Commandments, or if you prefer, the 2 that is summarized by Jesus, to love the Lord thy God and to love thy neighbor.
Yeah, to the best of our ability.
Yeah. All right. So, what does it mean to do good or to do evil? How would you draw a distinction between those 2 things?
Doing God's will or doing Satan's will?
Well, there is no free will, so Satan doesn't have a will.
I didn't say God doesn't have free will. I said we don't have free will.
Yeah,
so
I said
and angels, that's not the debate topic, but angels, we could debate about that. I'm not sure if angels have free will.
Well, angels are created beings, just as we are.
Yeah, I think it's possible that the angels had free will, and that's why.
Well, how could they otherwise choose to rebel? Unless.
Yeah, but this is do angels have free will?
Okay. Well,
I don't know about
aside. I mean, because that's aside for the sake of the debate. So to do good is to do the will of God, and to do evil is to do the will of Satan. We're actually arguing.
We serve a master.
I assumed that we live in a deterministic reality where angels is determined. The only will there would be the will of God.
Yes, but God gave Satan dominion over the earth, and So God is still in control of what Satan does, but Satan has dominion over the earth. So
Yeah,
when
but
we
God gave us
when we
dominion
do,
as well.
God gave us dominion.
Yeah, we're supposed to be shepherds of the earth.
Steward, yeah, we're supposed to be stewards of the earth, but Satan has dominion over the earth, granted by God.
Sure. Well, I mean, I find these things not nearly exactly the same, but close enough. So, I mean, that's what I've got wrote down here. To do good is to act according to the will of God. To do evil is to act against the will of God.
Sure.
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
So if we are not, if we don't have a will of our own to act on, then whose will are we acting on?
Our fathers, God or Satan. So Jesus would call you in John 7. It talks about this. Jesus says, I did not come of my own accord. And then he says, if you heard these words, you would understand them, but your father is Satan. You serve your father.
Yeah, but it says
You
the
do his
Father.
will.
The Father is the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. The Father is the
No, Jesus says
being
their
from
father
which
is
the other is
Satan.
come.
Like,
Well, yes, but he also says that that God the Father is our only Father. So there is a
if
Jesus
God is our
often
father, but there's also
well,
children of Satan.
yes,
And that was
but
determined before we were ever in our parents' womb.
you're not supposed to call anyone Father except for God.
God.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
so who we're acting on the will of Satan in your view when we are doing evil. That's what it is to do evil, is to act on the will of Satan.
Yeah. You're doing your father's will.
Okay. So where does Satan get his will? He has free will.
Again, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're special pleading for
Well,
angels.
it would come down to
We're
the
all
same
created
thing.
beings.
Yeah, it would come down to the same thing. If God was omnipotent and he knew the angels were going to rebel against them, then the angels don't have free will either.
Okay, well, that's perfect. So then whose will is Satan acting on?
He's acting on his illusion of free will.
Which comes from, where's his actual will come from?
God. God created
Okay.
calamity.
Well,
God
no.
created the light and the
No, we're talking about
darkness.
evil. No, we're talking about evil. We're not talking about light and then the absence of light.
Calamity, chaos, the world,
Calamity is
Satan, evil,
hurricanes,
whatever you want to call it.
Calamity could be the explosions of the stars and the Big Bang. Calamity doesn't necessarily mean evil.
Yeah, or it could be somebody murdering somebody.
Well, yeah, that would be evil.
That would be
But
calamity. That would be chaos.
Whose will is the murderer acting on? His father, which in this case we would assume would be Satan, since he's murdering somebody. Whose will is Satan acting on? God. So ultimately, we are all acting on God's will. So it's God's will to do evil. This was in my opening statement. This makes that is completely incoherent because there is no evil in God. There's plenty of scriptures to back this up. God is only good. There's plenty of scriptures to back that up. So how could God both be good and evil?
I think this is like, so in the story of Joseph, it says, what you meant for evil, God meant for good. So it is God's will that what we see,
for evil.
Right. So the things that we see that we think are evil.
Hold on, let him get through it.
The things that we see that God thinks, or the things that we see that we call evil, God is using these things. So it seems bad. It seems not nice, but I'll bite the bullet and say, yeah, God created evil.
Well, yes, but this is now your Christianity is incoherent. He can't be all good.
Incoherent.
Yeah,
Well, I gave you
all good and then be the father of evil, the author of evil.
You're talking about omnibenevolence, and I don't like the omnibenevolence. That's why I said
omnibenevolence resides under the omnipotence. I think it is all powerful, all knowledge. Is it all powerful? I think it's all knowledge. And
all knowing, omniscient is all knowing, omnipresent is everywhere all the time, and omnipotent is all powerful.
Okay, so omnibenevolence.
But now there's omnibenevolent, which when I was in school they didn't have that, but that means all good. which I do think God is all good. But when we say that, people
But
don't
now you're
understand
contradicting
that.
yourself.
No, I'm not. I'm clarifying that the things that we see that we think are evil is still good because God, that's part of the plan.
The plan, the entire plan is God's will,
Hmm.
but the entire force against the plan is God's will. You don't
Say
find
that
that?
again.
You know, it's a direct contradiction. God's
2 minutes.
plan is his will, correct?
Uh-huh.
But the forces pushing against his will are also his will. If he is the author of evil, that is what is hindering his will. So he's hindering himself.
Well, it's God's will that he gives dominion to Satan and that there are children of Satan who serve their father, which is Satan.
And Satan serves his father, who is God.
Yeah, see, we keep going back to, does Satan have free will? I don't know about that.
Well,
That's a tough one.
if God, foreknowledge is the predicate,
But
for
we're
which is
lower than the
determined-
angels. We're not on the same level of the angels. So.
No, but we are all created being, and God foreknew all of their actions, and that is how you have determined that they were determined.
1 minute.
Okay. So I don't see why it's incoherent that what we see and what we call evil. Well, I don't want to. I'm trying not to ask any questions, but
No, I mean, you're at a blatant contradiction here, and you have to kind of dig your way out of it. God
what's
cannot
the contradiction?
God is both good and evil. He wills both good and wills both evil. So the force, his plan is being hindered by his plan.
Yeah, he wills what.
That's not a perfect being.
He wills what you see and what you call evil, but you shouldn't even have the knowledge of good and evil.
What I call evil is his will. Everything is his will.
This is why he told Adam and Eve not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil,
they
because
chose
now you're judging.
otherwise.
No, they were influenced by the serpent. If the serpent wasn't there, they never would have eaten.
But they chose. Just because you're influenced, just because I tell you to jump off a bridge, does not mean that you
Okay,
can jump off
but
a bridge.
what is free will? Free will is
a
a choice without outside influence.
And
No,
that portion that time is up. JS, would you like to start with your cross-examination, and then after that we'll go into open dialogue?
Sure. Yeah. All right. Does everyone have free will?
No,
Not everyone has free will.
of course not.
Okay.
If you can't will, if you are vegetable or severely retarded, and then you don't have a free will. You have a retarded will.
Yeah. So if you're born with like a brain dysfunction, or for example, like Charles Whitman, the Texas Tower sniper, had a tumor in his brain and he went up and shot a bunch of people. And he said he had no control over that. If somebody's in a coma, all of these things, you don't have free will. When you're sleeping, you don't have free will.
I mean, you can't act on. I mean, I guess not, because you're unconscious. So your will is not really free at that moment.
Okay.
You're under the influence of sleep.
Okay, so it's fine. So sometimes we don't have free will. Can someone else use their free will to take your free will against your will?
Yeah.
Like I could knock somebody unconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put them to sleep. Put them under the influence of sleep again.
And we have no control over when that happens.
No.
Okay. Well, that doesn't sound like a free will then, but
that didn't sound like an argument.
Okay. Well, do children have free will?
They have a I mean, again, I'm going to revert to retarded will. They don't have a fully developed will.
So at what age does their free will develop? Is it when their prefrontal cortex forms, when they're 24?
I wouldn't know. I couldn't really give you a specific of what time it clicks. I'm sure it's different for between each children. I know there's like an age of culpability.
It's like free will puberty.
Yeah, if you will.
Interesting. Sure. But you don't freely will when that happens. It's just something that happens to you.
Yeah, it's biology.
Okay, so far we don't always have free will. Somebody could take our free will with their free will whenever they want. Kids don't have free will. They get it. They go through free will puberty. none of this sounds very free to me. It sounds very, very
Well,
limited.
you're conflating the ability to do something with the will to do something. Just because somebody restrains your ability to act on your will doesn't mean you don't have the will to act on. You
Right,
just
but
don't have
so
the ability.
all of these questions are just so I can see if you think there's a limit to free will, and it sounds like you say
Yeah.
yes, there is a limit to free will. Who determines that limit? Do you?
No, I mean, no, I can't possibly know the level of will of another person.
Okay. So that line of question, let's go on to a different line here.
Yeah,
But thank
let's do
you.
that.
Thank you. Yeah.
You're very
Thank
welcome.
you. I think you proved all my points. Do you believe in randomness, that things can happen randomly that can affect your choices in your life
Seemingly randomly, sure.
and
I
that you
don't
have no
know.
control over?
Yeah, I don't know that the car's fixing to swerve into my lane. Yeah, I
So
can't
you believe
predict
in
that. So somebody else used their will and created a chaotic situation for me in which I have to use my will to act.
even no other person's involved. Like, let's just say a meteor falls out of the sky and lands on your house. Like, that will affect all of the next steps that you take in your life, right?
Sure. Just as if you lost your leg, that's going to affect the rest of your life.
But do you
I'm not
think that,
understanding the connection.
but you say that would be random. So you don't think God knew that was going to happen?
Seemingly random.
Right. So it's not really
It didn't
random.
just pop out of anywhere and then smash into the earth. I mean, depending on how you view this,
So it's
been
almost like
traveling
it
through
was,
space forever, and it finally
and
made
it's almost
impact.
like it was predestined, right?
Well, you could say that, sure.
If
Maybe
God knew there was a meteor that was going to fall out of the sky and destroy the earth tomorrow, it would seem random to us, but it was actually predestined to happen.
Sure, I don't have a problem
If
with
God is
I don't have a
all-knowing,
problem with predestination. There's a difference between determinism and predestination.
well, you'll have to tell me about that in the open conversation. But if God predestined something to happen, then it has been determined to happen. But
Well, I mean,
do you believe in biblical prophecy?
sure.
Okay, so like Isaiah talks about Cyrus is going to rescue Israel from the Babylonians. Nobody named Cyrus exists. 300 years later, a guy named Cyrus reads the writings of Isaiah and decides, I'm going to save Israel from the Babylonians. And he goes and does it. Do you think that Cyrus could have chosen not to do that and proven Isaiah wrong? Well, go ahead.
Well, I don't think that prophecy is a declaration of the options that are going to happen. I think that prophecy is a declaration of what is going to happen.
Right.
Prophets have been given this vision, or however they receive the revelation from God Himself, who foreknows all things.
Right. But so they couldn't just choose to prove God wrong. So like when Jesus says, Peter, you're going to denounce me 3 times tomorrow. And Peter says, there's no way I would do that. I would never do something like that. Do you think the next day he could have chosen not to do that?
Well, no, because God foresaw him doing it. He knew he was going to do it. Now, it seems you're also conflating here knowing that something's going to happen with causing it to happen.
Do you think that by Jesus telling him that, it's kind of like the Matrix where he says, what if when he knocks over the thing and she says, what if I hadn't have said anything? Is it like by Jesus saying it made it happen? Or?
Well, yeah, he's God. He is he's perfect. So he knows exactly how all of it's going to play out. He knows where he must he knows where he must intervene for his will to be enacted.
So if God commands something and we do it, we have no choice but to do it. We have to follow the will of God.
Well, no, that's why there's evil. This is a issue
So
in your
Peter,
paradigm, not mine.
So Peter could have chosen not to denounce Jesus.
Yes. And then Jesus would have never told him that he would.
And then well, if you believe in biblical prophecy, but all of these things somebody could have just chosen to do differently, then none of it would have been true.
That's no. That's not necessarily no. Just because I know how the Titanic ends doesn't mean that I've somehow changed the outcome of how Titanic ends, or anything in between the movie.
But you can't rewind the movie and have the movie play out differently. So if we could go back
No.
in time and Jesus tells Peter, "You're going to denounce me 3 times," could we could change that if we could go back in time?
Well, no, I mean, you're just throwing that going back in time is even something that's possible to do.
That's what a lot of people say that free will means, is it's the ability to have chosen differently. So I could have how could my life have been differently if I would have made a different choice?
Yeah, made a different choice.
Yeah, I don't believe we could have made a different choice. I don't believe there's
Yeah, but
any other way it could have
I
been.
need you to demonstrate that. You've asserted it all night, but I need a demonstration of this.
Well, the demonstration is what's happening right now is the demonstration. You would have to demonstrate that
This
that
right
it
now
would be
demonstrates
possible
free
for
will.
see your idea is
2 minutes.
unfalsifiable.
Well,
What
so
you're
is
saying
yours.
No, what I'm saying is very provable because we can observe what's happening in the world around
No, no,
us.
no, no, no. Mine is very provable too.
Like I
But
know
yours is no different. You don't stand on any epistemic ground that I don't, except that you can't justify any epistemology.
unless you can show somebody going back in time, you cannot prove that if we could go back in time, we could do things differently. You can't prove that.
No, but you do know that when you make a decision that you could have chosen otherwise.
No, I
You
don't.
chose to go with the direction you did. Yeah, you can't go back and change your mind. You can't
Yeah.
reverse time, but
There's no other way it could have been.
what's the big surprise? We can't go back in time.
Okay, let's 2 minutes. What's my last question?
You're down to 1 minute now.
Okay. Who's in control, you or God?
God, I mean, he sustains the world and all things in it.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good answer. That would be the same answer I would answer.
That's crazy that you come up to the opposite conclusion. One that makes no fucking sense.
No, it's crazy that you came to the conclusion that we have free will, but you just said God is in control. We have limited free will. We don't determine when we have the free will and don't have the free will. All the way you answered all those questions, I don't see how you come to the conclusion that we have free will. But,
Reason, something that a determinist is not capable of doing.
okay.
No, you can't. All of your outcomes are determined. You didn't reason your way to that. You were determined to take that position, as false or as unreasonable as it may be. And that you're a perfect demonstration of this right now. In order to accept determinism,
I don't know.
you
I
must
think
destroy the nature of God. It's destroyed.
And I just want to inform you both that the floor is officially open for open dialogue. The timer has run out, and you're free to go back and forth.
Yeah, you said that not believing in free will destroys any presuppositions that we have about Christianity. How are presuppositions possible if free will exists? How can you
What?
How can you presuppose something to be true if there's free will?
The question goes the other way. How can you presuppose anything? You're just determined to have the presuppositions that you have. You didn't reason your way to them. You didn't read the book
Right.
and have it convince you. The Bible didn't convince you of anything. You were determined to believe everything you believe. That's
Right.
why you can't do evil, because everything is the will of God. Your interpretation is the will of God. So is mine.
Yeah.
So the will of God contradicts itself.
Yeah, you can have a determined point of view and just be wrong.
Yes.
So the way I
How
know
do you know
things,
that you're right now? How
the
do
way
you
I know things
that you
is
were
through
correct in the debate,
observation and revelation, divine
determined.
revelation, and
which is determined?
my observations
you have to get
are
out of
determined. Yes,
determined.
I agree.
Yeah, you have to get out of determined in order to have any epistemic grounding to make any truth claim, any knowledge claim, and to be able to reason.
Why?
Because you haven't. How do you know that you have any access to truth
So
whatsoever?
So I know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
You're
'Cause I observe it.
determined to believe that.
No,
You
'cause
don't
I
know
observe it.
anything.
Yes, I
And
don't
what is
determine.
knowledge?
I don't choose what I observe.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Close your eyes. You choose to not observe anything except the back of your eyelids.
Look, if I observe the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, that's an observation. So now I know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Now I could read in a book and listen to what somebody tells me about what the sun is made of. And then I could choose, you choose to believe whichever one, has the most evidence and you think the most verified source is saying. But for all I know, the sun could be made of cheese.
Yeah, it could be. But how would you ever be able to determine that it's not made of cheese if you are determined to believe it's made of cheese?
If I'm determined to go to the sun someday, then I'll find out.
Then
If it's part of my
no,
my
even
life
if you
course.
saw that it's not cheese, if you're still determined to believe that, I mean, flat earthers are a perfect example of this. There's been plenty of experiments that showed the 24-hour sun in Alaska, for instance, that blew up the flat earthers. They went fucking crazy over that. But even if you show irrefutable evidence, they will still deny it. They're
Yeah.
determined to do so. They're not wrong. You have no access to what is true.
I agree.
Or
They
false.
are determined to do so. They're determined to believe in flat earth. It doesn't matter what evidence you show them.
Exactly.
And they couldn't choose to not believe in it if they wanted to. Thank you for
couldn't
making all
read-
my points for
you
me.
couldn't you couldn't reason one way. I'm doing an internal critique of determinism right now.
Okay.
So they're not wrong because they're determined to believe what it is. Now, in order to say
I don't
that
know.
they
See,
are
I don't know
wrong-
where you're making that jump.
No, I'm fixing to go into it. In order to say that they are wrong, you must not have a determined will in order to be able to verify the validity of the statement. If you're determined, then you're not verifying anything. You're just espousing determinism. You're just determined to say everything you do. You're not actually investigating. And if you did, you don't go anywhere with it because you're determined
Yes,
to
but-
come to the outcome you're at.
But if I'm a flat earther and I do a bunch of research and then I change my mind, there was an influence towards me changing my mind. I didn't just one day say, I don't want to believe in the flat earth anymore. I had to investigate and do, research into it, study, do
All of which
experiments.
was you were determined.
Yes.
The interpretation of all that data was determined. It
Yes,
was
and
not
when I find the
rationalized. You're acting as if you're rationally working your way through these problems to be able to deduce anything. You can't deduce anything in determinism because you're determined to deduce whatever it is that you're deducing. I don't understand how you're not seeing the problem.
I don't understand why if God knows that tomorrow I'm gonna figure out I don't know how to fix a car, and then I read a book and I figure out how to fix the car and I go out and fix the car, how is me being determined make any difference on my knowledge and ability to do something?
Because you have no knowledge. You have no ability. You don't exist. You are a determined being. You do not operate off of your own will. You
That's
do no
interesting.
research. You do no research whatsoever. That is the will of
What?
God.
I don't
doing
get how
research.
this is you can't have knowledge without free will.
I think if I can offer kind of like a translation or maybe a clarification point, I think what JS is saying is that it's the external influences that are what's creating the determinism, right? So like even with free will, even if you presumed you had free will, you're still making choices based on external influences. And maybe that offers some clarity to the conversation or not, but I think those external influences are very important in terms of how his argument is being formulated.
Yeah.
Am I saying that right, JS?
It sounded
Yeah,
like what he was saying.
and he's arguing, if I can steal man, because I knew that it was going to go this way. I knew this is where you were going to go with this. Is that
Necessarily.
you can't have knowledge without free will, and I don't see the connection there. Like
What is
whether or
knowledge?
not knowledge is justified true belief.
Okay, how do you justify anything if you are not outside the system in order to verify it? You're determined to have all the positions you have. It's not justified, it's determined.
Yeah, some people are determined to be morons, and some people are determined to know a lot of stuff. Like,
Exhibit
I
A.
yeah. I don't
But
see how
if
free
they-
will makes a
yes,
difference
if
here.
they're determined, then they don't know anything. It would be the illusion of knowing something. If you want to talk about the illusion of free will, you have the illusion of knowledge. You have the illusion that you're doing the research, right? Because it's illusion. It's free will. You free willed your way, or you illusory through some illusory means willed yourself to do research. But it's just illusory. You didn't will yourself to do anything because you have no will.
Can you know things through divine revelation?
Yes, not within determinism. You still wouldn't know
Well,
anything.
who decides when you have a divine revelation? Do you choose to have a divine revelation, or does God decide that? Does God determine that?
Well, God would, I would say, I mean, you could say determined in that sense, sure.
So God determines when we have divine revelations, and we can know things through divine revelation. So what does free will have to do with knowing things?
No, because even if it's
You answer the
jumping-
questions, and but you don't get to the
jumping
conclusion.
paradigms. You're jumping paradigms. Remember, we're doing the internal critique of determinism. When God comes to
Well, don't
you,
get too caught up on determinism. I told you what I believe. It's not just causal determinism like the universe. There's also God involved, and that's probably
Yeah.
the biggest part.
yeah, and
I mean, that is the biggest part, but
well, the entire argument is getting at the incompatibility between determinism and the Christian God. They're not compatible whatsoever. And we can go into other arguments to make this case if you don't want to go down the knowledge route. But
no, we can go down the love route too, because you brought that up in your opening.
we can do that. How would you define love?
True love is agape, which is selfless love. It's God's love. That's something that we're commanded to have for everyone. I don't choose to love my enemies. I just do. Sometimes I wish I could just hate some people, but I can't do it. I wish I could choose to do that, but I can't. That's agape.
Okay.
As
so
far as
can you give the definition
Eros-
of agape love again?
God's love, selfless love.
Selfless. All
yeah.
right. Determinism, there is no self.
Yeah. So you would have selfless love.
No. You can't have selfless love without a self.
The
Everything
self
is
is your
God.
ego, and this is the real key to all of this. It's your ego. It's you can't possibly fathom that you're not in control of everything, and it hurts
Well,
people to.
That's just an ad hom. Ultimately,
Well, no, I'm saying not just you. I'm saying people don't want to let go of free will because it makes you think that you're not in control.
yeah, but that again, that's just an ad hom. I don't believe that at all. I believe that it completely destroys the nature of God, makes it incompatible. Determinism makes it incompatible. The Christian God. These two worldviews cannot mesh.
That's fine. I see the same thing about. I think free will is a lie from Satan.
Well, let's get. Well, that's fine. I mean, you're determined in your worldview.
I was determined to
you don't
think
know
that. I couldn't
You're
choose.
determined that.
I couldn't choose to believe anything else. I've tried.
What
Actually, well, go ahead.
agape love is selfless
Mhm.
love. All right, we can do. You've already agreed this. We
Yeah,
can
this is
only
the
do-
command to love your enemy, love your neighbor from God. It's a
Yeah,
command.
but what is love? Itself.
Love? True love is agape. Then there's philia,
No,
which
what
is friendship
is
or
love?
brotherly love. There's storge, which is familial love, and then there's eros, which is like getting it on. That's that lust.
You know, when you define a term, you're not supposed to use the term in the definition, right? I need you
What?
to define love without an act of will or the word love.
Agape.
That's God's will. So that's
Yes.
not us loving. That is God loving through us.
God is loving through us. Yes, I don't think
We don't
actually
love anybody.
without agape, all love is fake. It's just earthly, worldly, emotional, brain
Without free
chemistry
will, all love
fizzling.
is without free will, all love is fake.
Except agape.
It's all illusionary. No, it's still illusionary. It's
Well,
selfless
you already
love.
said agape is a selfless love.
Yes, but I'm rejecting that there's a self. That is where there is no self. You're only acting by the will of God. That's the only
Right.
You don't
So
have
the
your
only
own will
true
to be
love is
yourself,
agape. All the other
Which-
loves are just emotional feelings that we have.
which again,
And
is
you don't
selfless
choose those
love.
either.
Selfless love is not possible. Therefore, agape love is not possible.
Eros, do you choose who you're attracted to?
Well, not necessarily.
You just get that feeling sometimes.
Sure.
Okay. Well,
There's
then
chemicals. There are
Could you-
influences. That's why I reject there is no influence, because sometimes serotonin gets up and you're more likely to make a decision in one direction versus another. But that doesn't mean that the chemicals are making the choice. It's still you making the choice. And
yes, but
I do
so
find will and choice synonymous.
you think will and choice are synonymous? Choice is a decision, an option, a selection. Will is agency, faculty. So Schopenhauer said you can will your choice, but you can't will your will. So like
Well, yeah.
my will informs my choices, but what informs my will?
Well, I mean, there's a lot that informs your will. There's a whole history, your entire history.
Need, want, and force.
This is why I reject the philosophical definition of free will, because there is no acting without an influence, and that influence could be intent, right? It could be intent. That's an influence, you would say?
Intent is an influence.
If you intend to do something, that could influence you to do that thing.
Yeah, but see, we could go into infinite regress with all of this. Why do you have that intent?
I need you to answer the question. The intent is
intent just sounds like another word for will. So why do you have that intent?
You have an intention to do something, but that doesn't necessarily
yeah,
mean...
maybe, yeah, like intent is like potential will. It's before you lead up.
But so if you have intention, you can't have will.
Well, intention could be like a want.
Yeah.
So this is my argument, is that our will is influenced by our wants, our needs, and our force. And we don't choose what we want. Like, could you choose to just stop? I don't know if you have a family, and I'm not trying to like make it personal or anything, but could you choose to just stop loving your family right now? It's okay. No. You can start again in 5 minutes because you have free will.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I mean, can I choose? No, I can choose to abandon.
You can't freely will yourself to stop loving your family right now?
Well, no.
Okay. Why?
How would you will yourself to stop loving someone?
Well, you're the one who believes in free will, not me.
Yeah, but I don't think this is...
I don't think you can.
Free will. This is a limitation. Doesn't mean...
I think even if you choose Fruity Pebbles over Cocoa Pebbles in the morning, it's because you want the Fruity Pebbles more than the Cocoa Pebbles. But why do you want that?
All right. Well, hold on. What if it's the last bowl and your daughter also wants the Cocoa Pebbles, so you give them to her, even though you wanted the Cocoa Pebbles? Your want to be a good father overweighs your want to eat the Fruity Pebbles, so you give her the last bowl. Well, so this is just competing desires.
Yes, your wants, your needs, or force, and you don't will those things.
So your desire is the same as your will?
Yeah, desire is part of it. Like, where do your desires come from? Why do you desire things?
Well, if we have no will, then we can't desire anything, if will and desire is the same thing.
No, I'm saying if desires want, need, and force inform our will informs our choice.
Or so will makes the choice. I mean, you can, I guess you informs and makes the choice.
So every choice you make, it's going to come down to you either wanted it, you needed it, or you were forced to do it. And all of those things are outside of your will. You don't will your wants. You don't will your needs. If you get hungry and you go eat, you didn't will that. Now, you could do a hunger strike and not eat because...
Aristotle did have an interesting bit about this. And I did find it, to me, it's unconvincing. But for you, with your paradigm, it kind of works really well. He says that if you put a man that is equally hungry and equally thirsty halfway between the point of eating and drinking, he must necessarily sit there and starve to death.
Oh, this is a bird on's ass. So yeah,
it is a play on that.
Yeah, well,
vice versa. I don't remember which, but
yeah, I think bird on fixed it because the problem was Aristotle said food and water. Well, you get thirsty before you get hungry. You need water before you need food. So you would choose the water. But in bird on's ass,
if you're equally thirsty and equally hungry,
right? That's the quote.
You must necessarily sit there until you die.
Yeah, if two options are if two options are perfectly equal and you need both of them equally, the will not break the deadlock. You have to wait till you have information to decide which one.
Yeah, but
So if a
you're 5
donkey has
seconds
two
from-
piles of
if you're 5
perfectly,
seconds from death, then nothing happens. You must necessarily sit there and die. Does that make any sense whatsoever?
no, it's just it's like a philosophical quandary. If you know,
Well, yeah, it tests the
there's
logic
going
of
to be
determinism.
there's going to be
Prior
something that's
influences.
going to make you choose one or the other. So maybe I pick the one on the right because my right leg is a little
I
longer
love how
than
you
my
say
left
I
leg.
pick.
Yeah, well, I'm putting myself in the hypothetical. If my right leg's a little longer than my left leg, I might pick the one on the right because I can get there a little easier.
Well, no, the
Or
hypothetical is all things being equal.
maybe chemicals in my brain say that I don't like the left side, so I
All things
favor
being
my right
equal.
side.
The hypothetical is set up in such a way that
I
all
know.
things being equal.
I know that's what I'm
'Cause there
saying is
wouldn't be a
if
my
all
left leg
things
is
are
longer
equal,
than
you
my right.
can't you won't be able to choose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Does that make that makes perfect sense to you that you will sit there and die because you won't go eat or drink because you can't make up your mind to which one you should go do? That makes sense to you.
Yeah, I think something is going to happen that's going to make us choose one or the other. And we might
All
not
things
even
being
understand
equal.
it.
You just keep removing yourself from the hypothetical and then saying, yeah, I would choose one. But
I
in
know.
the
Well, yeah,
hypothetical, you
I'm
can't.
agreeing that yes, unless some chemistry happens in our brain that makes us pick one or the other, we're just going to sit there.
And that makes sense to you. That makes sense. Have you ever been able to see this in history?
Well, no, because we've never not, there's always been an influence. So you would have to take away. This is why in my opening, I said, did the Twilight Zone thing. Cause it's like, if you have two doors to choose and there's nothing, everything's equal, you can't go in either door. There's going to have to be something to break the deadlock.
It's called free will.
Or it's just called your brain fizzling, the wind blows, maybe
Yeah.
the way you grew up, your friends, your family, all these influences throughout your life, or maybe it's God.
You did get away from love. So I don't think
I
that you
answered love.
understand. No, I don't think you're understanding my actual critique. That there is no self, so that you cannot selflessly love anything. You also
No, if
every
there
time
is
you
no
define
self,
love,
all you can
use
do
love
is
in the
selflessly
definition.
love. If God commands us to love everyone and there is no self, there's no ego, we are just children of God, then all we have is selfless love.
We are hands of God.
And we're forced to have it.
So
unless
it's
you're
God loving other people.
unless Satan is your daddy.
That means we are not the ones loving. It is God doing the loving. It's one
Yes.
way. It's one way.
Yes, God's love works through us.
And we cannot love back.
And we don't choose that either.
No, I'm saying we can't.
We were chosen. God chooses
Can't
us
love
before
back.
we're ever born.
That gets into predeterminism and some of the Calvinistic
Goes into the elect.
retardation. Yeah.
It's retardation. It's in the Bible like 1,000 times, but okay.
No, I'm saying the interpretation obviously it's bad interpretation because it is more plausibly explained in the other direction, and if it clicks with the rest of Scripture, it doesn't completely make everything incoherent. What is the point of divine revelation, for instance, if it could just be?
I don't know because I don't
determined, everything
decide
could
when
be
it
determined.
happens.
I'm not asking you to decide when it could happen. I'm asking you what the point in it would be. Why wouldn't we just be determined to have the revelations?
I don't know. God decides. That's up to him.
Yeah, but God decides everything.
I know.
Everything. That
Yeah, I
means he
agree.
decides evil. That means we don't make a choice. That means we can't love anybody else. It's not that there is no self, therefore it's selfless love. It's there's no self, so we can't love. There is no me to love anybody.
Yeah, you don't love. God loves through you.
Okay, so if I can't love, then how are we to follow the commandments?
I mean, you
of
can
loving
have
thy
like
neighbor and loving the Lord thy God, unless you're saying that God loves us and through us loves himself.
you can do it because you have no choice to do it. If you're a son of God, you have no choice. You're commanded to. It's your father's
You
will.
keep asserting that, but I need you to actually answer to these incredibly big theological problems that this posits. You're just completely ignoring any theological implication this has whatsoever. What is the point of Jesus? What was the point of the crucifixion?
To
What was-
do his father's will and to come to earth. And this goes
Which was
into
to
the
thwart his own will by making Adam and Eve bring sin into the world, bring sin and death into the world. God is the reason that sin and death is in the world. You are saying that God is responsible for that. Because he's the only moral agent that's
Yeah.
possible.
That's what I quoted. Yeah, I quoted it to you
Okay,
from Isaiah.
that is not the Christian God.
God created the light and the darkness, peace and calamity.
Uh-huh. But where does it say he created evil or he wills men to do evil? You cannot find any verse that says that.
Mm,
None.
I can find you when Pharaoh wanted to release the Israelites, God
He
hardened his heart to make an example out of him.
Uh-huh. And how does that mean that he made the choice for him?
And people might look at that and be like, that seems kind of evil.
To harden
That
his
seems
heart?
like a mean God. Like when God commands them to wipe out the Amalekites, people will look at that and say, that sounds like a pretty evil God. Now, I don't have that problem because I know that's just part of the plan that was determined to happen, that had to happen. So I don't have a problem with the problem of evil. But you do because
No, the problem of evil resides in you because you say that both God is both good and evil. Therefore, he cannot be a perfect being. He's not a perfect being anymore.
why?
It breaks the attributes of God.
Why
Because
does having
he has to be all good.
what you have to be all good to be perfect? Maybe perfection is a little
Yes,
bit
that
of
is one of the attributes. That's
no,
one
that
of
would
the
be
omnis.
omnibenevolence. And I said
Yeah.
I don't know when they added that one, but it
No,
used to be
there's three.
omnipotent, omnipresent, and omnipotent. But now they've
There's another one.
added omnibenevolent.
It is omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. All right.
Yeah.
So,
But people now say omnibenevolent,
yes, but that is
which means all good.
Yeah, that's because it falls within the. I'm trying to find because I was just reading this right before.
Am I allowed to smoke on your stream?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only drugs that I'd say not to, but yeah, cigarettes. I don't
Not
mind.
drugs. It's not drugs. Don't worry.
I cannot remember. I had looked for it, but I didn't actually put it in my notes. It's all there's all powerful, all good, and all knowing.
No, it's omnipresent. It's everywhere, all the time. Omnipresent,
Yeah.
omnipotent, all powerful.
Yeah.
And then omniscient, all knowing.
Yeah. So he's perfect knowledge.
Yeah. So he's outside of time and he knows what's going to happen before it happens. So unless you think you can prove God wrong, if God tells you you're going to die in a plane accident tomorrow and you have a flight to New York, even if you canceled your flight and hid under the covers of your bed, that plane would still crash through the roof of your house and kill you.
Yeah, just because you don't control everything does not mean you don't have a will of your own. How are you making this connection?
I don't see how, if God knows everything and he's outside of time, unless you think you can prove him wrong, then how do you have free will?
Well, you can try to prove him wrong. People try to prove him wrong all the time.
But do they? Do they succeed?
Because he's perfect. He can't be wrong.
Right. Okay. So it sounds like they don't have they can't even freely will themselves to do the opposite of what God says they're going to do.
Sorry, I'm trying to find this answer for the omnibenevolence. I'm sorry.
It means all good, and I don't have a problem saying God is all good. But the problem is
when you say he's all evil too.
We have a misunderstanding. No, I'm saying he's perfect, and maybe perfection. There's what we see as evil is a part of that perfection, but God. And this is why I say what you meant for evil, God meant for good.
What you intended for evil, God meant for good.
This is us playing God. We're not supposed to have the knowledge of good and evil. Because once we get it, we think that we're God and we think that we know what's right and what's wrong.
How did we get it?
How did we get it?
Yeah, how did we get the knowledge of good and evil?
Eve made Satan her God and Adam made Eve his God.
And Satan's God is who?
The woman followed the serpent and the man followed the woman.
Yeah, and who's the God of Satan?
Who's the God of Satan is is God.
Okay.
Same
You
God.
keep saying, like, you keep stopping at Satan as if his will, as if he has a free will to act on. We've already established that he's acting on the will of God. Satan is acting on the will of God. God is his own rebellion.
God is his own rebellion.
Yes.
Yeah, unless I say that angels have free will.
Well, yes, but then you'd be special pleading.
No, I've been telling you I don't know about angels. I've never met an angel.
No,
Actually, I think I did one time, but that's another story for another day.
I
you
mean,
said,
I'm right here. I'm right here.
you said that because God knows what the angels will do, they are determined to do it. You keep trying to move the goalposts here, JS.
No, I keep telling you I don't know about angels, and you keep bringing up Satan doing God's will, Satan doing God's will. I don't know. That's tougher. But I'm talking about humans. Maybe
Yes,
God
but
gave the angels free will and they rebelled against him, and he's like, I'm not going to make that mistake again. So he didn't give us free will.
You don't get to kick the buck to Satan for evil and then not explain how Satan isn't the father of evil, or is the father of evil in your view, as opposed to God, because the will of Satan is the will of God. Everything is the only will there is. The only uninfluenced will that there would be is God.
Sure. Yeah.
And then you said,
and it's God's will. It's God's will that some people be children of Satan and do evil things.
And intention influences the will, correct?
Yeah. Intention influences the will. Yes.
Yeah.
What your
Okay.
desires
So
and your wants influence your will.
God intended for creation.
God intended for creation. Yes.
I forgot where I was going with that.
You were linking intention to free will. You were saying that when you make a decision, it starts with intention. So I'm assuming that if God's intention was creation, then therefore the intention would lead to the choice, the free will. So I'm assuming.
Because that's right. Yeah, that's right. He's influenced by his intention and therefore does not have free will.
God is influenced by his intentions and doesn't have free will. Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying, but you're comparing, you're like making us to be like God again and comparing
No, I'm not.
God
we
is
are made in his image so that it's deep theology, but if you get into it, it means that we are capable of reason. We are moral agents. We are not the same as a bear or a cat who are determined creatures. They do not have a free will of their own.
Yeah, I don't know. It just goes back to the way you answered the questions. We don't always have free will. We can lose it whenever. We don't control any of that. So
how does any of those
what's really free about it?
We don't have free will.
You have agency, but it's not free. It's not free of.
Depends on how you're defining free in this instance.
Any way that you define it, this is why I say free of consequence and benefits also. Because like maybe I want to punch somebody in the face, but I know that I'm going to go to jail. Because did you mention accountability in your opening? I thought you might go to
moral responsibility or accountability, same thing.
Yeah. Okay. So to address that, the reason
you couldn't address anything else. Sure.
I have addressed it, but we're going to start going in circles because I don't know how you're making these connections that I need love. I need a free will to love when God commands me to love. And it's a selfless love.
Because you won't follow the argument through. Again, love is a selfless act. When it says selfless, that doesn't mean a non-existent entity acts. It's incoherent when a non-existent entity acts. That's not what selfless means. Selfless means without regard to oneself.
Without regard to oneself.
Ignoring the ego. I mean, that's perfect. That's perfectly acceptable as well, but you're equivocating.
But I also said agape is God's
ego.
I also said agape is God's love.
To us.
Yes.
But no other love is possible.
I don't really like the definition selfless. That's just what the dictionary or what the translation from Greek will
Well,
tell you,
it
or
doesn't
Latin, or
matter
whatever it is.
what definition you use. You cannot define love outside of an act of will and without using the word love. You can't define it in any way without those two things.
Okay, well, so then you do it. How do you define love? What is love? Tell me.
The
Baby,
love
don't
is to
hurt
will the good of another.
Love is to will the good of another.
Yes.
I don't agree with that, but
No
but
shit, you're a determinist.
I could love, if I love my enemy and I have to go to war with them and finish them, I still love them, but sometimes you got to remove some heads. That's love.
Yeah, and there's no contradiction in that with free will. In determinism, there's a contradiction. You're not loving your enemy. You are not loving anything. God is loving. All love comes from God. It doesn't come from anywhere else. So we're not capable of loving. So we can't follow the basic commandments given by Jesus, as summarized by Jesus.
No,
So-
you can't. See, what do you keep? I've already addressed this. I said, if God is the one loving through us and we're commanded to love our enemies and we're children of God, we have no choice but to love our enemies. Even if I don't want to, I have to, and I can't
there
even
are
help.
plenty of people who don't love their enemies.
I
We're
know.
not forced
Well,
to love our enemies.
if you hate one person, you hate all people.
Complete non sequitur. Had nothing to do with what I just said.
Those people that don't love their enemies, they hate everyone.
Yes, but we're commanded to love. They couldn't have chosen otherwise. And then they are condemned based off of choices they can't help but make. God is making people sin, making people do evil things, and then punishing them for the evil he is making them do. There goes justice. There's no such thing as justice anymore.
Well, justice in the accountability issue, we're all guilty. We're all worthy of death. Jesus took care of the accountability.
We're not worthy of anything. We haven't done anything to be worthy of praise or damnation. We haven't done anything.
You still done things just because it
We
was
can't
determined
will
to. Yeah, you didn't will it. God willed it.
Yes, therefore, it's his will being done. We're punished for his will.
Yep.
For-
Just like
for-
Jesus. Jesus said the
for
same thing.
doing-
Not my will, your will be done.
For doing the will of God, he punishes us. Because he wills us to do
No,
stuff.
if you're doing the will of God, he's not going to punish you.
We have no choice but to do the will of God. If we
Right.
don't have free,
Because you were.
it's a
because
blatant contradiction.
I don't see how it's a contradiction.
Because you can't.
I think
do
you
anything.
contradicted yourself like 1,000 times in that cross exam, but
No, I didn't. I just answered the question. You're acting as if all those answers are incompatible with free will. They're not incompatible
are.
with free will. No, they're not. Just because you sleep doesn't mean you don't have free will. Just because I can't leap a building doesn't mean I don't have free will. This is
well, no, but you could lose your free will against your will, and you don't decide when that happens. Somebody
No,
else
no,
could
you-
determine that to
you
happen.
don't lose your free will. You lose your ability to act on your free will. If somebody chains me up and puts me in a closet, I will to get out. But I don't have the ability to will that. It's still
Right.
my will to do it.
Because you're being forced.
Yes, coerced.
Hmm.
And it's not a free will choice if you're coerced. into
That's
doing
what I
it.
said. If there's force involved, then you don't have free will if there's force involved.
No, you don't have the ability to act on your free will.
Yeah, it seems like just like a comforting illusion to me. You think you have free will, but I think you've demonstrated you don't. You can do like philosophical things like, oh, you can't love without free will, but I've already told you it's not me loving.
Therefore, you can't love. JS, come on, man.
Right. Okay.
You're
Yeah,
killing me,
that's
dude.
fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then you can see that you can't love.
sure.
Then we can't follow the commandments as
I
laid out
am
by
a
Jesus.
sociopath, so I can't love. You're right.
No. You colloquially, everybody. Nobody is capable of love outside of God.
Right. I agree.
Then we can't follow the commandments given by Jesus, and we're condemned for not being able to do that. It's impossible for us to fulfill the commandments of Jesus, which you would assume would be his will, but since his will is also to not do it if he chooses for that person to not do that thing, Dude, it's completely incoherent. You're not making any sense anymore.
I don't know how to make it more clear to you.
You can't, bro. You can't make it more clear to anybody. It's nonsensical. You cannot demonstrate a married bachelor. It's not possible. It's a contradiction.
I'm froze up.
Oh, I know.
You got me. But it's not. I don't feel like it does. I'm not getting how the connection is made. That yes, if I'm commanded to love, if God knew me before I was born, and He knew and He chose me, I didn't choose Him, and He's loving through me, and I'm commanded by Him to do His will and to love my enemy. It's not me loving; it's God loving through me.
So
and I have no choice over that.
We keep attacking the presuppositions that you keep bringing into you right there. There was a bunch of presuppositions that you brought in. I've attacked each one of those and showed that.
And I don't choose my presuppositions. That's what I said earlier.
So you can't reason.
Sure. Let me just concede. I can't reason. I can't know anything. I can't love people. That's fine.
Then what the fuck is the point of debate?
But neither can you, because you don't have free will.
Now it's a performative contradiction. Come on, JS.
You just think you have these arguments are. I know you think they're real deep because Jay Dyer said them one time, but
I haven't heard Jay Dyer. I mean, I have heard, but I haven't used anything he's talked about yet.
But this is not like. I mean, I already told you. I addressed knowledge. I know through observation and divine.
You've already conceded you don't know anything.
Neither which I choose. I love commanded by God. God loves through me. That's how I love without free will.
Therefore, you don't love. It's God loving, not you.
Correct. Yes. Correct.
Okay, you're conceding the debate, JS.
I'm not conceding the debate. I'm conceding that
you're conceding that it destroys the nature of God.
How is it's God's will? God wills it.
God wills everything.
Yes.
He wills evil.
Yeah, sure. Your version,
and
what you think evil is.
God's will.
What you think evil is.
No.
Yeah.
Evil, period. Not what I think it is.
No, it's what you think evil is.
No. What we can just use what God thinks evil is. He wills that stuff too, right? Or does he
said he created it. He said he created the light and the darkness, peace and calamity. He did.
Where did he say he created evil?
I've given you multiple examples.
No, you've given you the same example, one about light and darkness.
I've given you the example of Pharaoh. I've given you the example of Joseph and his brothers. I've given you the Isaiah verse.
These are interpretations you've taken to be evil. Now you're doing what you've been accusing me of. You're using your idea of what evil is.
You think Judas could have chosen not to sell out Jesus?
He could have chosen otherwise.
That seemed pretty evil, right?
Yeah, he could have chosen otherwise.
He could have chosen otherwise.
God sold himself out.
That's crazy.
That crazy? Yeah, that's crazy.
No, that's crazy. That's crazy to think that Judas could have done otherwise, because then none of this would have came to fruition. All the prophecy would be wrong.
Himself to forgive us of the sins that God has committed. You don't see how this is completely incoherent.
I don't see how
the nature of God. It's completely gone.
Because your nature of God is built around this idea of free will.
No, it's not. It's a entailment. In order for God's divine will, which is all good, he does not, in my worldview, he does not will evil. There's plenty of scripture that says that there is no evil in God. God is all goodness. There is. So what you're doing is you're extrapolating out and trying to philosophically fill back in how God must be in order to fit the determinist worldview that you have concluded. We're determined to conclude. So there's no reason. You're not reasoning through any of this. It's all just determined, which is why you don't have an argument. You don't have an argument to tell anybody that they ought do anything.
It's not my job to tell people what they ought to do.
So would you tell people to not murder?
Yeah, I would say,
And
but
you're telling people what they ought not do.
yes, because God said that, not me. I don't make that rule.
God made the person murder. Why would God tell you to do something that he does? Not to do something that he makes you do. That doesn't make any sense. And then condemns you on the basis that you've done
because he's
what he
the
made
moral
you do.
lawgiver, not me. What are you talking about?
There is no morals. There's no good and evil.
You keep showing that this is all about thinking that you're in control and God's not, but you said that God is in control.
Hold on. I'm going to read this part in my opening statement because it lays it out just as I want to. We are commanded by God to love. Determinism precludes that possibility. This is like God commanding us to breathe underwater or to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior without the will to do so. But even if it were granted, this conclusion puts forth another issue within determinism. If it's not my will acting within the world, making all of my life decisions, then whose will am I acting on? Whose will is being enacted through every action and decision of the hosts of heaven before the rise and fall of Lucifer? Whose will is being enacted through Eve and then Adam? If we don't have free will, then God's will is the only will. This position is a complete defeater of any distinction between good and evil because it's all the will of God, and the will of God is good. Therefore, the will of God cannot be evil. Therefore, God cannot will evil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so blatant contradiction right there. That's a
no, it's not a contradiction. The problem is you don't realize that you're not supposed to have the knowledge of good and evil. If you were perfect, you would not have the knowledge of good and evil.
God gave
That's
me
why
God gave in your paradigm, it's incoherent. God gave himself the knowledge of good and evil.
No, God has the knowledge of good and evil. We ought not have the knowledge of good and evil because God said so.
But God gave it
said,
to us
do
anyway.
not eat of
But
this
God
fruit.
gave it to us anyway.
No.
Whose will was Adam and Eve acting
Yes, God
on?
God put Satan there, and God knew, and this was how the story was going to play out. So God is the author of everything.
Satan. So God willed Satan. I'm hammering home that the only will is God. You've already said that the will of God is good, correct?
It's good, yes, but again, this is going to go towards your knowledge of good and evil. So when you say good, you think good means flowers and roses and dandelions and frolicking through a meadow. But good could also be freaking Saul wiping out the Amalekites.
Yes.
Good.
Because it was the will of God.
Good is Jesus being crucified.
Okay, so wiping out the Amalekites was good, correct? Because it was the will of God.
Judas selling out Jesus
was good because it was the will of God.
Yes.
So there is no evil. What is evil then?
I don't know. You're the one that has the knowledge of good and evil. I don't want that.
So you don't have the knowledge of good and evil? You're sinless?
I don't think I do. Well,
I mean, in your paradigm, you are sinless. You've only acted according to the will of God. So
I'm righteous.
Never committed an in.
I'm righteous because of Christ.
You're not righteous. No, you're not right. You're not you. There is no you. You are a puppet for God.
Yes.
That's like saying Kermit is a being that can do anything. Kermit can't do anything.
Call me God's little Kermit.
Okay, so you aren't doing anything. You can't follow commandments. You can't do evil.
Yeah,
you can't do good.
Sure.
Okay, so there is no distinction between good and evil. So how do we have the knowledge of it?
You shouldn't.
That's not the question.
I don't know. I mean, I think you think you have the knowledge of it. You think you don't have the knowledge
you think
of it,
you don't.
You don't.
Is this what this was resorted to? Just you think that's what you think? That's what you think.
I think JS, you had mentioned in your opening statement, I believe, some more scientific level of things, maybe like a biological or something to that degree about determinism. Did you want to tap into? I don't believe we've really tapped into that. If you wanted to go down that route, maybe.
I like going down that route.
We brushed on it just slightly, talking about serotonin and dopamine and stuff. But sure, if you want to go into that.
Yeah, well, yeah, and things like kids who were born with some sort of, or anybody who has some sort of brain dysfunction or defect, they would not have free will. The Charles Whitman guy, the Texas Tower sniper, he had a tumor in his brain, and he went out and shot a bunch of people, and they said that messed with his brain so that he didn't have control of things. So
Aaron Hernandez with CTE and
mhm. So if these things can happen and we could lose our free will against our will, then how is it really free will? Even if I grant you that we have will, it's not free will. You could call it consequential will. You could call it limited will, sometimes will, adult will, because kids don't have it.
So you're
But
pointing out
free will.
You're pointing out exceptions to where people do have, the influence, CTE or the brain tumor for the other guy, or children who aren't fully developed mentally. But none of this demonstrates that we do not have a free will. This just demonstrates that there are limitations to free will. So how are you completely dismissing free will through biology?
Because if those limitations are outside of our control, then it's not free will.
Everything is outside of our control.
I agree. So you don't have a free will because everything's outside of our control. Everything's influenced.
Absolutely no sense. How is me not being able to control the price of hot dogs in San Francisco mean I don't have free will? That is a huge fucking leap. What does one have to do with the other?
No, but how does you not being able to go kick your dog in the head right now? How do you have free will? You couldn't will yourself to,
because I love my dog, which is not possible in your worldview.
Well, I think loving animals is not really a real thing anyway, but
well, I'm sure that there's a Greek word for love
of animals.
Pets.
There's not.
Well, there's one for your cousin, there's one for your wife, there's one for your parents. So there's
not one for animals.
Well, I haven't looked into it, but I'm pretty sure there is.
Well, anyway,
we're going to get that specific, or one that at least
you couldn't will yourself. You love your dog, and that love of your dog influences you.
Wait, you don't love your dog?
In the head. I mean, I love my dog, but I don't.
Oh, you are a contradiction machine tonight, buddy. I tell you what.
I've already said that love is fake, but yeah,
it's all fake. It's all illusory.
I'm a flawed human.
It's like Gnosticism. It's essentially Gnosticism now, except you're just everything's determined. So it doesn't even
put your labels on stuff. It's Calvinism.
You would be a heretic to the
it's Muslim. But you can't will yourself to want to kick your dog. You couldn't.
No, but I can will myself to kick my dog. I can't. I don't want to, but I surely can.
Your instincts, reactions, when you just react to something, these things happen without willing it. Sure. All of your bodily functions.
The same thing happens when you play guitar.
Yeah.
When you learn how to play an instrument, eventually you stop thinking about the chords you're playing and you just play. That
yes, muscle memory, training, knowledge of the task you're doing. Yeah.
And we've already established this knowledge is not possible. So there is no knowledge you're working off of. You're not getting better at anything.
Practice, muscle memory, training. And this is what broke free will for me, because I believed, I grew up in the church, went to Christian school, read the Bible my whole life, did the Bible studies, and always free will, free will, free will, free will. Everywhere I went, all the pastors, all the denominations are always talking about free will. And I never even knew that it was an option to not believe in that. And then I heard something and it clicked in my head, and now I can't.
Somehow you reasoned your way to determinism.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I didn't will it.
Chaz, you're killing me, dude.
It just happened. So when I first heard you don't have a free will, I thought that's stupid. When I play chess, I think 3 moves ahead. And then I realized that I just suck at chess, because really pros aren't thinking 3 moves ahead. They have an algorithm in their head, and they know if then, if I do this, then he does this. If I do this, then he does this. If he does this, then I do this. And they know the best move to make, so they just make it. Yeah. And if they don't know the best move to make, they make a different move.
And they choose to make a different. That's correct. They choose to make a different move. Okay.
Yes, but there's going to be So they're going to analyze the board, they're going to look at the situation, and they're going to choose to make the best move based
They're
off
not analyzing anything. They're just determined to do it. There's no analyzing. There's just the illusion of analyzing.
Yeah, that's fine.
You have to
From
have free
God's
will to
perspective,
analyze.
yes. From our perspective, for practicality reasons, for computational irreducibility, we don't know the future. So we feel and we act as if we have free will because we don't know the future. But if I had a machine that could read every single variable in the whole universe, kind of like God, then I could predict what you're going to do next. How
could you possibly predict a divine revelation?
Okay,
Without divine
God
revelation.
could, but God could.
Destruction again.
Yes, this is why I said computational irreducibility, because these things are irreducible to us because we don't have a machine that could figure out all these variables. But God knows all the variables, and he knows what's going to happen next. So he knows when you're going to have a divine revelation. He decides when you're going to have a divine revelation. You don't decide that. God decides that. You can't freely will that.
Therefore, you can't, knowing all variables within the universe, be able to predict.
Right. I know. This is a hypothetical. If you had a computer, let's call this computer God, that knew everything in the whole universe forever, then it could predict the next thing you're going to do. It would already know the next thing you're going to do because it would be God.
Except God is actually God.
Right.
So it's disanalogous.
Yes, this is why it's computational irreducibility. We couldn't possibly ever make a computer that could be like God. But if we could, then it would. If we could make a computer, if
boys could be girls, they would. What?
Well, I don't know.
Yes, if the nature of things were not as such, then the nature of things would not be as such.
Yes, if it were possible to build a computer that could analyze every single variable that's ever happened in all of the universe and knew where every molecule was and every effect and every cause for all the universe, that computer would know what's going to happen next. That computer is God. But we're never going to make that, of course.
No, a computer is a created thing. God is uncreated.
I know.
That's why it's disanalogous.
No,
the computer.
I'm saying this computer is impossible.
Yes,
that's why that's why knowing the future is computationally irreducible. If they have computers in video games that reduce computations down. So in a video game, I think we've talked about this before, but if I'm playing a game of pool in a video game and I shoot the ball, then the computer already knows where all the balls are going to land, but it still shows you an animation. You could skip that animation and just go to the end, and the balls are where they land.
Yeah, it's
that
would be with like slot machine, like electronic slot machines. I used to work.
Yeah, you watch the things go by, but the machine already knows.
Yeah, before it does all the spinning, it'll pop up how much you want due to certain laws in certain states.
Yes,
it'll say you won $4, and then it'll play through the animation of how you won the $4.
Right. So that is computationally reducible. I'm saying the universe is computationally irreducible because we could never have a machine that could get all these variables. If we had that machine would be God.
Okay, so if you could do the impossible would be possible.
Yeah, well,
you're not saying anything, JS.
I'm saying that since we don't know the future, but God does, we act and we live as if we have free will. But God, if God already knows what I'm going to do tomorrow, then I don't really have free will.
That's just
an illusion.
You're not demonstrating that having foreknowledge of what will happen means you caused it to happen. How are you smashing these two things together?
Because
I know how a movie ends. That does not mean that I made it in that way. Or
did you write and direct and produce the movie?
No.
Well, God did.
Well, yes. In your worldview, yes. Even evil, which is what makes it entirely incoherent.
Yeah. What kind of story is a story without an antagonist? That'd be a lame story.
What story doesn't have an antagonist?
How would we know a curved line if we didn't? How would we know a straight line if we never saw a curved line? That's C.S.
Determination. That's how you would know anything. That knowledge is not possible. You still haven't demonstrated how knowing the end means that you caused the end. You just keep asserting that it is so. Or do you believe that God is limited if we were to have free will?
Because God created everything, and God is outside of time, and he's
Mhm.
all knowing, and he's all powerful.
Mhm.
So,
So does that mean he's powerful enough to create free
this was in
agents
my
that
opening.
can still play out the things that he has predestined?
Yes, this was in my opening. He determined the end from the beginning.
Yes.
Okay. So he causes that to happen, and he knows when it's going to happen.
No. He knows what he causes to happen. Okay, well,
But
sure,
he doesn't know
causes the
what
thing he knows he causes to
he
happen.
doesn't know what he doesn't cause to happen.
No, yes, no, he does know what he doesn't cause to happen.
He does know what he doesn't cause to happen.
Yes. Just like when I watch a movie, I know what I didn't cause to happen.
Well, what causes it to happen? Just our free will.
Even the director doesn't know. Even though he knows how it's going to end. The director of a movie, the one that does do the directing and the producing, there's all the times that actors go off and freely ad lib, and they keep it in the movie, which changes.
But no, yeah, but see, this is where you're messing up the analogy with the movie here. We're not Leonardo DiCaprio. We're Jack, and the movie has already been produced and directed and written. And it doesn't matter how many times you rewind it, we're still going to fall off that raft.
I understand the assertion, JS. I'm not asking for you to reassert the position. I'm asking you to demonstrate
because you just said
knowledge of a thing happening means you caused it to happen.
You just said the actors go. We're not talking about what Leonardo does in his free time. We're talking about the character Jack in that movie.
Yes.
Can only do what he does in the movie.
The assertion is we are Jack in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of you is talking about post the movie like already being created, post-production, and the other is talking about during production. I think that is the difference here. But I understand both analogies, but you're both talking in a different direction.
Yeah. I'm saying the movie is already made.
Like, well, no, God already knows how the movie plays out. That doesn't mean
God knows when the world ends.
Yes, but that doesn't mean the world has already ended.
I don't know how you can say that he's not the cause. If God knows when you're going to die.
It's not on me to demonstrate that he is the cause when you're the one making the assertion that because he knows he must have caused. I know that I have a birthday party. My wife is throwing a birthday party for my kid tomorrow. Did I cause the birthday to happen just because I know that it's going to happen?
No, but you're not God.
No shit.
So if God created everything and he decides the end before the beginning, then he's the cause. He's the cause of everything.
How? Please, how? That's what you keep just asserting the position, but you're not demonstrating how.
But I don't know how. I'm not God, but
then how can you make the assertion?
But I can't see it any other way. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, that's the fallacy of incredulity. I don't give a shit how you could see it any other way. That's not what's in question. How you could
you're accusing me of the fallacy of determinism, which is a fallacy in itself because it implies that I'm not acknowledging free will, but I don't agree with free will.
What?
It's what you're saying that I'm doing. It's called the deterministic fallacy.
Yeah, or the naturalistic fallacy. Same fallacy.
Yeah, and what that means is that I'm not acknowledging free will.
Well, you're not acknowledging free will.
I know, because I don't believe in it. So that so I'm not doing that fallacy because that's a dumb fallacy. But
all right, so this I think is a dead horse. So we can try to push into somehow the implications on society. Unless you have somehow miraculously been determined to come up with how knowledge equals causation, we'll have to move on. Because what else is there?
Yep. I don't know. I'm still going to say God is the cause of everything. He's all powerful.
Yes,
he is the power.
Okay. If
So
you're
God determined.
justified, if you're justified in just making assertions without justifying
So
or
who's the cause?
demonstrating, then I am just going to assert that God gives us free will. So now we have two competing
Okay,
assertions.
that's fine. Yeah. Okay. So if God knows that you're going to get murdered in 10 years on January the 3rd at 5 o'clock, and then
He pulled
it
the trigger?
happens, and God is all powerful, he could stop that, but he doesn't. Isn't he the cause? I know you want to say the murderer is the cause,
Because
but
the
if God
murderer is the
knew it was
cause.
going to happen and he doesn't do anything to stop it, isn't he truly the cause?
You can just go back to no, because free agents can act freely. Once God starts intervening on free will, then it completely destroys the nature of God. If we cannot act according to the will of God, we cannot do good. We cannot be punished for not doing good. We can't help but not do good. It's God's will. To do
Yeah, we
evil is
don't-
God's will.
No. If we were chosen by God before,
In that
We were-
sense, I guess it would be God's fault. If God laid out everything to happen the way he did, he's pulling all the strings, then yes, he would be the cause.
Mhm. That's where I'm coming
Indeterminism.
from.
And
Yes,
I have,
and that's
I
where
have
I'm coming from.
demonstrated,
So
I have demonstrated for an hour and a half the absolute lunacy of this position. It's completely incoherent.
why? You
can't-
just reasoned it out just now. You just figured it out.
Yeah, I've reasoned it out. There's no such thing as reason in determinism. But granted, for a second,
I know you keep asserting that.
no,
Even though you acknowledge that knowledge and reason comes from divine revelation, which we don't decide. We don't choose that. God chooses it.
Well, no, I never said that. I mean, knowledge can come from divine revelations. I didn't say that.
Just
knowledge
have
only
it. Go
comes.
ahead and have a divine revelation right now. Tell me what your next thought's going to be.
So you think that I can just will God to?
I don't think you can will anything.
No shit. So how do you expect me to will? Especially you think
I
that I have
don't.
any influence?
I don't.
over
I
any-
expect you to
so
prove
I have
my
no. How is that proving your point?
What's your next thought going to be?
How dumb that question is.
You don't know.
I just told you. What do you mean?
Do you ever have an intrusive thought?
Yeah, sure.
Where do those come from? Do you make them?
Subconscious.
Your subconscious?
Sure.
So you can't freely will your thoughts?
Yeah, I can think about what I want to.
How about this? So
Hey,
right
Will,
and wrong.
Don't think of a pink elephant. Oh shit! What are you thinking of?
I know that's my line. That's the one
Stop
I do
thinking-
that.
Stop thinking of the pink elephant. Think of the blue
I
alligator.
do this.
Oh,
This is
shit.
what I was about to do.
Now-
you're
now, are
making
you-
my argument right now.
I want you to choose the blue alligator or the pink elephant. Which one do you want me to think of?
You're thinking of both of them right now.
No, I'm thinking of one or the other.
Well, I want you not to stop thinking about both
No,
of
which
them.
one do you want me to think of? I want to know which one you want me to think of.
Think of the blue elephant.
Blue alligator is pink elephant, blue alligator. So you have chosen for me to think about the blue alligator.
Yeah, don't think about the pink elephant. I make this argument. I've done this before.
No, you're just determined to do all these things. You're not making an argument.
Shit, I was about to go. Where was I going? I lost it.
Well, I do want to.
Oh, yeah. I remember now. So do you ever do anything wrong? Because you
Yeah.
believe that there's good and evil, right? Have you ever done anything evil or wrong?
Yeah.
Have you ever said, I'm never going to do something again and then done it again?
I can't think of. I'm sure I have.
Okay. Well, why didn't you freely will yourself not to? Why
I
don't you
changed
freely
my
will
mind.
yourself to be perfect?
Again, you're saying because I can't do a certain thing, I can't have free will. I can't leap a building. How do I have free will? It's the same
Yeah.
argument. That's a dumb
Paul said-
argument. What the
Paul
hell does
says-
one have to do with the other?
Paul says, I don't do what I want to do, and what I want to do, I don't do. Therefore, it is not me that sins, but sin within me. You couldn't freely will yourself to stop sinning. You couldn't freely will yourself to be perfect. So we're all guilty, and Jesus takes that accountability.
We're not
Now-
guilty of anything. We're only guilty for doing the will of God. How many times we have to go over this? We are only guilty of doing the will of God. That means we're
Right.
only guilty of doing good. That means none of us should be condemned. If we are, it's unjust. God is now no longer just.
Yeah, we ought not to be, but we get influenced by
Yeah.
Satan.
Whose will is governed by
And
God.
then we do then you do his will.
Who's
I
doing
wanted
God's
to
will?
ask
We keep
because Stepfire, you mentioned the implications onto, I believe, society.
yeah.
I would love to hear that rabbit hole, and then probably go into open panel after that, because I would really like to hear what the difference is between determinism and free will, and how that does kind of apply onto society as a whole, like where
Yeah.
that direction goes.
Okay.
So we punish people for practicality. We punish people. The reason we punish people when they do wrong is to make an example to other people. So this is going to be an outside. This is why I was talking about, if I really want to punch somebody in the head, but I know that I could go to jail, there's going to be consequences to that action. That influence is going to keep me from doing what I really want to do. There's going to be another influence. So I really want to do this, but my will is influenced by the consequences that I've seen other people go to jail for punching people in the head. Therefore, I'm not going to punch somebody in the head because I don't want to go to jail.
Then why do any Christians sin, since they know what the result of that'll be?
Because that's what I was just asking you. Why don't they all just be perfect? Why don't they just freely will themselves to be perfect? Because we are
Because
influenced.
they will themselves to do otherwise. Again, you're trying
So
to make
Satan wills them to do otherwise. The
Who is willed by
world
God.
wills them to do otherwise.
who is willed by
Evil.
God.
You can call it evil. If you're secular, you can call it the world. You can call it the universe, whatever you want to call it. These influences.
You have accepted a blatant contradiction, and it's because of this contradiction that anytime we try to move into any other topic, it gets drawn right back to here.
Do you think Jeffrey Dahmer could have just willed himself to not do what he did?
Yes.
I don't think he could have. I think that's crazy.
Okay, I don't care.
Why would
what
anybody
you
will
think
them-
He could have or couldn't have done. I want you
Okay.
to demonstrate that he couldn't have done otherwise.
You demonstrate to me that he could have done differently. You can't, because he didn't do differently. He did what he did.
Yes, he chose to
And
do
there's
that.
no way that you could go back in time and make it play out differently. It
All right,
happened.
We have to get into the implications of society.
Well, I already explained
again,
my implications is why we punish people is because of
It's just utilitarian or practicality
Yeah.
of the matter. So why wouldn't we just? Don't you argue against the death penalty?
No, I'm pro death penalty.
I mean, so why wouldn't we just off all the bad guys? Wouldn't that put maximal pressure, maximal influence on people to not be evil, to not do what we consider right and wrong, even though there is no distinction within determinism?
I mean, if that was God's will, then that's what would happen, I guess. But that's not the way it's.
So how could you? So you've conceded that we are only acting on the will of God. So that
Or-
means, how could we as people be held morally responsible for the will of another person? How can I throw you in jail for a murder that I've been convicted of?
You can't.
Well, then how are you doing it?
I don't get where you're jumping to that.
No, you are the prisoner. In this analogy, I would be God. Or the high
So-
criminal.
That's what Jesus is for. We're all guilty, and we all deserve death.
What are we guilty of, JS?
Of being of the world, being influenced by Satan.
We are guilty.
We're born into this world, and we're
following-
constantly influenced.
We are guilty of adhering to the will of God. You've agreed to this statement over and over, and then you blow
Yeah.
past it when it's time to come back to it.
No, I've acknowledged that we're all guilty, and
No,
that
no.
is God's will, that we're all guilty, and that's why Christ came.
So Christ came to redeem us of our
he-
goodness.
He takes the accountability, because that's
Accountability for doing the good. He's taking the account. He was crucified for all the good we did.
no, he was crucified because of the evil Satan
Evil and good is the same thing. There is no distinction in determinism. To do the will of God is good. Good wills evil. I mean, God wills evil. Therefore, evil is good. There's no distinction. Do you reject any of the premises there or the conclusion?
Good wills evil. Therefore, wait.
God wills evil.
Yeah, I agree with that. So
then
yes,
there's no distinction between good and evil. Then what are we punished? What is Jesus here to redeem us for?
We're not punished. The children of Satan, which were chosen to be his children, are going to get what they deserve, and we're going to get what we deserve.
So how can you hold somebody morally responsible for anything if they're not morally responsible?
How can we do it?
Yeah. Why do you say shame to the PDF?
Again,
he's just doing the will of God, of course,
for practical purposes and computational irreducibility, because shaming them and throwing rocks at them, stoning them in public is going to show other people, don't do that. It's not a good idea. And that's going to influence their decisions and influence the world.
I think it's been pretty thorough. I have to say, JS, I think it's been pretty thorough. You're seriously going to have to reconsider your positions here, man.
I can't. Well, I'll do it if if God wills it. I've tried. I can't do it.
No, oh man, I don't know where else to go from here. Honestly, you've accepted contradiction after contradiction. So you're a sophist at this point. You're accepting these contradictions, which makes you a sophist, which makes you. It's not even worth debating you about anything. You'll just accept any contradiction thrown at you and steadfast.
I mean, it's fun.
I mean, it is fun.
Like, I don't think I'm going to change your mind, and you're not going to change my mind.
Because reason is on my side.
Yeah, but you
reason
couldn't.
That you're not capable of through determinism.
You couldn't will yourself to change your mind if you wanted to.
That's the assertion. No demonstrations. No demonstrations. All night, buddy.
I've given plenty of examples, and you've acknowledged them. I've asked you the questions that I asked you in the cross exam. The way you answered them does not lead to free will.
No, but guess what? The way I answered them does not lead to determinism either.
Yeah, I think you're stuck on the word determinism, like
where everything is determined. If everything is determined, you don't have free will. Yes, that is the debate. With free will, there is no determinism.
Yes, but we don't know we don't know
shifting
the future. We don't know what's been determined. So we have to live and act as if
we have free will.
We have free will. Yeah.
So you're
the
saying
illusion of the illusion.
It's a pseudo free will.
It's
one thought process I wanted to kind of add in here, and then we can do your closing statements. Is at least to my knowledge, what God wants from us is that we yearn for Him. We yearn to worship and all of these things, and I don't think He would desire that if we didn't have the concept of free will, right? So, like He wouldn't ask for us to worship. He wouldn't ask to us to come to Him. He wouldn't ask for that if it was already determined that we would or wouldn't, right? So that was another thought process I was kind of hoping you were going to throw in there, because that was that was always
commandments.
Yeah, that was always a big stickler for me, was like, well, why would He like want so badly for us to want to be there with Him?
Why command me to do something He won't allow me to do?
Right.
That's like laying on top of my kid and tell him to pick me up. It's like,
yeah.
Well, that's not fair. What the hell?
Right, but whenever God says something that He wants of us, or whenever God says you have a choice to make, there's always a benefit and there's always do this and live, or do this and die.
You mean so choose life where in Deuteronomy?
Yes, choose life or choose death. Yes. And I know you say, and this is why I'm not going to concede that will and choice are the same thing, because they aren't.
Will is
definitionally they're not.
To choose. It's The ability to choose.
No, will is the agency by which we inform our choices.
Will is the choices we make.
And so your will, do you want to call it consequential will instead of free will? If you're commanded to do this or die, where's the free choice in that? If somebody has a gun to your head, you don't have free will at that point.
No, because all will would.
You just muted your
Yeah, I
mic.
think you muted yourself.
Sorry.
There you go.
If all will would be consequential will, even God's will,
Yeah, not free will.
then we have the same will of God.
Well, we do God's will or Satan's will.
There's been no JS.
That's what Jesus said. He said,
Yes,
you do
so
your
how-
father's
yeah,
will.
Why did Jesus make the distinction if the Satan's will was God's will? Why would he even make the distinction? There's no point in the distinction at all. There's no point in Revelation. There's no point in Scripture.
I don't know.
He could
That's
just
the way he
determined
wrote.
everybody to know all this stuff.
That's just the way he
We
wrote
don't
it.
need a process of learning. We don't need a process of developing. He could have just determined us to have all of these abilities and knowledge to begin with.
Yeah, he could have determined everything to be perfect, but he didn't.
Well, he created everything.
It's not my place to tell God how he should have made the world.
I'm not telling God how he should have made the world. I'm telling you that in order for God, for God's nature to remain intact, it must have been done a certain way.
Yeah.
If you violate
and that's
that,
the way he
you
did
are
it.
destroying the nature of God.
You're the pot asking, you're the clay pot asking the potter, why'd he do this way? Like, why'd you make me this way?
No, I'm not.
Well, you're saying
No.
God
The
could have-
potter, no, the potter is making the pot ask the potter why he was determined to be this way.
Right.
You're not. Yes, it's God asking himself these questions. He's determining the questions that he's going to be asked. So God is asking himself questions.
but I don't will myself to be the way I am. God already knew I was going to be who I was and do what I did before I was ever in my mom's womb. So if you accept that God knows everything, or that he's the planner, he's the creator, he creates all life, then yeah, it feels like we have free will, but how do we really have free will if he already knows? He already knows where everything's going to end.
You're just saying it's it's just an assertion that knowledge equals causation. You haven't demonstrated that. You just keep saying that it's the case. I'm asking for demonstration after demonstration. You cannot demonstrate that for me. You just keep asserting.
Knowledge and
if I know
causation.
how it ends, I caused it to happen.
Yes,
No,
knowledge
I
and
know-
cause can be two separate things. I'm fine with that. So God knows and
Right.
causes it. Because if he doesn't stop it and he knows it's going to happen, and he caused the people who did it, and he caused the events that led up to it, and he caused all of these things, then he's the cause. He's the cause of everything. How can you find any way around that?
Because it's
Even if
just
you-
an assertion based on the presupposition that you're saying God controls everything, therefore God controls everything.
Even if you had free will, God would be the cause of that free will.
The creator of that free will.
Okay, creator, cause.
And just because he creates something doesn't mean he's determined how it's going to play out. When
And
it
when
has
you-
free agency.
And when it's limited or injured, or when you get knocked unconscious, or when you get kidnapped and put in a isolation tank and put on acid, and you have no control of your thoughts and no control of anything, that was determined to happen by God from the beginning. All of those events were caused by God creating the earth. It's a butterfly effect throughout
Yeah,
all of
so-
history.
I mean,
I
yeah,
think
but
it
we
would
just
be a snowball. That would be a snowball effect. A butterfly effect would be to go back, touch a
Yeah.
butterfly wing, and then that would in turn create a new snowball effect. But
Well, I was talking about the butterfly effect of like a butterfly flaps his wings in Japan and it creates a hurricane in somewhere else, but
you just
yeah.
keep asserting
Snowball
that the
effect, whatever.
you're just asserting that the butterfly is doing that. And I'm just asking you to demonstrate that the butterfly is doing that. You haven't all night. I can't see how it'd be any other way. Well, that's just a fallacy of incredulity. That's not an argument.
yeah, What have I not done? I've demonstrated that every choice you make will affect.
You've demonstrated contradiction after contradiction after contradiction after contradiction. And then when it comes time to apply or get rid of this contradiction, you just fall back onto the contradiction. And then we have to rehash the contradiction again. So we can't, we never actually get to move forward into more of the implications because you keep falling back on contradictions that I have to keep calling out.
And I'm going to go ahead. I went ahead and I did drop the link for open panel dumpster fire if anybody wants to go ahead and start shuffling backstage. And I think I'd like to go ahead and move to your closing statements and see what the panel has to offer to kind of spin this around a little bit more. Because I do feel like it is becoming like circular back to just like one constant answer on both sides, which I felt like it was still a good conversation nonetheless, because you were finding different directions to get there, but it was still always coming back to the same end conclusion. So I think an open panel will definitely add into this. But I just want to say thank you to both of you. I didn't have to do anything. I don't even know why you needed me. This was beautiful. It's very rare that I have two panelists who come on and they actually want to have the discussion and they want to get through the conversation. So just a big shout out to both of you for being so willing to do it so civilly and actually listening actively and ready to respond and not just attack one another and yell and spurg all over the place. This is by far, hands down, the best debate I've ever had to host, mainly because I could sit here and actually enjoy it and listen to both of you. So thank you. All right. I'll go ahead and leave it to Step Fire open. So JS, if you'd like to give your closing statement first.
Okay. Yeah, I like having this conversation, even though I'm getting kind of fed up with it because everybody comes on my panels and always wants to talk about free will and everybody wants to challenge me to a free will debate. I see the problems in this view, and I see where Stepfire is coming from. Some of the jumps that you can't have love or you can't have knowledge without free will, I don't see that. But the idea that if God's in control of it, it's a tough one. But I can't help. I can't will myself to see it any other way. And a lot of people think this leads to nihilism. And if you're the type of person that starts thinking, well, why did I choose to do this? And then you start doing the infinite regress and you say, well, I ate this because I was hungry. Well, why was I hungry? Because I didn't eat yesterday. Well, why didn't I eat yesterday? Because I worked too long or I slept too long or I did this and I did that. Well, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? And you keep going back and back and back. Eventually, that infinite regress ends in God. He is the cause of everything. And if it leads you to nihilism and thinking, well, there's no point in anything, then just keep believing in free will. I don't think you could choose to stop believing in free will if you wanted to. And I can't choose to believe in it. Once I heard this and I started thinking about it, it just clicked in my head. And I don't understand a lot of things about the nature of God. So a lot of these questions Stepfire is asking me, it's like, I don't know how to answer this because I'm not God and I don't understand it. But the only way I can see it is that I don't have a choice. We are actors in a play. We're actors in a movie that's already been the end. The director's already yelled cut. The director already knows the writer, the director, the producer, that's God. He already knows when it ends. He already knows what I'm going to do tomorrow. He already knows when I'm going to die. So all I can do is just go along for the ride. We're just actors, or most of us are just extras. We're not even the main character, but maybe we think we're the main character, but most of us are just extras in a play or in a movie. And we just live out our lives. We can't see the future. So we just go along for the ride. And that's just the way I see it. I know a lot of people just can't see things this way. And I don't know. I can't see things any other way. But thank you for hosting this, Sarah. We appreciate it. And it was fun. I'm sure a lot of people are going to come at me in the open panel.
Fair enough. And for the record, I am the main character. You just won't realize it until the plot twist happens, and then you'll all be like, "Oh shit." Step fire to you.
Well, I have to be completely honest. I thought that JS was going to be able to answer some of these. Some of these, to me, is just basically basic logical entailments of the position. He has stated multiple times in the past he's had this debate and he's considered all these arguments, but obviously, when he was pressed on all these things, he could not give a coherent to almost any of it, which baffled me a little bit, JS. I have to be honest. I thought that you would have had good reason, even though obviously reason's not possible in determinism, that you would have good reason to hold the position that you do. But not only do you have bad reasons for holding the position, the implications is what I'm more concerned with. I don't give a shit what you personally believe, honestly, um, for the most part. But once you start declaring that nature is in such a way that it absolutely destroys the nature of God, we start having real problems because I do believe that you are a Christian and you do believe these things, even if you believed you were determined to believe these things. So I know that if you see error, it is something that you would want to correct. I believe your good faith in that one. But this was one-sided the entire time. And there was one argument I wanted to give, or a question really, but I thought it got to a good argument that I didn't get to. If Jesus was fully man and fully God, how could he both have free will and be determined? Again, this is a contradiction that JS is going to have to accept, like he did the entire night. But it posits a good question. How it's contradiction. There's nothing we can do with it. So I do believe JS is a good faith actor, and I do believe he's going to reflect on some of these things, and hopefully, with his will, reason his way back to the correct side. Thank you so much for hosting, Sarah. It's been a blast. You didn't have to give us your platform, a bunch of nobodies, but you did, and I am eternally grateful. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, I'm really excited to do the like it was actually good timing because we've switched over to where my Saturday, Sunday nights are more for other people who are trying to kind of build and develop their debates or so on and so forth. And it's kind of like my extra giveaway nights. So I'm happy to share it and thank you because you guys did all the footwork for me. You had everything already like this is how we're going to do it. This is what we want to do. We just need you to do it. And here's, pick a date. And I was like, wow, I love this. So just an FYI to all of you other debaters out there, especially the amateur hours and stuff, so on and so forth. If you do the footwork, I will happily host it on those. All right, let's go through some super chats real quick. I know a lot of these are going to be very much about me this evening because it's my birthday weekend and we're all celebrating. Yippee.
I'm gonna step away for just a second. I can still hear you.
Sure.
But
Take your time. So Mike Ball in with the big 20 says, happy early birthday, Sarah. Thank you so much, Mike. Plumpy with the big 5 says, I prayed for you sinners tonight at Catholic Mass. Peace be with you all and love one another. Happy early birthday, Sarah. Thank you. Bonley with the big 5 says, I'm so confused. Who's writing this? Where am I? I like that. And Frito Fonzarelli gifted 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you, Frito. Shout out to you and all of you lucky lottery winners. You have Frito to thank. And he follows up again with a question to you, JS, with a big 5. Says, JS, how can we follow a command without our own will?
We just do. We have to. It's God's will that we do it, and we just do it. I don't know.
great answer, JS.
Yeah,
Just fits right in with the rest of the night.
I mean, and I can see that how I compare that approach, right, would be like for instance, my kids, especially when they were younger, it's children are more likely to be happy to do something that they really probably wouldn't want to do if they have the belief of choice, right? So for instance, I would tell my son something like maybe I need him to get his shoes on or something. And it would be, hey, do you want to put on the blue socks or the red socks? Right. Even though him getting his socks on and putting his shoes on over top of that is a pain in the ass. But offering him an option makes him think he has some type of choice. I can kind of tap into the like, I'll give you a command, but you don't have the will to do so. So it's like giving a false option, right?
Yeah.
I'll make you believe you have a choice, but you actually don't. But I will also kind of come back to that and say that wouldn't be God. God doesn't operate that way, right? He doesn't lie to us like that. Frito with the Big 10. Happy birthday, Sarah. Thank you so much. And Garble with the Big 5. If you disable a brain's emotional centers, trivial decision making becomes nearly impossible. Something to think about. And I think you were speaking to that, JS.
Yeah. They have a thing called a corpus callosum or something. It's where they sever the nerve that separates your left and your right hemisphere of the brain. And they've done crazy experiments where they'll show somebody something in one eye and have them write something, and just understanding how the two halves of the brains communicate with each other. And if you sever this thing, then your brain doesn't work. Like,
So you're saying if I shove a screwdriver into my computer, it just starts malfunctioning?
yeah, yeah,
It's a crazy leap, huh?
I know. Yeah, but if that's against your will, then what's free will about it?
Unless I willed it to happen. I'm assuming that the test subjects did, right? You're not demonstrating.
They were having they were having seizures, and so it was an idea for how to stop seizures from happening.
Pass coming in with their membership says it's been longer, but here's to your continued growth and success. If you ever need me, you know how to reach me. #real1 family and respect. Thank you, Pass. And shout out to all my wrenches this evening. Plumpy sends a big 5 and says sinner tithes. Yes, all of you degens in the chat, pay your your tithe to me. And coming over on JS's side, Sever 7, is that what that is? With the big 5 says, without free will, how are we judged? Did God predetermine who is going to heaven and hell? If God didn't give me faith, I'm condemned. I don't get it.
Yeah, it says multiple times in Ephesians and all throughout the Bible that God chooses us. We don't choose God, and God already knows who's going to go to heaven before they die. Like,
does he just arbitrarily choose us, or
I don't know how he makes his decisions. Ask him. But I know that that makes more sense, that he already knows who's going to make it and who's not. He already knows who his children are before they know.
And so go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, this is again the foreknowledge.
And they said, how are we
the
judged?
Knowledge of it equals the causation.
We've all already been judged. We are all guilty.
Judgment day has
been
not
judged.
approached. We have not been judged yet.
Okay.
God knows what the judgment will be when that time comes.
No, we're all guilty. All of our works are as filthy rags. We're all unrighteous, and Jesus. That's why Jesus comes. He takes the accountability for all of that, because we're all guilty.
So do you believe, for instance, you said if it's already predetermined whether you're going to hell or going to heaven. So for instance, if you're already a crappy person, is there any point then to attempting to turn your life around, to do better, to seek God, to become a Christian, to anything like that?
Yeah.
To be consistent, no.
No, if you do that, that was God's will. And he knew
but
you would
not
do that.
doing that is also God's will.
Yeah, like I used to be a piece of crap. And I used to do a lot of messed up stuff, and I never actively chose to stop. I was never like, well, I really need to free will myself to stop. It was God made me stop. I had no choice. And I believe he knew that was going to happen, and everything that I did and all the messed up stuff I did and everything I went through leading up to that was those were necessary things. That was evil. That's what I thought I was doing evil, but God was using it for good.
Okay, that's fair. Jim Bob comes in with a big 5, says, we're guilty for acting out God's. Hold on. We're guilty for acting out God's will against God's will. Spoken
Yeah.
by JS.
Yeah. Incoherent, to say the least.
Yeah. I think it does be. I think if you went down to, if you boiled your determinism argument down to external influence only, and made that argument, I think that would have had like a harder stance on it. But by saying that it goes all the way back to God, and like that kind of because of the free will piece in that, it kind of really does contradict itself in that essence.
Yeah. If I was
You know.
debating with a secular person or an atheist or something, then I wouldn't even need to bring up God. But I know Stepfire, and so I knew it was going to get more into this stuff, the theological side of it.
Mhm.
The important side, I would say.
I think so too.
That's fair. That's fair. And Frito comes in with a big 2, says, on the menu tonight is a fresh JS on a bed of rice.
What does that mean?
Alex Andrews just sending
You got
2
cooked.
in.
That's what it means.
I think you should go back and listen to that cross exam, Stepfire.
I think it was a fair exchange of argumentation across the board. Alex in with a big 2. Here's a birthday present for us. Mine is tomorrow, and happy birthday to you, Alex. Thank you. Q-Tard, I love that name, with a big 5. God predestined that I would say that both these dudes at least seem like nice, friendly people. I concur.
Well, thank you.
CSS Element harnessing his new membership. Welcome back, CSS. Jim Bob adds another 5 and says, JS, is God's nature good? Yes. Can God contradict his nature? No. If God authors evil, he contradicts his nature. And you're welcome to respond.
This just goes back to, this is just our perception of good and evil. So I've given multiple examples of when people mean things for evil, but they're actually, God is using them for good. Everything is for God's good, even what we see and we call evil. This is us playing God, judging what is good and evil, when really it's all for the good. It may seem horrible, but
therefore all evil is good.
There is no good and evil. That's just
I know
words that you have in your head and emotional feelings that you have connected to certain actions.
Therefore, God is not all good.
You should not have the knowledge of good and evil. If you were,
but that doesn't mean that I don't have the knowledge. You shouldn't be a determinist, but you are. It's the same thing as me saying you shouldn't be a determinist. It's like, yeah, well, what the fuck is that supposed to be? That's what it sounds like to me when you say that.
Well, yeah, both of them, same thing. What you're saying to me sounds incoherent, but
if there is no good and evil, where would you get your moral standings from? Because if we don't have the knowledge of good and evil, and good and evil only sits in God's plate, then where does our moral standing, like where do we derive that from then? How do we know?
God is the moral lawgiver. So if he determines what is good and evil. So if God, there's a lot of stuff in the Old Testament that atheists will read it and they'll be like, that seems like an evil God. That seems really messed up. He's commanding people to kill babies and stuff. That seems evil, but it's good because God decides. God is the arbiter of what is good and evil. God maybe knows that those babies are going to grow up to do horrible things. So it's good for them to be destroyed by the Israelites or whatever.
All right. Naomi in with a big 10 to say happy birthday, Sarah. Send in those donos. Yes, thank you, Naomi. And Naomi now has her new horse membership emoji, by the way. That is just for Naomi. So if you guys, when we play the horse video, you can now respond with that emoji for Naomi. And Matthew over on JS's side with the big 5 says, Josh eats free will for breakfast. Do you choose that breakfast?
No, I always go to the Cocoa Puffs and the Fruity Pebbles.
Fair enough. And let's go ahead. We will go into open panel dumpster fire, gentlemen. And of course, you're welcome to come and go as you please at this point. I do have a whole panel lined up backstage ready to come out and play. Here we go. All right. I believe everybody is
Oh, crap, I gotta
familiar
change my name. I gotta
with
change-
my rules here, starting with you, James, meaning when I talk, what happens?
I don't talk. My bad. I was
Right.
my name.
That's
I gotta
okay.
change it because it was changed on
Well,
VK. And I
change
just,
your name quietly, please. And just a kind reminder, I am celebrating my birthday with a nice bottle of bubbly. We're going with the 90 Sellers Prosecco, my personal favorite. It's like $12 at your local liquor store. There you go. There's your pop.
Oh, yeah. I got to
And
get some beers then.
yes, you are absolutely welcome to enjoy some brewskis on screen. All right, so let's see. I've got Stepfire. Let me put Stepfire over here, and let me put Duck up here, and put you right here. Okay. All right, panel. If somebody wants to kick it off, actually, I want to start with animated effigy because I know he wants to dive right in. I know he's diving.
Sup, effigy.
How's it going, everybody? First off, happy birthday, Sarah.
Thank you.
Which is awesome because my birthday was actually yesterday. So
Oh, happy
we're
birthday,
buddies. I just want to start off with a clarification here. Determinism and predeterminism are not the same thing. Determinism is basically saying that causality rules the universe. For any current state of the universe, the next state of the universe will be directly caused by what is happening now. It is simply about cause and effect. Predeterminism is saying that things are made in advance and stuck that way, and it usually implies something behind it. Just want to throw that out there really quick.
The distinction I would make would be determinism and predestination. But I mean,
predestination is another word for it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was saying Stepfire kept saying determinism. I don't know if that's the box that I fit into, but it's more like a combination of all of it. I think things are predestined and causally determined. So there is that. That's how I would argue it. If I was talking to a secular person, I'd say everything that has happened in the universe has led to this exact moment, and there's no other way it could play out.
The materialist atheist agrees with you wholeheartedly on everything that you have said tonight.
I know.
That's not entirely true. So something an atheist. One thing,
if you're a materialist determinist, how would you possibly get out of that?
Well, but there's hard and soft determinism, compatibilism. There's indeterminism.
Those are all contradictions.
But
if there's any bit of that's not determined, then it's not determinism.
But I have
any
a question.
will whatsoever means it's not determined. out.
This guy's making me want some wings.
No, you see,
Right.
you have this weird understanding of these
I
concepts.
think about doing a mukbang for a while now.
I'm just high enough to
think-
understand them.
I think
I
a
call
lot
it
of times,
coherent
and this is
understanding,
not me trying to make a jab, but I think a lot of times when religious people talk about some of these philosophical concepts, they inject things that they already believe into those things.
That's what
and
Jazz
that's why I
did
think
all night.
Well, I agree, but I think you both do it.
You
And
did
I
the
think
same
that's
thing.
why
But
you
I could
have this
justify mine.
mix of determinism and predestination in there. Determinism is just cause and effect. That's it. Let me throw a little wrench in it really quick, because cause and effect in our understanding of causality is about the physical universe, right? So with our understanding of quantum mechanics and that the underlying principles of the entire universe might be
I forgot that
random,
argument.
it actually is a really good argument for indeterminism, that everything at its heart is actually random, and free will is not compatible with that.
With
either.
random, right?
Yeah.
And that's
So
why I
that's
asked him in the cross exam about, does he think things can happen randomly that can affect his choices? He said yes. Well, that's that. There is no free will if random things can happen that are outside of your control.
But you're saying
I mean,
random
that's
things
just
like a
that
beach
it's-
ball.
But I have a
You're saying
I have a
random
question
things
for
like a
JS,
beach ball
though.
at a concert.
I'm saying
Is
saying
that
random
what
things like a
quantum
rock
mechanics
rolling
says?
down a hill.
But is that what quantum mechanics is? Is it saying that there's a beach ball rolling around the universe, and so then I can use my either inductive or deductive reasoning to figure out if that has any context for free will? What did I do wrong?
I'm not sure what you're asking me. Quantum physics, I don't understand it.
Okay.
Be honest.
Who exactly believes that there
But
is
I don't
free
believe
will?
there things happen randomly. I don't believe there is anything random that happens.
So between you and the other gentleman, it was more the stepfire that believed in free will.
yeah,
Stepfire
step
believes-
by the bleeding free will. Yeah.
All right, let's
He
get it
argued
popping.
free
Okay,
will.
let's get Stepfire. Do you have a girlfriend or a wife?
Yes.
Do you find her attractive?
Yes.
Why?
Because she is attractive.
Why?
Yeah, we
Why
went
do you
down
feel that?
this.
Why is she attractive?
What?
Yeah.
And he acknowledges that he
Everybody
doesn't
else,
choose who he's attracted to.
Let me finish this, please. Why is she attracted to you?
Well, I mean, she just is attractive. I don't know. Beauty is philosophically, beauty is a self-justifying a thing. A beauty is completely subjective. I don't know if you can help what you find attractive. You can only help what how you act on that attraction.
Okay, so you say you don't know if you can help what you find attractive. That means that you don't have the free will to determine what's attractive. Is that yes or no?
I mean, I wouldn't have characterized it that way, but with the direction, sure, I'll accept that. Sure.
Yeah, this
Okay,
is the
so
can you change your wants?
Please let me
argument.
finish because somebody about to get fried up tonight. So
Not your wings,
That's
right?
already happened, bro.
Yeah, they're fucked up. I shouldn't eat it this late. I'm probably gonna have to take a number 2. I made a mistake. All right, I'm gonna have to leave this room.
Well, we didn't need to know that. We didn't need to know that.
So
sir.
Stepfire, to a certain extent, we do not have free will based
much,
on our
too
level
much.
of what we're attracted to, right?
Free will is limited. Yes.
Okay, that's number 1. I'll get to you back to you later. Now, JS, you mentioned God, and do you feel like God giving Jesus as a sacrifice was a loving expression?
Yeah,
Why do you feel like it was a loving expression?
because God is love.
Why do you feel like him giving Jesus to us was a loving expression?
Everything that happens is God's love.
So
Even
if I
the bad
kill a kid,
stuff.
it's a love-
Even
it's a
what
love-
we think is really bad and not nice.
Okay, so if I kill a kid and I come to your house and kill you and rape your wife, is a loving expression.
Let's use
was-
our words wisely
Sorry,
here
okay, all right.
because of
If I rape
yeah.
your wife, is
I know this is where people always go
Okay,
with
okay,
this.
okay,
They go
don't
to
get
the
too, okay. Don't try to go away from the subject. If I go
no.
to your house, and
Okay.
grope
I'll bite
your
the bullet.
wife,
Yep,
is it a
that
loving
was for the
expression?
good. Yep. When people
So-
get murdered or when people die and
Okay, so
all
therefore
that stuff.
you can't ever say what is good and bad.
Right.
Well, he's
So how
already
do you-
said that good and evil doesn't exist, sir.
I mean, I do for practical purposes,
I
like I
mean-
explained.
But God
what-
arbitrates what good
So
and
why
evil
do
is.
you? So now you're picking and choosing based on practical purposes, which is based on you.
Yeah, it's
What
just
is-
practicality.
Okay, so
So now you're God.
That means you're self-righteous.
I'm
No,
self-righteous.
he's acknowledging the words as the way that we use them. That's what he's saying. He recognizes the words are there, and that's how we use them, good and evil. But he's saying overall he doesn't believe they're real.
Watch this.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, watch this.
I don't truly understand God, how God could mean something horrible happening to a child, how God could mean that for good. But it's in God's nature to be good, and God allows that to happen, and He's all powerful. So I can't ask questions.
The question
I'm-
is the
This is
act
the
itself
story of
good?
Hold
Job.
on, let him
We can
finish.
go with
Let
that,
him
we can go
finish.
with that.
This
We
is
can
the
go
story
with
of Job.
Let
When
We
Job
can
asked
do
this
that.
question, God
Kyle,
said,
tied up. Let JS finish his thought, and then you can
Happy
go
birthday,
back
by
up.
the way, Sarah. Happy
Thank you.
30th.
when Job asked God this question, God said, "Don't worry about it. It's above your pay grade." Essentially,
Cool. Now,
it's not my.
cool.
Yeah.
We basically, okay. Let me start off slow. When Adam and Eve, when God came to Adam and Eve and He said, "Why did you cover yourself up?" And they said, "You, because we're naked." And He said, "Who told you you were naked?"
Naked.
Did that confirm to you in your mind that confirmed they were naked?
No, that's a great point. So, were Adam and Eve sinning when they were naked before they ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
No, I don't know. I would say no.
Exactly. So, but afterwards, after they had this knowledge of good and evil, now they think they're sinning. They're judging themselves. They're playing God, and they're saying, "I'm naked. I need to hide from God." But they didn't care before they had the knowledge of good and evil. They were doing it, and it wasn't a sin. The sin is not the nakedness. The sin is the judgment and playing God and knowing good and evil. We
Okay.
shouldn't know that.
Good job. That was fire. I never had her answer like that. But didn't God agree to them knowing good and bad?
He didn't want them to.
I didn't say that he want them to. Did he agree to them knowing good and bad?
He agreed to it.
Genesis
Did he
chapter
agree
3,
to
verse
them
22.
knowing good and bad?
Can you bring up Genesis chapter 3, verse 22? I could do it for you if you want, but I would rather you see it for yourself.
So in these religious arguments, you
Bible's
guys
over
pretty
there,
much
but-
have
Larry,
to
I'm going
admit that
somewhere real
God
quick.
is not omniscient, right? Like you guys have to admit that because that's what
I'm
every
saying that
single
God,
argument
if
against.
God was hiding something from Adam and Eve, how do we know He's not hiding something from us right now? That's my point. But let me get to it. Genesis
Well, no,
chapter 3,
the
verse
question
22.
is whether or not God knew Adam and Eve would eat the fruit regardless, right? That's the
not
whole
my
point.
question.
If God
That's not
knows
my
what
question.
but we're talking about free will, though, right?
No,
You guys are going off into
I'm
a
getting back to
morality
that.
kind of like side quest.
No, the free will is the step.
Hey,
fire.
not everybody. I just agree with God. I like to see everybody naked.
Look,
Naked.
yes, can you say that God confirmed that they knew good and bad? Genesis chapter 3, verse 22. Just read it out loud.
Well, read it to me. Do you have it pulled up? Because I have
Okay,
to.
sure. Yeah, I'll read it to you. Okay. Remember, Satan, the bad guy, was the first person that said they'll be like gods. Genesis chapter 3, verse 2. The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil.
Yeah.
I
But-
don't even think
but that's not-
I don't even
Sorry,
think
that's not
Jesus-
saying they become God, though. Just because saying that they become like one of us,
nobody
knowing
made
good
that
and evil,
argument,
that
James.
doesn't necessarily
They
denote
never
they
said
become
that.
God.
They
I
know
think
good and evil. They were
James-
One
now aware of something.
at
No,
a
James,
time,
respectfully,
please.
I get what you're saying. I didn't say that. Now
Oh.
we're aware of something they didn't know before.
Yes, but we can also be wrong. We can be deceived. We can be misled. There's a lot of
That's why I
times.
said God confirmed that they were right Himself.
So they're
Confusing. You're malfunctioning right now, right?
yeah. I mean, it's a
So Satan didn't
convoluted
lie about
topic.
that. He didn't lie. That's the first lie that Satan never told. He said, "You'll become like God, knowing good and evil." All right. Genesis chapter 3, verse 22. God said, "They become like one of us, knowing good and evil from His mouth." Malfunction for a second, and I got another question for you. So if God is hiding that from them, how do we know He's not hiding something else from us?
Satan said that they.
Well, Satan did lie. He wove the truth into the lie that he told Eve.
What was the lie?
That they become gods. That
What
they.
did God say in
It's
Genesis
great.
chapter 3, verse 22?
But no, he said no. He didn't say they become gods. They become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He didn't say they become like God.
No, God said, if you
They're
eat of the
God.
fruit, you will surely
He never
die.
said
And
that.
Satan said, he doesn't want you to know that you'll be like him and you will not surely die. I disagree. I believe when they ate that fruit, they did die. We have once to live and once to die. When you're
How did they
reborn of the spirit, then you're living. Up until that point, we're all dead.
Good job. Good job. Do you believe in heaven and hell? I'm going somewhere with this.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe existence after physical death?
Yes.
So
Well,
where did
I
Satan
believe that
lie?
existence happens before our physical death. When you're
Where did Satan lie
reborn,
at then? If we exist after physical death, where did Satan lie? We
like
still
I would
exist.
say, I've already died. I'm not gonna die again. My body's gonna
when you
drop,
die?
but I'm not gonna die. I've already died. Now I'm living, and I will always live.
You're doing
Okay,
a word
okay.
concept
Wait,
fallacy. You're using
now,
die in two different senses.
Right, I am.
And I want to understand that, and I want to respect that. So when you say you already died, what do you mean by that, please?
I already died spiritually. When you're reborn, so you're born of the flesh and you're dead. And then you're reborn of the spirit, then you live. So once you're born of the spirit, you live forever. Your body will drop, what we call death. That will happen, but that's not the actual death. That's the physical death or the second death. But the true death is when you're born again, when you're really born. So yeah, I'm using born and die in two different spiritual death,
really born,
physical
what
death.
do you mean?
When you're born of the spirit and not of the flesh.
So were Adam and Eve already born of the spirit or no?
It's weird with them. They like did it backwards. They were born of the spirit and then they became of the flesh through the influence.
They died because they became of the flesh.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So they're in hell, or I guess is what you're saying right now. Do you believe they're in hell? I'm asking.
I don't know. I don't know their hearts. God did.
Okay, so they're in either heaven or hell.
Are they? I don't know.
Are there between heaven or hell or just dead? Do you believe in those three options?
No, I think they're in one or the other. I just don't know.
Okay, so they didn't die.
Well,
Bro,
I think they're in hell because hell is misunderstood.
They're
because
still
it's grave.
existing if they're in
it's
hell.
the grave, not really a place where you
Bro,
burn for eternity and
if
forever.
God told them, who told you were naked, first of all, he acknowledged, first of all, it's kind of weird. He made him retarded, then put the smartest tree in front of him and said, don't eat it. That was like the most narcissistic shit ever. The nigga made him retarded, put him a wisdom tree and said, don't eat it. How sick is that, first of all?
Did you just say the N-word?
But they wouldn't have eaten of the tree if the serpent wasn't there.
Yeah, but with an A, so it's all right.
And God knew the serpent would be there. And this is why I say the only way that it works is if it's all part of a plan and God knew all this was going to happen and it's just playing out.
Okay.
I think it might be helpful.
Wait, hold on. Because, like, dog, God, after they sinned, he said, okay, now that they are like one of us, knowing good and evil, which in the first place, why would you not make them like one of us anyway, unless you just want people to serve you, which is a human characteristic. Like what is that? He said, now that they know good and bad, knowing like I'm gonna block them from the tree of forever living. I forgot the tree.
So are you arguing against free will or against God?
There's no such thing as free will because you can't even determine what you like and why.
But I don't believe in free will. But you're arguing against God.
Arguing about free will. Finally, God, how long did that take?
I'm arguing against both. I'm arguing against free will, and I'm arguing against your God that you said makes everything turn into good.
Right. So your problem isn't with my stance on free will. It's with God.
My problem is with his stance on free will and your stance of what good is. And God. Because if God was a good guy, why is he holding us back information?
Well, we can't handle it. Philip in with a big 10 just to send a bunch of birthday cake and birthday cheers and all that fun stuff. I love this. I love it when people just send cute little emojis. And then I wanted to let the audience know I also have Osvaron and Joe Cool hanging out backstage waiting for you to boot someone so that they can come up.
Give Joe Cool my spot. I'll be back.
Okay, 10th. Well, Osvaron's up next. I can't skip.
I'm just here for jokes anyway, so I'll be back.
Okay. All right.
Like, people are so scared to question God. Like, he's like,
do you tell your, I don't know if you have kids, but if you had kids, would you tell them
hello,
everything?
Sarah. Happy birthday and thank you for having me on your show.
No, I wouldn't. That's a good point. No.
Yeah. And a good father wouldn't.
How do you know that you don't?
When a father tells his kid, you're not allowed to play in the street. Do not play in the street. You could get hit. You will get hit by a car. Don't do it.
JS, why do you tell your kid to not get hit?
Let him continue.
Okay.
I like where he's going right now.
No, he doesn't have a thought here. Why would you tell your kid to? Why would you tell your kid to not get hit by a car?
Because I wouldn't give my kid free will.
No, the only reason is because you can't tell your kid what a car is. And so, we teach people.
Yeah, no, we're talking about autistic spectrum kids that's 1 year old.
That's like every kid. Not that
Talking about a 5-year-old knows what a car is. What are you talking about?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he's more getting if you stand in front of one, it will splat you. They don't understand that concept. They know what a car is. Vroom vroom. My kid's been playing cards since he's.
But you still tell them don't play in the street. You don't have to show them a video of somebody getting hit by a car. You just tell them don't play in the street. You see that big fast thing? It'll hurt you.
But why would I intentionally give my kid a worse version of the explanation based on what I can tell them?
A worse version of the explanation. No, it's realistic because kids have no idea about their free will when it comes to landscaping. It's not a worse version. It's realistic.
You got to dumb concepts down really far for kids.
Yeah, telling your kid not to play in the street is not a bad thing.
Up in a fucking basement with fucking the length just to get a banana and go back to sleep or something.
I mean, this is a great example for my purposes. You're trying to teach the kid causality. That's what you're trying to teach them. You're trying to teach them cause and effect.
Yeah. Causality. Also, we can think of like a city, like another, like, like it's also true that, like, look, I can describe a car like 1,500 different ways, right? I'm not even an engineer, and I could spend an afternoon learning everything I need to know about driver psychology and cars. It's probably been studied a bunch. But we don't do that because there's actually like a brain mechanism, thinky thing in our heads, that it drops in from the top and turns to the right, tap it and it turns on. It's generally how a brain works. And the reason that this is relevant is because, like, to me, that should be the sort of thing that, like, I'd want to hear free will about, like, well, if I have a thinky thing, shouldn't my thinky thing be doing the free thing?
But that tells you that you don't have free will anyway, because your thinky thing wasn't predetermined before you
The
had.
fact that Duck called it a thinky thing tells me that free will is alive and kicking.
Don't knock me like
that. That was a hard way of putting it. Thank you.
I don't know. Duck, are you talking about the experiments that show that we have brain activity happening before we make
whatever JS says is 100% true. Actually, there is no free will.
Osron, do you have a delay? Effigy was just talking, honey bun.
There's two dead white people.
Let Osron talk. I talked already. He can go ahead. Go ahead, Osron.
Okay, go ahead, Osron.
Yeah, JS is 100% right that there's no free will, because I have studied astrology for at least 20 years now, and everything they've predicted till now, from cradle to grave, regarding a person's life, whom he'll marry, whom he'll divorce, and what accidents he'll go through, whether he should touch a two-wheeler during that phase or not, whether a job will suit him or if a business will suit him, how he'll die, what type of diseases he'll get, everything kept coming true. It's like a mathematical equation, a human life. So right from cradle to grave, all your events are predetermined. We are just actors in the creator's play. Good and evil does exist, but humans are powerless against their, against the choices that God puts in front of them. We are just given the illusion of free will, that's all. Because if we really had free will, we ourselves would be like gods creating multiverses. We can't do that. We can't do whatever God does. We can only follow or go through whatever God makes us wants us to experience. That's it. Whether it's going to hell or heaven, even the hells and heavens, they are actually not they're not permanent. The soul will go to hell and heaven and only be there for as long as its merit or sin expires. Then it will have to come back to the earth and rebuild its fortune from the beginning. You have to free yourself from the cycle of birth and death, and even going to hell and heaven. It's like completely predestined. Actually, what all you'll go through, God sends us to this universe of paradoxical contradictions to experience everything: love, hate, enmity, friendship, and hopelessness, hopefulness, disappointments, everything God only makes us goes through. And then when it's time for us to come back, our karmic balance is wiped off and we merge back with the infinite. God is an outerversal being who's beyond love and hate. Whatever Jay said is true, but he had a little bit difficulty in proving it. But from my experience, because since I've done astrology for a long time, all I need is the person's date of birth, place of birth, and time of birth. I can give the predictions actually regarding his life.
The stars told me different.
The part about
Is
that
there
is that
astrology
I
in
don't-
there
the most
somewhere?
confusing part about
I
that
think
is
it
how do
started
you
with some astrology.
That
Like
was-
it's
it
written in
confused
the
me
stars.
Hold on. Let me reset. That was kind of Osron's whole point, is that you are predetermined based on astrology. So he's not even taking it to a God direction. He's taking it to an astrological.
The stars are the god in
Yeah.
his.
Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
it, what he's saying, but just
No,
not
like
the
a
same
Zoroastrian?
reasoning.
Yeah,
Because I would say
that's
that
your
God.
equal there, JS. That
Well-
should warn you. That should be a blaring red flag.
Yeah, you're
right
making an
there.
association fallacy. Just because I agree with part of what he said doesn't mean
No,
I
I'm
have to agree with
mocking
all
you
of what
is
he
what I'm
said.
doing.
Wait, hold on. The most
You're,
confusing part
you're
about
mocking me with an
is-
association
is
fallacy.
that how the fuck does he look 32 and he sound like he's 76 in 3 months?
But I have a question though.
I
I
have
have
a question
at least
for-
2 questions for JS, if I could. For one, JS, is what a robot does, like an AI, like is it determined?
Just what an AI does, is it determined?
Bro, it look
Sure.
like you sound like you chewing tobacco chew, bro.
Yeah, everything.
Oh, okay. So if an AI is determined, then can an AI agape?
What the
Well,
fuck?
the AI is not determined by love. It doesn't have. It's not a conscious agent. It's not a
even
moral.
the Bible talks about determination, bro.
Yeah, but you're not. I don't think you're getting where I'm going with the whole AI. If it's predetermined, we'd be like an AI. We'd be like robots.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Basically, if
I'm
everything's
acknowledged.
predetermined.
I've acknowledged agency, Stepfire, and that we have a will. I'm just
James.
That's me.
No, but
That's me,
you
James.
responded. You responded. You said, "Well, whatever you just said, Stepfire." You said we don't, because I said AI is not a moral agent, and you said neither are we.
Yeah, we wouldn't be moral. We're not moral agents. We
Right,
can't
and
do
I'm
good or
responding to
bad.
that. I'm saying we are still agents. We have will. Our will is informed by something, is
And
influenced,
that is true for AI.
is
as well.
led, is guided, however you want to
fits-
say it.
Yeah,
But
but
it's
the
not
AI fits
predetermined to you,
perfectly
Jay?
Like a
within
welfare
that
system.
definition.
AI fits perfectly with
How
how
will is
you're
it predetermined to you, JS?
what you believe, JS.
It's predetermined from God's perspective. From my perspective, I don't know what's going to happen to me tomorrow, but God
course,
knows
of
what's
course,
going to
but I'm
happen to
saying
me
before you
tomorrow.
were
Yeah, but it's
born-
predetermined though.
That's the problem right here. Determinism,
Still AI.
especially if you're a compatibilist, doesn't take away moral culpability. But
Before you were born, JS was your
does
life.
take away
I
your
just
moral
want to
culpability.
kindly remind you guys just to try to go one at a time. I know we all kind of want to say something and add a piece in here and there. I get it, but we might have to actually wait our turn. Screaming Beagle in with the big 5. Happy birthday, Sarah. Thank you so much, Beagle. And K2 Keep on Trucking says, can he say, hi, this is Steve from customer service? Osvron, can you read this super chat for me?
Yeah. Can he say hi if this is Steve from customer service?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. I wanted to hear from Andy. Andy, are you
So
with
I had
us?
a question.
Hold on
Yeah,
just
I'm
a
here.
second. I wanted to hear you chime in. I
Yes.
think you've been quiet, and I know you have a lot to add in.
Yeah, it's hard to add into all of this, but JS, I was thinking about your thought on God causing all being or all things. I think there's a way you can still maintain that and have free will, and I wanted to run that by you quick. So you can still say God's the cause of all being, all things, all acts of the will, but that doesn't mean that God is the same type of cause as a physical cause, right? So God would cause things according to their mode of existence. So if the free will is free of its mode as it's created by God, then God can cause without it being a necessary cause, right? So that the effect of the divine will is not just something that necessitates causes. It acts on the created thing based on the kind of thing it is.
Thank you. God damn it.
So another way to put it, you just said that the will is informed by something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if the will is informed by something, that just means we don't lose free will in a metaphysical sense. We can lose certain actions in particular situations, but we still have what's called a synchronic contingency, which is like free will at the moment of choice. So you have potency in the will in
Andy, I
particular
got you.
situations. So we have a certain kind of free will, and this fits well with your theological outlook too. That means man cannot save himself through free will. grace still needs to proceed and inform the will so that it's intelligibly structured toward God as its final end. Does that help
theology or is that neuroscience?
It's philosophy.
Sorry.
But my biggest contention is with the word free. Like,
sure. But
I can say we have a will, but what's free about it? It's not free in any sense of the word. It's not free of consequence. It has a price, so it's not free in that way. It's not free.
It's
as
free
in
of
it's not.
It's free to choose A or B.
When you watch a basketball,
But why do I choose A or B?
Wait. When you watch a basketball, football
based on
game,
your
or hockey
deliberation.
game, if you're told that the game is going to end up 98-99, you have a choice of how it gets there. That's the only thing we have. Whatever you want to say it gets there is going to be 98-99. You might see fucking Steph Curry shoot 33s. Now you know, oh, the other team must going to have a comeback because we know that it's going to end up 98-99. Our free will is within the small fucking meticulous stuff. It's not within the ending. We should be blessed with the paradise of choosing the in-between, but it's going to end up the same fucking way. It's in the Bible. If you're like Esau and Jacob, the Bible said, God said
That's a great example of not having free will.
Well,
Esau and Jacob. God told
you're
Rebecca.
making the argument.
I'm saying that is predetermined.
God told Rebecca what was going to happen before it happened, and then it happened.
Yes, but that perfectly correlates with my example because it happened, but the stuff in between, they still.
And I don't think it could have not. I don't think there's any way it could have not happened.
Had a day where they could have played soccer and had fun. You feel what I'm saying?
Like, so when you with your basketball game example, whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened. I don't believe there's multiverses and there's possible realities where if we went back in time, things could have played out differently.
But do you believe there's different ways to get to the same ending?
Yeah, I'm not sure any of us are going there.
But the way that we get to that ending is the only way.
Do you believe there's different ways to get to a same ending?
Before it happens, there are different possible ways it could happen. But once it happens, that's the only way that it could have happened.
Okay, but
you guys are mixing
that possibly? I gotta clarify something. Quick philosophy break.
Man, please give me one-on-one with this guy, man. Please,
gentlemen. I will say this is the perfect topic for me to have a bottle of alcohol with me. Because I always felt like the free will versus determinism is just becomes too circular, right? It always gets there.
We needed Judas to portray Jesus. He was predetermined to betray Jesus.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tied Up? You keep like spinning this conversation into weird things.
I don't think your IQ is too low to understand what I'm saying.
No, you keep mixing up these
Jesus.
concepts. No, you keep mixing up these concepts. You're the one who keeps muddying these waters. Predeterminism and determinism are not the same thing. Stop trying to make causal arguments about predeterminism.
When did I mix up predeterminism?
No, you've been doing that the whole time, man.
Just give me an
You're just
example.
doing that with JS. If something is predetermined, it was set at the beginning. It was set in stone. It will not change. Causal things do not matter in the predeterministic setup.
No, but that doesn't contradict what I was saying. It will still lead to the same ending.
Yes, predeterminism. You think of it like this: a static timeline. That's what predeterminism is.
Okay.
A beginning to an end never changes. That's what predeterminism is.
And you're just
so
following
this is one of my
thread.
contentions with this thing is that if you say you have free will and you are religious, if that is the case, you don't, right? Predeterminism basically is telling us you don't have free will. If God knows you end up in heaven, can you possibly end up in hell? If you
No, I'm saying the meticulous thing between
then there's
that.
no free will in the religious argument because we are just on this religious part.
You can still go to heaven and have coffee one day and then go up to heaven and have juice one day. That's my saying. The free will isn't my question, is how detailed the free will is. You're making predeterminism a big generic overall one line of path. I'm not doing that. Your predeterminism could still be predetermined, but it could be predetermined on things that don't lead you to the last thing. For example,
You sound like JS now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he knows where this topic stands and how it stands there.
If you want to fuck some girl today, I could say, yo, I'm gonna fuck her at 5 o'clock. I could still fucking go to Chipotle at 3. I could fucking take a fucking Blue Chew at 4. Either way, I'm gonna fuck this girl at 5. That's determinism. Predeterminism.
No, was it your free will to go fuck the girl Or was it
No,
already determined in the books that you were going to go? It's not, you're
it was
saying it,
determined already in the book.
no, you are saying, I am going to go fuck this girl, right? That is you making the choice to go fuck the girl.
No, it was already predetermined.
No, but tied up.
I want to make my exit.
Predeterminism says it does say
Uh,
okay. Zoom out. It says you are
on, James.
not only gonna fuck this girl, not only are you gonna fuck this girl, but also you are a bad person for doing it for doing it this way. So like it's a compound statement. Not only do you lack free will, but you're also getting judged for whatever. Like
I'm gonna let James go ahead and make your exit. I don't think that was on the nose, Duck. James, go ahead and make your exit.
Yeah. For example, let's test this out.
Hold on, tied up.
Hold on.
Tied up. Hold on, please. Go ahead, James. Make your exit.
Well, I don't understand how JS can believe in predeterminism, but I mean, I just can't understand that, man, because there's so many verses in the Bible that talk about free will and how people have
You just did a
choices.
perfect Jamesism.
No. I was no. I said there's.
That's always
there's
what he
lot
does
of
in a
verses-
debate. He's like, I
there's
just
a
don't
lot of verses in the
understand how you
Bible that
cannot.
talks about free will, JS. There's a lot of verses that I could go over, but it talks
It's
about
on
free
the
will.
words "free will" are only used 3 times in the Bible. It's ratzon
Well, the
in
fact that it's used,
Deuteronomy twice, and that means voluntarily. It's talking about the free will offering, the voluntarily giving offering, meaning somebody's not forcing you to do it. And then it's used once in Psalms. I forget what the word is there. None of it is referring to this philosophical concept of free will that you're talking about.
Well.
Predestination is
Is that, well, do we have the same understanding of the word free will then, right?
Definitely
Based
not.
on what
Definitely
you're
not.
saying, and then based on the context of the Bible. I think there's the definition of the word is relative at that point.
Yeah, like for example, we could test
Go
this
read
out.
Ephesians, James, and get
Sorry,
back
I
to
want
me.
to. Yeah, James, go ahead. Continue your exit, please.
But yeah, But other than that, everybody have a great one. Sarah, happy birthday, and everything. Congratulations, making it to 30 because 30 is a milestone. In someone's
Everybody's
life.
like made up all these different numbers for me tonight. It's great.
Well, ain't it 30? I thought someone said 30. But I don't know how old you are.
21.
25.
That's what James is.
I don't know.
all
I'm
over
just
the
going
place.
based on what some people said. I don't know. Ever how old you are, you made it to it's anyway.
Happy 30th, Sarah.
Sure, we'll go with that one. That sounds better.
But yeah, y'all have a great one.
We'll tell later on. We're gonna see if that's predetermined.
Maybe y'all figure out whether or not y'all can understand the idea of free will. Hopefully y'all find out y'all come to the side of free will. So yeah.
All right, James. We'll see you around.
Unless you don't have the free will to leave, you might just stay and don't know how to get out.
Bye bye.
And Joe Cool coming up.
Good day, guys.
I'm older than all of you. K2 keep on trucking it with the big 5 says we know PK Subban said basketball has nothing to play for hockey 10 times better. Alex Ovechkin better athlete over LeBron James.
He clearly has a poster he beats off to clearly every night. All
Happy
had a
birthday,
question for the
Sarah.
two
You don't look a
debaters.
day over 19 years old. I'm just
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
No, you really do look good, too.
I at least have to be 21, right?
yes, I misspoke there.
I would never want to go back to anything before 21 because I wouldn't have to go through all the hoops of getting alcohol the way we had to get it before.
Sarah, the last thing you said, there are like 9 different opinions about what free will is. You guys cannot have come up with a definition so far.
Yeah,
Well, I
let's
gave
do
it-
that between JS and Stepfire. Can we, out of your mouths, JS, can you give us the definition for determination or
Free will. Free will would be better.
No, I want to hear free will from Stepfire first,
Okay,
and
okay.
then maybe they can swap notes on that. So JS,
On the definition of determinism,
how it's being referred to, yeah.
The concept that how would I say this? The concept that everything that happens had to happen inevitably, and there's no other way it could have happened.
Whoa, everything.
That's dope. That's dope. Okay. We gotta
I
talk.
disagree, but yeah.
That is determinism.
Yes.
Okay. And Stepfire, can you give the definition for free will?
Um, just the basic one is the ability to choose between alternative options.
Can we all agree on those definitions, or no? No chance we
I
do.
won't accept that definition.
Those are totally two different definitions, dog.
One was for determinism. I thought we accepted that.
That's why they were two different. They were two different
And
words.
the free will one, I thought everybody would have a disagreement on.
Yeah, I don't accept that definition of free will.
All right, let's go around the table because it sounded like everyone was agreeable on determinism. Effigy, do you want to give your explanation or your definition of free will?
Sure. To me, free will is the idea that conscious agents have the ability to make choices that are completely up to them. And I would say that your determinism one was a little bit too broad for me. To me, it's necessary consequences are the necessary consequence of a preceding event. Everything is the necessary consequence of a preceding event. Sorry, I had that jumbled in my mind.
I thought that's what
everything
he
that
said.
happens is due to something that comes before. No, well, he was broad and scoped it out to the entire universe. It's only about in the moment.
I think I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Joe, do you want to give your?
I don't like the determinism. I would have put it more as predetermined, like some things, some events, kind of like the brother was saying. And free will, I would leave to simply the ability to make a choice. That's what I think. And I think they both exist, and they don't interfere with each other.
All right. Is it Zerzuz? I think I always say it wrong. I always say it wrong.
Zerzus is good. So yeah, I believe that free will is basically the will to do what you want. So let's say you want to become a golf star or something, you try your hardest to become a golf star. Just because you don't become, Tiger Woods doesn't necessarily mean that you didn't have the will to do so. It's just that other consequences got in the way, such as maybe you don't have the strength, or you're not as good as range targeting or whatever, And I believe that determination is that everything is ultimately formed for you, such as, let's say, you don't want to, go against God, but you decide to rob a bank or whatnot. And determination in JS's form would be that God made you go in to rob that bank, and God made you terminate the clerk, and it was all because the clerk needed terminated. That doesn't make any sense at all. You know what I mean? As far as that logic of thinking is, which is why I had a series of questions which I wanted to ask the two of them, but I'll wait until after our little round table.
I see why this is circular. I see why Sarah said that.
It's always like it always just comes back to the same end all be all. Osvaron, what is your definition for free will and determinism?
Yeah, my definition for free will is when you are deluded by the feeling, when you're deluded by the illusion that you are in control of your life and that all your actions have no consequences, or when you feel that you are beyond the consequences of your action, that is actually free will. It is just nothing but a form of delusion and hope. That's it. And determinism.
Are you saying free will is without consequence? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah.
He says the illusion.
Yeah, that's it. It's just an illusion. Like, let's say you commit an action. Let's say you kill someone. Now, his family members will want to take revenge on you, and they'll try to kill you. That is the consequence of that action. It always has consequences. If free will existed, logic wouldn't make sense. Science wouldn't make sense. Even in science, they study a pattern as to how how a function takes place. Free will means you can just throw water in the bucket and you can create a universe. That doesn't make sense. There's a way to create it, and God knows how to do it, and we study the laws of God. Free will means you can do anything. Like, you can just spit on an empty piece of land and a house can just come out of nowhere. That doesn't make sense. Where does that happen actually? That's free will. Like, God's will always shows that there are laws and rules that you have to follow, or you'll be made to follow them without your knowing it. You'll be possessed at that time.
Can I ask a
And
question?
those ways are the means by
Yeah, we
which
gotta wait for
it
the
will come into
definitions.
manifestation.
We gotta wait. Yeah, we gotta wait.
Yeah, just on the definition he was. Do you think that that is how people who believe in free will define free will? That we can just sit on a plot of land and a tree
I
will
mean,
grow?
people who believe in free will think that they can do anything, right? Like they always say this, but I've seen the horoscopes of many serial killers. All of them were possessed. I've seen the horoscope of Ted Bundy. I've seen the horoscope of who's that
like
person? I forgot his name. Many of them were possessed. Actually, they had no control over their actions when they went to kill. When you
saw it in
death
the numbers?
actually is an outerversal being who controls our fates. When you're going to die 6 months before your time of death, the life force from your body will slip off. So on that fated day of dying, you might die by an accident, or by poisoning, or by fire, or by murder, or in a war. These things will happen 6 months itself before. And everything that happens on the physical plane is determined on the astral plane 48 hours before itself. So there are supernatural forces at work in every aspect of your life.
Please let me go after.
Can I see your horoscope?
Yeah, I'll give it to you. If you email me, I'll show it to you, and I can tell your horoscope too as well. All you just need to do is give me your date of birth, place of birth, and time of birth. I'll send you all the details if you give me your email. It shows how God actually controls everything.
Do you need the social security number and blood type along with that too? Or?
Oh no!
Yeah, I would prefer you just like post it in the private chat.
All right, Doc, go ahead. Your two definitions, please.
So for determinism, I simply, I think of it as any event that we'd understand or talk about, even if we don't understand it fully, has like a cause, right? It has a single cause, so there's not much to it. You're not going to change the causes of it. I think, just provide your distinction, and it's interesting to talk about. For free will, just for chat, since I'm a queer heteronormative Hegelian tonight.
What the?
Whatever that is.
What the fuck kind of reptile is that?
I know what a Hegelian is, but all that other stuff.
I got queer.
Hold on, man. We adding too many letters to the LGBRESPCC. What the fuck is that? You said you're a queer rep. What is it again?
Don't get hung up on.
Let's not get too hung up on it. There's shock and awe there, but.
So free will, I think, it's just our ability to, over time, actualize and realize an ideal description of our surroundings, right? So if I have a sort of cognitive, reasonable process and like a will or a spirit that I can't get rid of, and I see like this is my vape pen, I'm going to understand this differently the first time I see a vape pen versus when I see it in 10 years or 20 years. So a free will is actually our ability to understand and define our surroundings.
Just understand, not do any action.
We're almost to the end. Don't start the debate yet. Let's get to the end.
Oh, sorry.
Taking an action would depend on what I think this is, right? Like either that or I'm like, kind of like saying sleepwalking, but I don't think this is probably wrong, but I don't personally, I don't believe that like we do philosophy about people sleepwalking through life. It's not possible. That's how.
Then why do we say people are
you couldn't resist either.
Okay, so I guess it's my turn now.
Yes, please.
All right. First, I have to say, for my explanation of free will, I will
very good
for the determination because it's so convincing. So I will explain my reasoning for free will right at this place. I believe that free will is one thing or two things. I believe we have an ending that we cannot stop, and I believe our free will.
Just for the record, it doesn't make you sound smarter like it does with him.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna start. All right. I believe that free will is the way we get to our predetermined path. As contradictory as that might sound.
I love it.
All right. I believe that we are here in an involuntary structure of an avatar. We could talk about later. But our free will exists between us and this avatar and the way we get to our predetermined free will that is probably most likely we chose anyway. So the free will exists between the paths. Just like I said, the free will exists between not the end of the game, but how we get to the end of the 98 and 99. That's what I believe our free will is. No matter what we choose, it's going to be there. Our free will is in between that. That's what I believe.
Change my definition of what dude just said of free will.
Tide, how did you possibly say the most contradictory thing out of all these people?
You got some backup time.
Wait, let me ask you.
Wait, no, he just laid out compatibilism.
Wait, why is it contradictory?
So I agree, it's contradiction.
Why?
Well, no, he didn't lay out compatibilism because
Yes,
he
he
said
did.
predeterminism. He didn't say determinism.
But you know that he is fucking up on that
why
word.
is it
He means determinism.
Compatibilism is you have free will outside of force. So if there's a force involved, then you don't have free will. But all the other times,
right? Compatibilists kind of redefine free will away from the hard determinists, because the hard determinists want to say that free will is will outside of all external influences, and
There's a
that's just
definition
kind of
that
an impossibility, right?
encompasses
It's a literal
everything,
impossibility.
literally.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you have.
So the compatibilists kind of have the similar free will definition that a lot of you guys have, where it's just your ability to make choices free of external coercion.
I'm not saying no. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, even with the external coercion, you still can move shit around.
I'm saying.
I'm including internal stuff.
I'm explaining that's not what you said, Tied Up. You said you had a predetermined path that you also had free will on, which is the most contradictory.
No, the predetermined, the contradiction. Why is it a contradiction to you?
If it's how do you have free will in something if you have a predetermined path?
Your free will exists on the way you reach that path.
Yeah, he's saying there's points that are determined. It is the in-between points in which you're exercising free will.
You have to score a touchdown.
We're doing like Dr.
Many
Who,
ways
they're
to
like
do it.
fixed
No,
points in your
wait,
life.
hold on. So with that being said, do you understand what I'm saying now?
Was Stepfire's description accurate? That you think you have like determined points in your life, but you have free will to get.
He's basically
them?
describing predestined. He's saying these events are
If
predestined.
you're playing a basketball game and I tell you, hey, this game is going to end 20-20, but the way you get there is up to you. How is that contradictory? If it's 20-20 at the end and you choose, which is the free will, the way to get there. What the fuck is wrong? Like,
You can shoot threes, you can do layups, you can dunk.
Can you
How's that
choose
contradictory?
not to get there?
Huh?
Can you choose not to get there?
I just told you no, it's going to be 20-20 regardless.
Well, then you don't have free will, do you?
Unnecessary.
Yeah, you're just picking arbitrary
have
points
to
for
have
when
the free will
when
to
things are determined and what things
I
aren't
could get
determined.
there from 17 and then they could blow me out and do 20 polls.
No, but can I choose?
I'm just
to
saying
lose
the only way
game?
you're going to get
Can I
there is the
choose
way
to
you get
intentionally
there.
lose the game.
Yeah, I guess you could. You could all.
Well, no, not if it's predetermined. Not if I have to always win that game. This is the exact
I
same
didn't
argument I
say
said
that.
earlier. If God
See
said
what he's
knows you're
doing?
going to
He's putting
heaven,
words
can
in my
you
mouth.
get to
I
hell?
said 20 to
I want to
20.
hear Andy.
Now
Yeah, I
he's
was
saying,
gonna say, let's go ahead and move on to
Are you retarded or y'all like
Andy.
to pretend
Shut
like
up,
y'all retarded?
Tide. Go ahead, Andy. Give us your two definitions, please.
Sure. Yeah, mine's sorry, a little bit wordy. I apologize. It's going to be the
Not
rational
more wordy than
power.
I thought we were done.
I thought we were done. I
Here's
apologize.
what
Andy.
I'll say to Andy. I love Andy, and I love when he comes on my panels, and I know exactly which topics are going to draw him out, including this one. So Andy, you take all the time that you would like.
Yes.
I won't take too much.
Chicken wings fucked up my architecture.
Tied up. I do understand what you're saying. I want to say that first, but maybe we can come back to that. So I would say free will is the rational power of the will by which, despite influences from prior causes, it can act or not act, choose A or B, remaining genuinely open in a metaphysical sense to alternative possibilities at the moment of decision. And that's according to the judgment of the intellect, which presents the goods to the will. And then determinism would be a characteristic of the will such that, given possible prior causes, it necessarily must execute one and only one action or choice. So the reason I define them that way is because I think a lot of people, I think Christians should try to avoid thinking of free will as a linguistic sort of possibility or a hypothetical possibility, and think of it more in a metaphysical sense. So
That was a distinction I should have drawn in the debate.
Yeah,
It was
very, very, very
distinct.
important.
Can
It's
I
very
move my
important.
shit again? Yeah.
Joe. All right. Well, now that we have
my neighbors tomorrow, man.
What was yours, Sarah?
mine is I have the free will to not give a fuck, and you are all determined to listen to whatever the fuck I have to say. So there you go.
You're too sexy. You got the little
It's
spicy
circular nonetheless.
You know, you
I don't
probably got a sexy little young thing you got in mind for your
don't
birthday.
sexualize me on my own
And I'm not
channel.
that young, bro.
That was good shit. Yeah.
All right, back to you, panel. I think you guys were originally running at tied up's definition. If you wanted to continue there, or
I think Andy took the stage with his shit.
Yeah, so I had a question for
Now that we know that we're
Steph
working with Tim
and
Go ahead,
JS.
Zers. Go ahead, Zers. Go ahead,
I was
Zers.
wondering. So you both, I believe, are talking about like an Abrahamic God, and is what I assume, and that you both believe that that God knows the ultimate outcome of everything, which is not in contention at all. But I would like to like maybe understand the versions of free will. So you don't believe free will at all, JS, as far as I am aware. So I'll start with like step here. Do you believe that like somebody, as I said, can learn something and that is a sign of free will? Because or let's go better with, do you believe in, or do you believe in, I'll go with that in a second, but do you believe in salvation? That's one good question. That both of you believe in salvation?
It is worse. The first question
I
was
have
that.
a negative belief in self. Oh, that's for
What is
Steph.
salvation?
Yeah.
What does that
But
mean?
we would disagree. We would disagree. I believe in the elect. I believe that the people who get saved, God chose them. We don't choose God. He chose us before.
So there's no strive. So there's no strive at all. So there would be no strive at all in your definition, JS, to be proper in the eyes of God.
Correct.
Because if you are improper, then that would be the eyes of God, and there would be no need for trying to correct yourself and gain salvation, which is opposite of necessarily of what the Bible says.
Great job.
No, the Bible says all my works are as filthy rags. I can't work my way into heaven. And when I
Right.
sin, it's not me that sins, but sin within me.
Yeah, and you're saying that he already.
Yeah, I understand
So,
that you're
so,
trying to like.
so when I
pick
do
certain
something
little-
good,
okay,
I'm not
so
willing
as
it.
far
When
as
I do
other-
something bad, I'm not willing it.
Right, but
I
other
wonder if the
verses very
context.
clearly
Yeah,
argue with you, such as
I wonder. Yeah,
sorry.
I wonder if the. Sorry.
So God
I
already
wonder.
put
Stop.
people that-
Shut up. Tied up. I wonder if the context behind. Can you repeat that verse again, JS? Because I feel like the context is key with that one.
Okay.
It's Paul. He says, like I could pull it up exactly. It's in Romans, but he says, I do what I don't want to do, and what I want to do, I don't do. Therefore, it is not me that sins, but sin within me.
He was talking
So
about
hold on. Shh.
Okay, my bad.
Yes, but tied up is correct, and that's where I was gonna go. He's like, just because I want to go get completely shit faced and eat strawberries all day and be lazy and do nothing, that would be going into temptation. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it. Of course, I want to do anything I want to do, but that's the whole piece of Christianity, is like avoiding temptation, even though like, yeah, that choice is there and it's on the table. I'm choosing not to do it.
And
right.
that would
I think
also
that when
be
he's
an
talking about
ultimately
scripture, well,
that
hold on
would
just
be
a second. When he's talking about this in scripture, we were created not as sinful creatures. We're not created by God as sinful creatures.
Yes, we
Sin
were.
entered into the world through Adam.
No,
So
we were
the
created
sin
as
is in the flesh.
No,
no,
it
you're
entered into the
wrong.
world through the serpent,
No,
and then through the woman, and then
You're
through and then
wrong.
to Adam.
Adam and Eve were created
Okay,
perfect.
but you just said what I just said.
And their perfect minds told them this was the way to go. That's
Not perfect.
weird.
Not
That
perfect.
would
didn't
also
say what
be,
you
that
just
would
said.
also be
Said-
cautionary.
We're gonna be
and-
arguing a definition of perfect in a minute with that.
Right. No, and it's not. We were. I mean, this is why you get baptized, right? Because you still have like that taint, like on
Ooh.
you, like the taint of the. Not that kind of taint. But you
ready for her birthday wish already.
you're technically like born innocent, but also you're not perceived as innocent because you still have like the dirt of all of the evil,
The earth, the worldly
yes.
shit.
So you're cleansed of that with a baptism, and then they put the oil to, essentially protect you going forward. And that's because evil is external from you, the soul, all of those other things. So
Yeah,
I
it might get weird. Okay.
The verse that JS used is more of a cautionary verse, which kind of suggests that you should have some sort of will to do against that cautionary verse if you wish. Such as another verse, if we take, anyone who hears my voice and opens the door, I will come in. That is a choice. That is a
Zers, didn't
very
you just
clear
say at the top
choice.
though that you
But do
you
we
said
choose
that
to
no
hear
one would
his voice?
dispute
That was
that
clearly
God
a
knows
choice
all?
if you believe in it.
The outcome of all is what you said, I believe.
Well,
God
you
knows
choose to
all, but
acknowledge. You choose to acknowledge the voice, but also you have to seek the voice. You have to seek God. You
yes.
okay? And I'll say this: like, God is very vain in a way of like He wants you to come to Him. He's like, damn it, why aren't you coming to me? And like because of that peace, I can't believe that He would actually just force it because it would be an ego
I
killer if
like it.
it would be an ego killer if we all just automatically worship God and yearn for him and all those things just because he willed it to happen,
Go on, girl.
right? He's not a
Exactly.
cheater.
His
He's
yearning.
hold on. He's got an ego, but he's not cheating to like fulfill it.
Yes, he
right?
is.
Right. His
Because
yearning is
he's
asking you to
cheating
come
because he's
forward,
telling us
which
that
is
we need
again
Jesus.
showing another
Tied Up.
choice that you can make either to follow or not to follow.
Right. And
And,
that's
No,
and
but it's
it's
definitely
So why
all
are
throughout
there?
the Bible. I mean, many different verses. I won't sit here and just read off verses, but even
Yeah, we can do the jump around in verses game all day because
Can we not
I've
follow
got a
God
ton
and
of
still live?
verses
Can we
that.
not follow God?
Yeah,
and
that's
still
why I didn't
happy
go there in the
living, but
debate.
and go to heaven?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah, I
Might
probably
be-
should have
And-
started with the golf ball.
Hey, so
But-
the
and
thing is-
William
So what
comes
about-
with a big two to say it's impossible for a basketball game to end tied. Which I think with free will and determinism can sometimes actually end that way. It's one just defeats the other, but then also promotes the other, and it's just this endless cyclical thing of round and round and round. But
You
I
guys
think
everybody
we're getting
freely-
to a
Brain.
definition,
This-
though.
You guys are
This-
saying
Everybody
God
freely
is-
willed themselves to walk off the court, then the game would end.
The
You guys
seven
are
brain
saying God
topic
is
came
loving
up
for giving us
earlier where
Jesus.
they
when
treated
he set
people
the
with
rules for us
epilepsy
to
with
need
severed
Jesus. What kind of sense does that
brain.
make?
Or
You guys are
he-
saying God is loving because he gave us Jesus.
tied. Sometimes,
jump in really
let me. Yes, hold on, just a second. Tied.
I need to speak with Mike.
Sometimes it's not always wise to throw out interjections without intentions to the conversation, right?
You
I
did was
I
rolling.
I understand you want to like throw something into the conversation, but sometimes we do have to be mindful that there are 9 other people and we need to be intentional with what we're going to say, because if we just mic hog the whole time, then your people are least likely to want to listen later. All right. So
Very
let's just
good.
be mindful. And
And they're
whoever
trying to
identifies-
get at something, Ty, right? And they have to have a little back and forth.
Yeah.
So you can't divert it and totally, and that's what we're afraid of, which is why a motherfucker might be shutting you down.
The severed brain topic came up earlier, and it was suggesting now that's where they took epileptic patients and separated the synapses between the right and left side of the brain, and basically it came up with a lot of different errors. People would make involuntary hand movements. They never
It's
knew
crazy.
they were making the hand movements.
Ben Carson.
People would require 2 different types of meals to be cooked, or they would not be satisfied without having the 2 different types of meals. And that study itself, I forget who it was. It was Fenn or Fern or something. Was the name.
Michael Gaziniga. I have it.
Yeah, that was
called
one
the
of the
corpus.
studies. That was one of
Corpus
the studies.
callosum.
But there was one before that in 1950 to 1960. I think that there may be more than one person involved in it, but that didn't necessarily say that we didn't have free will. What that was showing is that we have several paths that we can take, multiple paths that we can take, and through our synapses we decide, and through our experiences in life we decide which paths to go down. and we can take any one of those paths. It's not set in stone, and that's why the hand would move without their knowing even of it moving.
Ben Carson, I think, if you read what he wrote, he would help your argument a lot. He did hemispherical brain surgeries, and he talked about the distinctions or lack of when you took left and right out.
Yeah, the corpus callosum, what they found out is that each eye actually goes to the opposite side of the brain. And each brain, one is more like a verbal control center, and one is more motor skills and things like that. So then they put a board up.
That's your entire
left side is your
cortex
masculine
goes
side of the brain.
Yeah.
Your right side.
And they'd show somebody a red crayon, and then they'd say, they'd ask them, like, write what you see there and then draw what you see there. And then they would draw like a stop sign, and they would write the word red.
I think I saw that. Yeah, I'm sure.
That was the point I was making with the screwdriver into my computer or into my monitor. I can't stab a screwdriver into my monitor and wonder why I'm seeing all sorts of funny colors.
That was a weird.
If you damage the software or the hardware, then you are going to not perceive reality as it should be, or you're
Let's
going to operate
assume we all
within
have
reality.
damaged.
But that's my point, is that this free will is just how your brain is fizzling. You just think you have free will because that's how your brain fizzles. But if you get hit in the head, all of a sudden you don't have free will anymore, and you don't will losing your free will.
Well,
You just
but
think you have knowledge.
Hold on. But that comes down to, again, external forces. That's why I said earlier, I thought it would have been a wiser choice to go with the external influences argument, because that makes a better argument for the case than to go the
Well, that's part of it.
It is, well, you could have made it a bigger portion of it, and really, because then you would have said God could have been an external influence, in the Christianity, the Bible, all of these things. You could have still argued the Christianity direction, but as an external influence. And you were almost there with it, but you weren't quite hitting the nail on the head with it's external. That's what my premise would have been. And that's where I would have driven it.
Why don't you debate again?
I think that's exactly right. I think
Well, because I would say your wants and your needs are internal, but you don't control your wants and your needs.
But that's a natural appetite, not a rational appetite.
I still think the guy who got kicked in the head earlier has free will, by the way.
Can you distinguish how
we're all children
power
who've
wants
been
and
kicked in the head, and we don't have a tenth of the reasoning power we think we do. We just all wearing helmets and have been kicked in the head. We starting in that position, and we still have free will.
But so you think children have free will, Joe Cool?
I don't know what age you're talking about, but yes, even a fucking infant decides she's gonna stick a tongue out or not. I assume.
He had free will to blow.
Then why don't we let kids consent to adult decisions?
Because they could hurt themselves. They're too bright, just like me and you.
Didn't have free will. They would say, "I don't want a growth spurt at 12. I'm gonna wait till 20 for my growth spurt."
See what we mean with the? I'm sorry.
Well, hold on. But I think you're
yeah.
conflating free will with natural biology and things that do happen to us.
Which is
free
not
will,
your choice.
But you don't choose do you choose the body then? Do you choose the body you are given? Because you're going on a biological standpoint of I don't want to hit puberty, and I don't want to do this until I'm 12, and I don't want to these are all biological features. If that is the case, then you could take it all the way back to I choose which body I
hear where you're going.
I don't even think
if you're going to say that, then you have to stick by that entirety of the argument.
But
if not, then you can that's what you're saying right now is if then a kid would choose to hit
be 6
and not
feet
hit
tall.
puberty,
It's not really a thing.
Have you ever seen Donnie Darko?
Yes.
When there's a bubble that's going in front of them and they're following the bubble, I don't even think I have free will when I walk. I think it's something like that. There's something pulling me. I'm not thinking about every step I take. I'm not thinking about lift my foot up, put my foot down. I need to go this way. I just walk. There's muscle memory.
Okay, but we also have voluntary versus involuntary on the biological standpoint. So that's why I'm taking it back to tie it up.
Isn't like Jordan? But isn't like
I was the only person that said that.
Wait,
I
but
said
isn't
you have free will
let me ask
within
a
those-
question. Let me ask a question. Isn't Jordan Peterson sort of his psychoanalytic stuff, doesn't that become like a little bit like isn't that like a little bit relevant
Yes.
when we're talking about wants, needs, and sort of like the
100%.
brain mechanism stuff?
Yeah. And it's
You'd
going
have
to
to
go
be
to
more
some
specific on
bizarre.
what you mean.
Well, I
It's
mean,
going to
why
go
do
to.
we?
Like Jordan Peterson, why not any psychology?
Jordan Peterson says a
Could
You
lot.
gotta
be
find your
yeah.
dragon. These young men, they're out here struggling. I need a dragon.
That was good.
Yeah, y'all need to put
Well,
this.
okay, so then we take it back to now we have primary instincts, right? Primary instincts would be like hunger, survival, water, things like that. And is
Mhm.
that but again, if I'm going to make the determinism argument, I'm going to run off of that same thing of it's still technically an external influence from my choice.
It's like a complex
I'm-
process, though.
Right.
Sarah,
So,
Sarah,
like,
yeah.
am I choosing to be hungry or am I hungry because of an external
So
influence
there are
being my
external
stomach?
factors that we have to work around. I grant that shit, and many that we're unaware of.
All right. Tied up. You got a 5-minute time out because you cried like LeBron James. All right. I'm going to put you backstage. You got 5 minutes in the back. And
Thank you for that, man.
I'll actually set a timer tonight because the person who was backstage left a little bit ago. And then King Blackout over on JS's side. Are these little chairs?
Yeah, it's a inside thing. His chair is
Oh.
better at debating than he is basically
Oh!
the
Oh, we are
Good.
graced with the chair. Your viewership's gonna go up now. No,
JS, King Blackout sent over on your side the chairs.
The chair. My chair gets more super chats than I do.
See?
Does
Never
that
have-
work? If I walk away, will my chair?
Well, no, you
People
need the
love the
gamer.
chairs. I don't
you
know if
need
your
the
chair's as
gamer
cool as my chair,
series.
but
Yeah, you need the gamer series 5000 GT in order to get the views and clicks. Yeah.
dude, my chair is my
Red
money
and
maker.
leather.
Here's the neon light. You gotta have the lights off of Marketplace.
But yeah, so when you talk about primary instincts, again, that would come back to I think the external argument would capsize everything else. Like you'd really have to come in with a strong argument. So if we're talking about primal instincts, like I'm hungry, I'm hot, I'm cold, I'm all of these are external influences that would then determine a decision, right? I'm hot, therefore I'm going to take more clothes
And
off.
it
I'm
wouldn't
cold.
eliminate your free will. You may just take off your sweater. I may eat Burger King. I may eat Wendy's. It still doesn't eliminate my free
you
will.
could say.
Right. And then you have what would I would consider at that point, if you're running with the determinism argument, my primary instincts kicked in as an external influence and then forced me to make a decision of where I wanted to eat because I was hungry. Again, all external influences coming in.
I got a buddy,
Frito.
Dennison X. He swears that they are all because of external influences. Every action you take was because of some trauma you had when 3 years old, and then that dude you met down the street, and that led to the burger you chose. He believes it's all predetermined.
Yeah, I
Fair
agree with
enough.
that. But I also think there's
Matthew-
internal
go ahead.
things just like our wants.
Yes, I think we can move shit around with those wants. We change
It-
ourselves.
But it is still an external because why
Right, your wants
you
have
have
to
to
be shaped.
ask. Yes, your
Yeah.
wants are shaped then by
I
your
mean, but-
influence and your experience and your things that happen around you, or you see something and you're
Agreed.
I mean, when
inspired
we're
by
talking about
you're
instinct, whenever
inspired.
something
Hold
like
on, you're inspired by a Picasso painting, and then now I suddenly want to become an artist. Right there, it still comes with an ex. I wish you had really stuck in with that argument, JS, because you would have made a better. It would have made a better like sticking point on it, because then everything literally you were kind of there with the whole snowball effect kind of conversation, but you weren't like sticking it in where it would really have
You're
better
basically
balance.
laying out the philosophical definition of free will, which is something that I rejected initially in my opening statement because it is a case that proves too much. If you were to define something in such a way that it encapsulates everything, I mean, it loses the meaning of the
I love
particular
it.
of what it is.
I love
So it's the same as the universe, you know.
So you're saying you don't like the definition because it can't be beaten?
It's no
It's
longer
on
defines the
top.
thing. It
No, no,
encompasses
no,
It's not
all.
no,
defining
because
anything.
it can
That's why
be.
I use that definition.
It's a
You're not
total.
defining.
It's a
Yeah,
totality.
exactly. You're not
Matthew
defining
in with
anything.
the $5. I will give the customer service guy a good survey after this. Osron, you get a 5-star rating, sir. William Gramer over on JS's side says Chair does live streams. That is such a neat little inside joke. I love that for you. But I think even if you okay, Duck, are you making an exit?
Yeah.
Okay, go
I don't
ahead.
have that much to say. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of stressed and depressed right now, but I
I
thought
meant to
JS and
jump on you
Sapphire did
earlier. I
awesome.
forgot because of
You
your
guys are awesome for letting
definitions.
me join and all this other stuff. So thank you guys all so much, and yeah, have a great night.
Thank
You too, man.
Thank you.
Also,
We
fuck you all.
appreciate you.
That also went into the
Hey, that's my
morality.
line.
That also went into the morality and charging issue. That as far as if we have no control, we have no will, we just act upon as a puppet by our creator. Then how do we then charge somebody and convict them for, like, let's say, their argument is homeboy homeboy kills somebody. Why did he do it? Well, because the other homeboy slept with his wife. So there's a reason behind it, but
Very good.
it doesn't necessarily there was your chance not to act upon that, not to take that grave of a step. You could have went over and beat the guy up instead of taking the ultimate step.
Yeah, free will.
Can I just point out that Zers started his entire spiel tonight with none of us disagree that God doesn't know the outcome of all, and then goes into this really detailed explanation about how he has free will, even though he admits
I want to tap into what.
I was
Hold
agreeing
on.
that God knows
I
the
do want to.
outcome of all. Sorry.
I do want to tap into what Zer said. So you added the morality piece into there. I would even say that is still, if I were making the determinism argumentation, I would still tap that into that is an external influence, because now I'm appealing to my morality base, and that's where I'm going to now derive the choice from. But it's the morality base that is leading that decision, right?
Oh yeah, we
So
ultimately
you can-
have external. It's everything's from the external. Every decision we make, even if it is one of our own free will, it comes from experiences. We saw Jimmy get hit in the face by Paul, and
So what
we
about
don't
babies
want
that
to
hit
get
back
hit in the
without ever
face,
seeing
or we
anybody
don't
get hit?
want to hit somebody else in the
This is
face because we know that it causes
Motherfucker
harm
talks
to that
fucking
person.
at 0.5 speed. Like, what
I
the
don't
fuck?
care. I'm allowing it because I like Sirs. He's very smart.
But the thing is, I said that first.
Not
For
really.
anybody, I said that. Yeah, like I didn't
So
say that.
Tide, this comes back to speaking with intentions. If you're always just interjecting and throwing random stuff over top of other people talking, and we only hear half of what you say, we're probably going to miss the important stuff that you actually meant to say and what you were trying to say. Just
sorry.
a thought process
Yeah.
there for you.
Sarah,
And
I want-
K2 Keep on Trucking came in with a big toot. It says, "Do not redeem. Do not redeem."
I want to add something to this this accountability thing.
Sarah?
That I didn't.
Hold on, Osron.
quick.
JS wants to go. Hold on.
We didn't. I didn't make this
No.
point.
I'll be leaving. Thank you for having me on your show.
All right,
bro.
Osron.
Later.
Bye, Osron. We'll see you
I'll
around
probably,
next
I'll
time.
probably be vegan for a week just because
Yeah,
like
bye.
you were saying, it makes so much sense. I won't eat any cow for about a month after this.
But anyway, with the accountability, a lot of people will say, well, why, if there's no free will, then how can we hold anybody accountable for anything? I would say if there is free will, then there's no such thing as a victim, because you should have just
Go ahead.
chosen differently.
Huh?
I'm not sure it makes sense.
Because
keep going.
if you
A
get
victim
murdered in
means
a back
somebody
alley
is-
somewhere,
Hold on.
Bro,
Say
that
that
was the
again.
most
Can you
retarded
say that
statement
again?
I've ever heard in my life.
if you get murdered in a back alley somewhere, it was your choices, your free will that led you to that back alley. So it's your fault that you got murdered in a back alley.
I'm not sure that logic
And
holds.
expect somebody to come back and murder you.
Well, I don't think the logic holds that you
if-
can't
if-
hold somebody accountable
If
without free
there's
will
no
either.
free will,
No,
then
no,
there
there's
is
logic
no victims.
on-
If you do have free will, then there is victims because somebody has enacted their free will upon you. But if you don't have free will, then you have to throw
But the victim chose
victimizing,
everything up until that point that led them to
They
that
didn't
point.
choose.
They didn't choose the other
choose
person's
to become
choice.
a victim of the crime.
They didn't choose the
now
other
let's
person's
say
choice.
let's say it
No,
was somebody
no,
kicking
stop.
them in the face. They could
Stop.
choose to block and not get kicked in the face. But if we're talking about something like, being
If I'm taking out the trash,
terminated in the alley by like a weapon of some sort,
I think
then
he's
we
saying
are
you
most
chose.
certainly
Well,
not
let me ask you
talking
this.
about a
Let me
choice.
ask you this. Let me ask you this. If somebody chooses to kick you, right? If somebody is or let's say somebody's throwing a punch, you essentially have the choice to block it or not. But are
Yeah.
you determined to make that choice? Right.
He's
And
saying you
I'm
made the
making that.
choice to go to the club where you got hit.
Hold
I'm
on.
saying you made all the
Yes,
choices that
yes,
led you
yes,
to
yes,
that.
yes.
But you didn't
But
make the choice of the other person to do it to you.
exactly.
That's what made you a
Right.
victim.
Yeah.
Is their choice.
Exactly.
They
Yeah,
enacted
like
on
you
their
said,
free will
first
to enact their force upon you.
You should
were
have
the
you should have
victim.
chosen differently and never met that person.
But still,
You mean never met?
you
It's a
couldn't
stranger.
change their
Should have
choice.
never crossed
That's
paths with him. If you cross
illogical.
paths with the
Stop
person that's going to
it.
kick you in the
Bro,
head,
You
you should
can't
know
control
You're
that.
his free will
trolling, yo.
to kill you, though.
Please stop, bro.
You should.
This is once again like the conversation bubbles up to the actual surface
Hold
of
on,
it
once again. Hey,
because
Sarah,
all of this is causal, right? No, you would have no reaction without actually seeing the punch coming first, right? Everything in the chain of things that you guys just talked are all causally related. You're not actually talking about whether or not the actions are free of causal
Okay,
events, which
I'm
is the
glad that you
philosophical
got to
free
this,
will.
Effigy. So yeah, you agreed with me earlier that spontaneous action is a thing, right? So you can make a choice outside of these causal effects, right? Like instinct, like if it like a baby, if something like scares a baby, it's gonna automatically raise its hands up to protect. Is that because of a cause? It didn't learn that from anywhere. You know what I mean? It's never been in a situation like
Well,
that.
it
It
still
just
is
rose
reacting
about.
to something, right? As soon as you put something happens first, then something happens because of it.
It's reacting to external stimuli, but not because of prior causes. It's not a learned behavior. You understand?
Well, no, I disagree
Well,
with that.
you're
you also
saying
have
out what
nerves.
choice it made, right? But it's still
Exactly.
reacting to something. You're talking
It's-
about what it does in the moment.
It's reacting to nerve stimulation, and then that's that. I would take it again back, and I'm trying to make the argument for JS, because there were so many pieces. I was like, but that would come back down to the biological factor, right? Which again is
Bless
just
your
an
heart, Sarah.
external
He needed it.
influence.
Sarah, can I talk? Can you please
I actually
acknowledge
am more
me
on your
saying
side,
that?
Fredo.
Can you please
You
acknowledge
said
me
what,
saying that,
brother?
Sarah? When you asked everybody what's their definition of free will, I was the only one that said that.
Do you need to be right or just hear the truth?
No, I need Sarah to acknowledge me because she's sexy. I need her to acknowledge that I was the only one that said that.
Acknowledge me, senpai.
I said,
Would you stop sexualizing me on my own fucking panel? Damn it!
Dudes, either way, the dude look like
He
Mark
can't
Anthony.
help it. He's determined to.
Yeah.
But anyway, look, I'm saying there's an ending and there's a beginning that you do not choose. That's what I was saying. There's a body that you did not choose. You didn't have the free will to choose, and the reflections, and there's an ending. I think you get to choose between that. For example,
I told you that doesn't make sense.
That's what free choice
It
is.
It matter what you think, bro.
No one
Like,
never told me why that doesn't make sense.
Because if your destination is chosen for you, you obviously can't choose to not end up at that destination.
Exactly, but you could choose how to get there.
The fuck, man.
Am I
You
gonna
sit there and
fly
say
a
you agree with
car?
me, and then you say the opposite.
No, wait, hold on.
I think
I don't
okay.
understand
I'm gonna
how you
leave
don't
it,
understand that.
Animated effigy. Do you want to take him on a one-on-one?
Yeah, they
And-
need it,
and
Sarah.
Maybe
We can talk.
explain
Let's do
it.
it.
Okay, let's do it.
One-on-one, no
Oh,
condom.
boy.
No condom.
So if God knows you're going to heaven, can you make yourself go to hell?
No.
Then you don't have free will.
Okay, so my argument is
can't-
against that. My argument is not against the ending. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying you agree.
If your ending is not determined, not chosen by you, by your choices, and it is set in stone, and you cannot change it, how can you have free will?
That's what I'm saying.
So that's what I'm saying. You're saying the opposite. You're saying
No,
you
no,
can have
no,
free will
no,
and
she's
still have
asked-
an ending that is in stone.
F and G. She asked me my definition of free will. I'm explaining you my definition. Okay. Do you understand my definition so far is that there's an ending that is inevitable? Can we start right there?
No, because you're already setting up a contradiction. You're
didn't-
saying
I
there
didn't-
is something that is
Stop on the
predetermined,
plate.
and then
Wait,
you're
wait.
saying I have free will in a predetermined system.
Okay. Do you ever play sports?
Sure, I play plenty of sports.
Okay, this is very simple. I'm not trying to demean you when I say that.
Can you lose the game if you've already won? Like if you know you win, if it's set in stone that you win, it's predetermined that you win. Can you lose?
No, but you could determine how much you
then
win.
How
by.
the fuck is it free?
Because
you're arguing for a limited free will within the context of a predetermined setting.
Say, but you've been cutting me off.
No, you're just really bad at explaining it because it's contradictory.
Dude, I've been reading the comments. Everybody else has been getting what I've been saying.
So it's a limited will. You have a limited will. It's really can't say free because if free would imply that I can choose whatever I want, I can get the ending I want. If something
That's
is
your
predetermined, it's
definition.
opposite.
But I was telling her she was asking my definition. That's your definition.
Sure, but I'm not going to go with your definition because it's
I don't
internally
care.
contradictory.
She asked me for my definition.
Cool.
All right, this conversation is over.
If you want, good. If he's a contradicting person right there. He just has a internally inconsistent definition that is nonsensical.
No, your definition is different than mine. You can't accept that.
No, I can accept that your definition, even though everyone else had a different one, yours is the most nonsensical.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Cool.
Then get the fuck off my dick.
No. Start making sense.
Wait, who's talking about being on each other's dicks? Why are we on dicks?
Bro, I swear to God, bro.
Always bringing up.
Why are you always thinking about sex?
I'm not thinking about sex. I'm saying on my dick is in the black community is
You've literally sat here and sexualized this
metaphor in the
whole
black
time,
community is
and now you're sexualizing poor effigy and expecting him to
it's a
get off of your
metaphor.
dick
What did I
with
do
an
to deserve
assumption.
this?
Were you determined to be on his dick in order for him to choose to tell you to get off?
I'm not gonna lie. I just analyzed your eyes for the first time, and I'm wondering, are they green or like light blue?
Oh fuck, man!
I think they're green.
Just kick this down.
Moving on.
It's fucking stupid.
YouTube, the dating app.
No, I went on Tinder. It was too hard.
Tied up. She was just having some fun with you. You never did get your shit effigy talked over your entire fucking time. You never got a chance to say what you thought free will. Why don't you give it another shot, man?
Well,
maybe
I did.
effigy.
He just.
I'll shut up.
I know he interrupted shit out of you.
Try again. Just try again.
All right, let's go. One more time. Pause. Let's go. We get one more round. I'm used to going plenty of rounds.
No. Your definition is free will, bro. You're not even listening. You too mesmerized by Sarah's eyes. What is free will to you?
That's what I was explaining. My version of free will is the choices in between a determined destination. So Drake and Mark Anthony's baby
choices
son.
in between a determined destination. So
two determined points.
You choose how to get to a point.
Yeah, I'm going to Florida. His definition is you choose whether you fuck that. You taking too long. His definition is you can walk or drive or fly. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
For the record, there is not enough alcohol to tolerate this kind of nonsense.
We're
already a half a bottle. We're a half a bottle in, and I'm still not drunk
and he's
enough.
just like, "Well, you're just stupid." I'm like, "Why?" Because I think it's stupid. It's like, okay, like.
I mean, he's
you're
laying
not
out the
understanding. Yeah, you're not understanding the fundamentals.
I never gave you the argument. I just told you it's stupid.
You're not understanding the fundamentals between free will and determinism because you're blending the two in such a way where they actually
I don't have the
contradict
definition
each
for determinism, Sarah.
You haven't given it.
Effigy.
Interchangeable used word.
Well, no, he's not even doing determinism. He's using predetermined. He's using predestination.
Yeah.
And then trying to mix in free will inside of that, which I keep showing him. It can't be free by any sense if you can't change that ending.
No,
saying, it's limited.
That's
if you limit it,
illogical.
it's not free, is it? It's
That
not free if
depends
you
on if you
limit
get to
something.
choose how you get to the ending. That's the fun part.
Yeah,
But
see,
I
I
choose
choose
not
not
to
to
go
You
to
make
that.
a choice. Wait.
Yeah.
You make a choice. Why? Because of the outcome, right?
No, you make the choice just to have fun.
And you also make it.
You don't
for
play a
other
song
reasons.
to get to the end of the song.
I don't go to work for fun.
Enjoy the song.
That's what you get for trying to defend him, Fredo.
I could argue against.
Fredo. If I
could
told
argue
you at
against
50
what
years
effigy
old,
is
no
arguing.
matter what, Fredo, Mark
What?
Anthony and Drake was going to tell you they're your son, and you're going to be a millionaire and be living on a yacht. What are you going to do about it?
I don't know what the fuck you're even talking about, bro.
I want to.
Okay. So that's okay.
Look,
All right. Hold on.
just tight.
He's going with the butterfly effect, like the movie style butterfly effect. Like
Yeah,
if
yeah,
I
yeah,
could change if I already knew what the destination was, like, would I make any decisions along the way to change it or make sure it did happen or didn't happen, or
I'm
would I
saying you
be
can't
like in
change it.
high anxiety
But
mode,
no
making
matter
sure I
what
make
I
the right?
did, it would end up at the same
And you
destination.
Exactly.
can't say that because all of those decisions, that's like people saying a soulmate, right? Like, oh well, if I didn't meet you here, I would have met you there, and if I didn't meet you there, I would have met you over here, right?
Right.
It's not probable. It's not probable at all unless you actually have like stringent connections that would make that workable. But even
Part
at
of
that,
the
it's still a
predetermined
rarity.
Well,
shit
it's
that
not
Tied
logical.
Up is
No,
talking about. He
And
has
every
tied
there
up,
are
action has
certain
an
tied up,
equal and
predetermined
opposite
Man, who the fuck
events.
reaction.
you keep trucking, man? Who's
It's
that?
tied
science.
up, tied up. You got 5 more minutes in the back. Shut up.
Can I address Effigy's argument?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Effigy
Please,
is
I need
saying
to hear the
Sorry,
actual
Sarah.
cogent argument. Yeah.
that Effigy is saying that because the outcome is predetermined, we do not have free will because we
Yes.
can't choose up to that point.
Right.
This from the Christian paradigm, this is missing one key detail, and that is that God is outside of time. He's already seen all the choices
I
that
was
we
going to present
freely
the
make,
same argument.
and he
Yes.
knows exactly where these things are going to be. So he knows exactly where he needs to intervene
This is not
in
an argument
order.
on your side, though.
I know
How
you're
not?
making my
You're
argument,
you're
No.
arguing that there is
Also,
only one possible outcome because God knows it. There is no
and you
multiverse
can't
where he
prove
sees
no,
God
all the
no, no,
wrong.
no,
choices.
no, 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 no.
Well,
See, you're conflating prophecy with the entire outcome, right?
Well, no, he just said God knows everything that happens. He's outside of time. He sees all
so
of time.
there
He sees
there
the end, the
there
beginning, and the
there
middle.
is a mix in terms of like Christianity, and I've made this argument before too, where I believe that God, there is like a sense of determinism. He knows exactly what I'm going to do the entire time, right? He
Yes.
already knows. It's the knowledge thereof, but he is not intervening. He still knows all of the choices I'm going to make along the way, but he already knows the path because it's too big for us to understand. But he already knows where I'm going and what I'm doing.
His
and
argument
why.
of outside out of time.
But
He's
Sarah, is
agreeing
there
with
only
you,
one
but
path?
his
Right. If
argument
we
of
can't,
outside out of time is better. He's seeing everything because time is not a real thing.
Now,
It only affects us.
if we can't make a
hello,
choice and prove
sexy
God wrong, oh,
Gemini.
sorry.
Sorry, I just want to say hello, bad Gemini. I haven't seen you in forever. Where have you been? And what are we drinking tonight? Tequila? Is it the rose gold? What do we got?
Look, I'm hijacking. I'm in Mr. Life's studio right now.
This
Apologize if
motherfucker.
I'm too
Ah,
loud.
where's Mr. Life at? Is he with you?
He's
This live
somewhere.
studio
He's
right
drunk
now.
and
He's
just
somewhere.
doing things. Yeah. So, yeah. So I
Head
took
ass
over his
nigga.
studio. What's up? How
Don't
y'all
nobody
doing?
wear aviators, bro.
So this is the conflation between you're saying that because you have knowledge of it, you are causing it to happen.
Well, no, I'm saying that if God knows what you're going to do tomorrow, can you choose differently to prove God wrong? If you
He
say
knows
no,
what you chose.
then
What's
there's
they
no
got
free
to do
will.
with each other?
You know what he chose. There's a hypothetical
No,
I
I
should have
don't
brought up
know.
in the debate. You know how you like to say if we could have gone into the past and made a different decision?
And if I may just intervene here for just a moment. Phoenix, are you with me? Phoenix, you got to unmute. Hello. Earth to Phoenix. Phoenix. You have to hit the unmute button. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking
Maybe
at.
I'll call him like I call the cat.
I don't know what I'm looking at, Phoenix, but I need you to talk.
Okay,
I'm looking
I'm
at
here,
a fiery
and I'm going to
tomato.
turn my camera off so that
Okay.
you just see my avatar.
Yeah, we don't need your camera on. I just need you to talk to me, though.
Okay, I'm here. Hello, how are you? I'm from South Carolina.
Is there a delay going on here? I want you to finish the numbers after me. I'm gonna say 8, 7, 6, 5.
Shoo.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Holy cow!
All right,
You got it.
let's. All right, you know what I'm doing now. I want you to do it, but with my time frame, okay, with my rhythm, so I can see if you're on a delay or not. We've got 8, 7, 6, 5.
8, 7,
All right. Okay. I think there's a big delay. I'm gonna say 8765, and I want you to say 4321 on my same rhythm. Let's try one last time, and if that doesn't work, then I'm gonna have to give you the boot. Okay. I'm gonna go. I'm saying 8765. Oh boy.
Oh, I thought you was talking to me.
Okay.
Man,
So,
you're under
all
arrest for
all
streaming
right.
under
That's
the
a
influence.
All
motherfucking
right.
bot.
So Phoenix, we have a major delay going on, and I can't let you stay on if that's going to be the case, only because it does intervene with the show. So I'm going to go ahead and boot you for now. Maybe fix your internet, figure out what's going on, and we'll get back to you another night. Okay?
That's
Okay, I'll try again.
7-6.
All right. It's nothing against Phoenix. They are a big fan. They are here every night. They are in the chat always. I'm very happy that they decided to come up on panel tonight. However, we can't have bad audio going on and a lot of delays. Fire, I think I interrupted you if you wanted to continue on. I apologize.
No worries. The hypothetical, we go into the past. Could we change anything there? What if you were to go into the future? 100 years, you see what the future is. You have knowledge of what the future is. Then you go back into your time. Can you explain to me how you caused the future because you knew it?
I like it.
Effigy too.
Because it's now you're
Only assuming that this
having
is
a
the
physics
future.
question that can be split between. My question to you, Stepfire, really quick,
now
is
you're,
in your
moving
description
the
of what you've
goalpost
talked
there,
about. Well, hang on, Stepfire, in what you described just a second
hang
ago,
on, hold on.
in as far as decisions and what God knows, is there a singular timeline? Let's get sci-fi
Hold
terms.
on.
Is
What
there
about
a
him
singular
going to the
timeline?
future? You didn't answer
I
that.
will
You
answer it. I
go-
will answer it, but I
That's
need to
not
know this.
clear,
Hold
Effigy.
on.
That's
Like,
not clear.
give
Is
him
the
the
answer?
opportunity to
Let's
answer.
clear him up. Profile picture scary as hell. Let's
Is
hear
there
him.
one possible timeline, or is it Doctor Strange world where there's
Yeah,
6 million
'cause
timelines?
I don't believe
and
there's one
That's
timeline.
not
I believe we
clear
create
in
the
the
future as it
Christian
goes.
paradigm.
There is a
brother.
single timeline.
Then there is no free will. If there's a single timeline,
You
with no
didn't
ability
answer
to
his
vary.
question.
Yeah,
You
but
said
you
he
did-
would.
So
Completely
I know I
dodged the
did. I
question.
answered it just now. I said I don't believe in a singular timeline. I believe that the future is made.
So
as
you
we go
can't
through the
accept
present.
his hypothetical if you go into the future and now you suddenly know everything you did. How does that change the fact that that guy in that present time was still making the decisions? Just because you sitting outside and you can see it and you know more than him, how does that change anything?
Because I'm not God in that hypothetical. I'm just an observer.
Yes, you
It's
are
just a
God in that
dude.
hypothetical. God
if I'm
looks to
God
the
in that,
future.
then
Yes, he looks
you
to the
not just
future.
listen
He
to
knows
the
what you're.
hypothetical?
What I'm asking is very specific. Neither one of you answered to it. How is me knowing what is going to happen in 100 years mean that I caused what happened in 100 years? It's a simple question.
but this is why I gave the verse in my opening. God determined the end
God.
from the beginning and
Answer
all
the question,
things that
bro.
had not happened from
Answer the
ancient times.
question, bro.
That is a
And answering the
God.
question,
You're not-
yes,
no,
God
you're not.
causes this.
Answer the question, bro.
God is the
How?
cause of everything.
Answer the question, bro.
Can you step
What is the
fire
question?
if you don't mind? Hold on. Would you ask that question one more time? It was for purposes of me. Thank you.
How is knowing that what the future is going to hold? How does that mean I caused that the future holds that?
Who should have did?
And
a
are you
nonsensical
saying that?
question. No
Are
one
you
said that.
well? Are you asking that from God's
That's
perspective
what
or from the human perspective?
JS is saying. From
in the hypothetical, you are playing the role of God because God is the only one that can jump 100 years into the
Man, I
future,
can't stand K2.
quote unquote. But
Yeah, I'm not saying knowledge is
Bro,
the
who is
cause.
this
I'm
guy?
saying he knows and he causes it.
yes, but you haven't demonstrated that he
I
caused it. You
don't
says
think.
he knows what's
Okay,
going to
I
happen,
don't
therefore
think.
he causes it.
Here's what I think. I don't think he necessarily causes it. Right. I think if you were going to go on the determinism route, it's not necessarily a causation. It's more of I already know. Right. And
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think you could maybe go that route, and then the external influences are coming in from here, things on Earth. Like God already knows JS. You could also, if you're going to tap into the Christianity standpoint, I would tap it into I would still, now I'm getting drunk. I would still tap in. Like I could feel the words like barely making it out of my mouth. So I would tap into the Christianity aspect as a way of saying God already knows, but it's still like he already knows what those external influences are going to be. Therefore, like I created every hair on your head and I know everything you're going to do, XYZ, blah, 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 blah. I would utilize that route as determinism and to say like he already knows what the external influences are going to be. He sends certain people in your life.
The man of the future shit was
no.
perfect.
Chill. So Stepfire is asking, how is knowledge the cause? Demonstrate how his knowledge is the cause.
Yes, I know, and I've acknowledged that. I've said it's
it's
they're not
simply the knowledge.
The knowledge is not the cause.
How is the
I'm
knowledge
saying,
the cause?
Then
Okay, he
your
said it's not
entire
the cause.
argument,
I'm saying he knows,
So if
and
his knowledge
causes.
isn't the cause, then you're not debunking free will
the
with
cause.
your argument.
The causes are a million, billion, trillion different variables since the beginning of time, and God created time, and God created the earth. So all of those variables are a result of that creation. He knows the beginning, he knows the end, he knows everything that's going to happen in between, and he causes everything.
Just because he
none of you
knows
are
matter
deists,
is
right?
Whoa. Too many.
None of you are
Just
deists,
because
right?
he
None of you
made-
believe in the clockmaker theory that God made the universe and then stepped back and did nothing, right? I've heard every single one of you basically say that God intervenes in the universe, right? God answers prayers, God does all these things. If it's a singular timeline, then he sculpted it. He doesn't just like watch it happen like a machine, right?
Not necessarily. How does that take away from the events happening? He knows what's going to happen. Certain events he wants to happen, and he'll move those. What about that argument?
Causing influence. It still comes down to God is the external influence. Like I'm influencing by telling Paul X, Y, and Z, by causing this to happen, by causing that. He becomes the external influence. So if you're going to make the determinism argument, I would say it's God himself becomes the external influence by utilizing people as tools.
He's a video guy.
That's what I said.
Sarah is making the
knowledge
argument
of the
you
future.
should
It's
have been making,
creating the
JS.
future, right?
I did make that argument, Stepfire. You should have paid attention to my opening, Stepfire.
Acting up the philosophical definition.
And JS, I will frame this to say that I'm not even a determinist believer. I would utilize those as the arguments. I'm more on the Christian, like I believe God gives me free will, but I believe he also has the knowledge of what my line is going to be, but he knows all the choices I'm going to make, but I'm going to make them along the way, and he's just watching me fail left and right every day, right?
That argument is conceding
not
the point
determinism,
of free will. Ultimately,
say that again.
That argument concedes the point of free will because you're saying that we do have free will to operate in the deterministic.
Okay, let me say that's my beliefs. My belief system is I
thought you were arguing JS.
I'm giving arguments points for JS of what if I were to argue determinism, that's the direction I would go. I would really hone in on that external influence and God itself, because it's kind of a secular standpoint to believe in determinism. So I would utilize God as an external influence. If you're going to make the free, like if I want to combat free will, I would say, well, God's just another external influence. What else would he be?
I think just because the majority of people
debate again, Sarah?
The majority of people who believe in determinism are secular, but it's not a secular position. It's not even considered a heresy.
It doesn't allow the Christian God, and it is a considered heresy.
It isn't. Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
It would be secular. It would be secular
God is
only
evil.
because
That is a heresy.
Yes.
What is determinism?
Yes,
God is
because
evil?
because you're not recognizing that God would not he would not necessarily allow or promote or provoke bad things, right? That is not his doing. That's not his will. He doesn't allow
No,
it.
because they don't.
No, that's
You understand if you bite the bullet on.
mixing it up again.
Listen,
You're gonna
listen. You understand if you bite the bullet on predetermined.
Sorry.
If you bite the bullet on predeterminism, every bad thing on this planet was then caused by God. You understand that? It was predetermined that the babies get cancer, that you have this horrible life. All of that's predetermined by God. So you guys, I do understand you would have to bite the bullet on that.
Yeah.
I think you also have to
I don't
prove
know
that.
if any
Yeah,
of the
because then God
Christians are
caused all of
saying
that.
I don't know if any of the Christians are saying
well,
that.
and then if I was taking a
No.
Christian standpoint, Chris, on that, right? If I was,
Because
hold on. If I was to bite the bullet on that from a secular standpoint, I would say, well, or I'm sorry, from a Christian standpoint, I would say, well, God calls all of his children home. They weren't meant to be here, so they had to go through these terrible things in order to die and come back to heaven, right? Like I would utilize the Bible back against it.
Yeah, no, 100%.
You
But
don't
what would
you,
the
Sarah,
necessity
you
of
don't
that
even
then
have to
be?
bite the bullet on that. You don't
That
even have
dude
to bite
Mike
the
is
bullet on
hot.
that because once man bit into the apple, he brought death and sin into the world. He brought
Exactly.
calamity into the world. It was man. It wasn't God, bro. So come on.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Frida. I agree with you. I'm saying that's the bullet that the JS and the guys that say
No,
everything's
don't let him skip
predetermined
the
need to
actual
buy.
answer. Did God
Okay,
know
but-
they were going to bite into the apple?
But here's where
God literally commands people to kill
here's
babies
where you
multiple
run-
times.
Here's
so.
where you run into
Yeah,
the
and-
problem. It's not babies.
And
If
that's not a
if
problem for me.
Well, that's context. That's context. I just had this argument with Flow State the other day on the phone, yelling at his dumbass because I said context is key. So you can say kill the babies, right? We could say that all day, but is it really babies or is it the legacy thereof? Right. So context is very key in that aspect. I think it's the future generation of these people. I think it's the legacy of these people, right? Because that would be the children of these people. I don't think God would be like, yes, kill babies. That's great.
When
But
there's a
that's-
huge
that's-
past. There's a past that leads to that point.
And that's also Old Testament, and nobody acknowledges Old Testament bullshittery like that. We all acknowledge that New Testament brought the human element and the whole concept of love and forgiveness, turn the other cheek. Like so, in Old Testament, we went from eye to an eye for an eye, and then New Testament, we went into turn the other cheek. So if you notice
No,
the
I don't
difference,
agree with that.
if
that's-
you notice the difference
Most
between
Christians
old,
do.
if you notice the difference
Our God has
between
been the same God from the beginning.
if you
Yeah.
notice the difference between Old Testament and New Testament, that's when Jesus came down and now we have the human element added in, and that's when God came down and finally had a better understanding of how dipshittery humans can be. Wow,
no.
I
No,
shouldn't
Wait
eye
a
for an
second.
eye this
If
time.
Jay
they don't
is
like that
denying the
argument,
new
though. A lot of-
scripture, are you Jewish, JS? Are you Jewish
Huh?
that you're denying the new scriptures? What are you doing? What
I
are you
didn't
doing?
deny that. I didn't
But
deny
no,
the new
no, no, no,
scriptures.
no, no,
I'm
no,
saying
subjectivity.
I
Oh.
You don't
disagree
understand
that
what you're
we
defending
don't
right
just
now.
throw
She's
out
saying
the
that
Old
God
Testament.
has changed.
Free will is
Yeah, that is a
It is a new
dispensational
covenant. You are actually
position.
supposed to throw
Yeah.
out most of the.
Well,
Old
Jesus didn't
God-
come to
Testament.
abolish
It
the law.
speaks a
He came
lot
to
of,
fulfill the law.
Okay,
it
okay.
speaks
Let
a
me
lot
put
of
it. Let me put it in
sacrifices
this.
and
Let me,
burning your
gentlemen,
fields and-
you're all talking, and it's really all I hear is you all sound like you're sucking dicks right now. Okay. The
Damn.
old,
Do not
the
sexualize me.
old.
Why would you sexualize it, Sarah?
That's terrible.
I mean,
I'm
that's
not-
a lollipop, Sarah. It's
over
not a
here. I'm not
penis.
over here like, oh, bad Gemini, you looking hot tonight, Like, come on now.
I'm eating an ice cream.
And Tied Up is still sitting backstage because we now have filled the panel thanks to Chris Lestrange, our favorite mustache of the panel. Tied Up now has to wait backstage unless one of you boots somebody else. So feel free, have fun, do whatever's we want.
Hey, you tied him up and I tied him up.
the Old Testament is like God. Here's how I look at it, and this is my perspective. You can throw it out if you want. God comes down and says, "Listen, guys, these are my rules. Follow them or get the fuck out." That's basically what he's doing in the Old Testament. That's why he flooded everybody.
But that's to one group of people. But yes.
You could see anger coming out with Noah's Ark and the flood and all of these different aspects of him being like, why are you messing with my shit? This is what I commanded you. You're not listening. Why are you not
Yeah,
listening?
yeah.
Okay.
But
this
Sarah,
would be what
also-
I would compare it to as a new father with toddlers running around, and you're like, why the fuck don't you get it? Right. And then the New Testament is where Father finally comes down to the human level and says, okay, wait a minute. They really are this retarded. Like they really are just stupid. He had to if you think about it, he actually, because he's the Almighty, right? Like all of this stuff in his brain or whatever kind of spirituality you want to think of it makes sense to him. Like, why aren't you just listening? I'm telling you, this is right. Why aren't you just listening?
Also, the problem with the Old Text is everybody forgets about the fact that there were Nephilim and angels and the whole fall happening and all of this other bullshit that people seem to completely forget about.
Yeah,
Exactly.
the problem.
But
the
we
problem with
weren't
this
we
is you're
weren't
saying that
angels.
God.
She's
We
just
weren't
saying
we weren't
her understanding of the Old and New
right.
Testament,
But
like
we weren't
her
angels.
understanding
We
of
weren't
God's
there.
nature.
We don't understand it the way he does. We don't have the brain power. Our capacity level is very minimal. All right. We're
Can I
just
respond?
simply humans, and then I'll give it to you. And then the New Testament comes in with Jesus coming down, realizing, dear God, they're really stupid. I'm sorry. Forgive them. Literally, he says, forgive them, for they know not what they do. They're retarded. Okay.
That's
And
illogical. God
and
came and
and if
told
you
himself to forgive
It's like they
them.
don't even have free will. They just don't even know what they're
but
doing.
if you look
Shut the
if you
fuck
look
up.
at
JS,
the if
that's
you look
silly, bro.
but if you look at the New Testament and how the relationship between God and his children is, it's very forgiving, it's very compassionate and understanding, and very like, oh wow, you really are this stupid. I'm sorry you're
We agree
stupid.
there.
Yes. So
So
there's that difference between the two.
the problem
I mean,
ultimately with this view is that you're
it's just
saying
a
that
problem with
God
the
is
language.
changed.
Is that
It's God
you're
is
saying that God
changed,
changed, and
and
it's
God is
been the
never
same God.
changing.
It's always been the
Right.
same God throughout. And
It's also
You
to
can
say that He
still be the
didn't know the
same
future.
God.
Wouldn't He
You
know
can
no,
what was
he
coming?
didn't change disposition. He didn't change like his attitude towards man. Like
Did he
That He
flood the
knew.
earth in the second round? Did he flood the
It's
earth in the
Yeah,
New
illogical that
Testament? Did
he
he
that
go
Yeah,
he
but
around
the
on a
he
problem,
said
the
mercury
that he
problem is
wouldn't
that
tree?
after the first.
listen,
but did He
He
know
said
listen.
He
that
was
he
going to
wouldn't
flood
after
the
the first
world?
one. Directly after the
I just
first
want
one.
to say something. One thing that we're not
Well, hold on.
factoring
That's
into,
why we
right,
had
is
I'm
is
trying to get
let's
to the
say
bottom of this,
you're
Chris.
you're
You're all
all-knowing being.
talking and I can't hear it.
Chris, just a second. I just want to lay this
Okay.
out. You're saying that um, God has changed his mind because he had learned some new information. Well, that means
No.
he's not all knowing.
That's what it
Yeah, you're
seemed
saying
like.
that
No. I
you're
didn't
saying he
say he
found out they
changed
were.
his mind.
He
that
realized that
I
they
you
just
said
said
that
just
he was a
stupid,
new daddy, and then he incarnated
no.
as a man,
as
and
if he
then
didn't
Made
know
he
an
they were that
assessment.
learned
stupid
No.
An
that
before.
Hold
oh,
on.
assessment
these
doesn't
You're
niggas
mean
is
not
he know
really
the
listening.
mind.
this
God made an
retarded.
assessment.
So
He
please
said
forgive me.
Jesus. Jesus was his son, right? And that was like an extension of him. That would be like
Jesus
a
is him.
yes, it's an extension, the Trinity. I get it. But
I am
like
him,
that
damn
was
it.
his son. That was his son, right? So you
Chill,
could say
Joe.
he's his son,
That's
or you could
I
say he's a
am.
branch.
The
But in any event, God didn't change.
Did he
He
learn
just
something new?
he had a better understanding of
Yeah, see,
Yeah, same thing.
God has
of
perfect understanding
humans.
from the beginning. So
Yeah, same
No,
there is
thing.
he
no him.
didn't. No, he
Well,
didn't.
then he's
Because
not
if
all
he
powerful
did,
God.
I
if
love
he
this.
did,
Sarah's
okay. So let
passionate.
me ask you then. If he did, then wouldn't Adam and Eve taking a bite of that apple? Wouldn't he have like not just like flipped a fucking lid and been like, "What the fuck are you
Well, he
doing?"
did. He cursed the entire earth.
Right. But
Everybody was cursed because of that
but
decision.
look at how his understanding and forgiveness changes in the New
I don't
Testament.
think it
It doesn't.
changed.
It
He's
doesn't
a
Both of you
whole
guys
change.
are
It's a.
wrong.
It's
He knew
different
but
they were going to
audience.
bite the
he
apple from the
forgives.
beginning. He was not
He
mad. He did what he had to do. That's how he set them down the path they had to go on.
Daddy had to be daddy. No, I
Yeah.
First
get
off,
that.
no,
But what
no,
I'm saying
Sarah.
is, okay, fine, yell at me,
God,
Gemini.
God thought they would choose him.
Listen,
Look,
listen.
he
It's the
told
argument I
Kaki,
always make whether you
hold
would
on
want a
now. Hold
robot
on, little
dog.
Hold
buddy.
on,
Hold on, little buddy.
Gemini's going.
You,
Gemini's
yeah,
going.
Okay.
I've been quiet. I've been very respectful, even though some people are jaw jacking and capping
Oh,
out shit and
be
talk bad
nice and
about
keep it on
y'all.
topic, nigga. Stop
Okay,
it.
we stand on topic. I'm not doing all this other stuff. So strictly talking about the garden and all of this. When it comes to God, you have to understand He made an assessment. He had to, it's like anybody. These are the emotions I have. These people are working my stinking nerves. I can't stand them. So, you know what? I won't flood them anymore. Will I burn them, smote them, and kill them in every other way? Yeah, but all I'm saying is through my assessment, I won't drown these darn heathens. And so that was his promise. He's like, here's this rainbow. This is the course of action I'm going to take. Now, when it comes to him being pissed off about the damn garden, let me tell you why he's pissed off. He's like, I'm the top dog. You got some slithering snake going to come in here. I gave these people all you can eat buffet. I gave them no violence. They had all the peace you wanted in the world. And they still chose to eat a darn apple knowing that it would lead them to damnation. And so that's why he was pissed. He was like, I was the best option available and y'all didn't choose me.
He was.
They didn't
Only
really
option.
Okay, listen.
Oh, hold on, hold on, hold
Listen.
on. Hold on. And I want to respond to that, and then Chris, back to you. So,
Right.
just like a child, I bathe you, clothe you, feed you, provide you with all the television you could fucking ask for, electricity, warm warm house in the cold house during the heat, all of these things. I give you every fucking thing you need, want, and desire, maybe not always want, right? And here you are talking back and telling me no, or doing something I specifically said not to. Put that into perspective of a father to a child, and now teach the patience, right? It's the patience that God learned. I believe the rainbow was not necessarily always a symbol of a promise, but it was a symbol of, I have patience and understanding now. I get it. You're retarded. I get it, right? It's hard to acknowledge that because nobody wants to admit that God might actually have to learn something, but isn't that the whole? He is.
No.
We are.
No,
we are,
no. Sarah, I got a better way.
We are
You
made in
understand? Like,
His
that's just
creation. We are made in His creation, right?
this
So
whole
we're.
statement was
Holy
started with
fucking
I think.
shit! Let me fucking finish, Frito. We are. If we are made in Him. If we are made in His image, right? That means that He's learning and developing just the same as we are. He's just on a way
No,
better
absolutely
level.
not.
Okay, you can say
No,
no.
it's not
This
a.
is my belief. This is my belief, and I stand by it. And I think that Old Testament was a very impatient God. He was mad that we didn't worship Him. He was mad that we didn't look at Him. We was mad that we didn't like his ego wasn't being fulfilled and all these things. And by the second, I'm
Hey,
sorry, the New
Sarah, I want to
Testament.
present some when you're done.
Hold
'Cause
on. By the
Not
I
Chris,
think it'll help
me
Chris
you.
is going
first.
next. Chris is going next.
I
By the
know.
New Testament, we see a completely different God and a very patient one. And He recognized, oh my God, I made this. I have to deal with this mess. Just the same as a father does with a toddler, to a 6-year-old, to a fucking teenager, to an adult. And it's like the story of the prodigal son. And then they come back. Okay, go ahead, Chris.
Okay, maybe the whole point of the free will is that God made us because if you ultimately think about this, would you want a robot dog or do you want a real dog that will make its own decisions? That's not a programmed little fucking thing that's boring. He made us like that, and I don't think it's learning new things. If you would have to put yourself in the mindscape of an infinite God, what if it was ultimately just he had faith, knew what was going to happen, all of this shit, but he just sat there thinking maybe they'll do something different, maybe they'll listen, maybe,
No,
maybe,
that's not
maybe, and
logical.
they didn't,
Sarah,
because he knew they didn't, but he had faith in us, but he had that same faith in us by granting us free will and seeing what we were going to do, even though he knows what we're going to do. And that's the whole
I
point, right?
think
Just
that's
because he knows what we're gonna do, he doesn't influence what we do.
all right. I think it's more
Do.
logical that along the lines of what Sarah was saying. I think it's more logical that in the beginning he knew all of these things. He wasn't mad at them biting the apple or mad. That was a 3,000
No, he
years ago.
planned it all.
Excuse, yeah, those were 3,000 years ago, and that's the way children reacted and the way they remember and interpret shit. That was children telling that part of the
There
story.
you
And
go.
then
Yeah.
Jesus comes
There you
along when
go.
they're more like teenagers, and he explains it
Yes.
to them in the way it really is. But he would have had to know the entire time.
Beautiful, J.
He
Cole.
was happy with a simple message for a simple people at the time, and they.
Yeah, it's a good way to lay it out.
Beautiful.
Ain't nothing simple about a
Yeah,
complex
otherwise
creation. You
he
talking
would be
crazy.
saying that he's fallible. You know what I mean? As far
Yeah.
as
Yeah, that would be what that. If he didn't know,
advance.
he would be fallible, and therefore not God.
First off, I can't.
Yeah.
When I
Clear
look at some
eyes
of y'all
means
and
dry
God said
eyes.
He made us in His own image. That means he's there's an ugly side of God. We have to understand because there are a lot of ugly people out here.
From our
So when we
perspective,
talk about made
Thank
in
you.
images, yeah,
Thank you.
there are a couple on this panel when you talking about. So when you talking about made in God's image, it's very questionable.
It's very
There are at least
questionable.
3 people that God don't like on this panel.
That
I
whole
wanna
bottom
address
row
it.
could be questionable. That whole bottom row could be questionable right
Yeah,
now.
that's why they all blacked out right
I
now.
had to look and see if I was on the bottom. I'm on the bottom.
I like how he has a hype man.
At least 2 out of 5.
I spent 2 hours.
Gemini, I
Damn
turned
bad.
your mic up all the way on my end, but it's still coming in low. Can you turn
I
it
can
up a little
vouch,
more on
nigga.
your end?
I got you. That's Mr. Life. He messed with some things. He's
Well, let me
touching
ask you
buttons.
this: would you want a God that is not still always learning from the things that He created and not
Yes, I want a
always
God who does not
not
learn
always
from me.
trying to do better
Absolutely
and
not.
become better?
No.
You want
I
Him
want
to
a God that's selfish like my
That's not God. That's a human.
Yeah,
Yeah, what could I teach that dude?
We're created from His image, like we're made from Him. So we have to be some degree of we're
I
just
like
a,
that part
we're
of your
just a
argument.
we're just a worse level of Him, right? Like we are like
The image
we're
of
like
God
Oh
thing
my goodness.
is such it's theologically heavy. It's hard to get into with especially with a panel show where we jump from argument to argument. So to getting into that is going to be hard. But in summation, what I have understood to be bearing the image of God or being made in the image of God means that we have the capacity to reason and to choose as He does.
Okay. I hear where you're going. It doesn't mean all encompassing.
Because we're not spirit as God is.
God is
We're
the
not
fullness.
We're not
God is from which all knowledge springs. So if He's from which all knowledge springs, how could He learn more? How could He build more upon Himself? He is the completeness. He is the fullness.
Okay.
Complete knowledge.
I'll give you an example, right? So, for instance, I don't go to school to just learn things. I learn how to learn.
Do you think
Right?
God learns how to
Let
learn?
me finish.
just cut her the
Let me
hell off.
finish.
I'm
So,
sorry.
so for instance, for God, like if He is the end all be all of knowing how to know, right? Like then knowing how to know, you still could always develop. Nothing is ever 100%. It's always
Except with
99.9%
God.
with improvement. But that,
God is
but
100%.
I would
Hold
rather,
on. Let her talk.
I would rather acknowledge and have a God who says, you know what? I can always figure out how to do better and to improve my relationship with these people that I want to come to me. Just the same as I expect them to improve their relationship and want to come to me, I expect to improve my relationship and for them to come to me, right? Like it's
First off, did He
No,
not do
God's
that?
not autistic, nerd. No,
And second off,
Yo, Sarah.
I don't know
Yo,
who
Sarah.
like that is.
Sarah. It's one thing I see from these men right now. I can tell why they don't get women because when she said, "Let me
Are we
finish,"
talking about women, bro?
fellas,
Shut your fat ass up,
hold
bro.
on a
What the
second.
fuck are you
I can
talking
be
about,
fat.
bro?
I can be fat, but
Man,
still
what
look
the
better than
fuck
you,
is
bro. I'm
You're not
6'5"
even
and
on
brown
point.
eyes, and
We
you a
ain't
little
even
fat
talking
fuck
about
over here
bitches.
right
You
there.
already
And man, your mama,
these niggas talking about women.
you
They don't
be
even
in there
know
trying
about
to
women.
eat your
We
mama
ain't talking about
coochie.
women.
Man,
We
shut
talking
up,
Sounds
about
like
man.
you
man, niggas
deflecting,
doing
brother.
Bro,
biceps and shit. Sit your ass
man,
back
shut
there.
your
Get
old
your
peon ass up.
cognac
Man, shut your
and
own peon ass up,
motherfucking
man. I'm trying to talk.
Starbucks
Hey, man, a
Anonymous
real
with
man
your
is
old
talking.
ass.
Hey,
You know
hey,
what
man,
I'm
a real
saying?
man is
There's
talking
a
right
lot of
now.
vitriol here.
Yeah,
Come on with
I don't even know why we doing this right now.
This message is sponsored in part by.
I want to know why.
So, just like I
Why
was
you
saying,
don't get
Sarah,
women? Because
the
you only
problem
get
that we're
men.
dealing with right now, when a
go
woman is trying
ahead,
to finish,
Mr. Life. Go
yeah,
ahead,
thank you.
Mr. Life. You can
You
tell me
literally
I'm
said,
wrong.
"Let me finish." And all these men started talking. So, men, when a woman is trying to finish you off, let her finish you off. Why y'all up here running y'all mouth when a woman is talking when she said, "Let me finish you"? See, and that's
You
why y'all don't get
feminist.
like
You
my
sound like a
man
woman runs
here,
your house.
You
like
sound
my
like a
man.
feminist.
Hey, just like my man right here, he
woman
ain't
runs
getting
your
nothing
house.
at all right now. He got to dry meat all day long. Look at him. That's why he online all day long because he can't get nothing. Man, learn how to shut up, bro. Just learn how to shut up.
I
You
just
need to
got
listen to
online
God.
late
You
because
need to
I got
listen to God and just go ahead and die
I got
because you ain't even meant to be here no more.
what are you talking about?
You are purposeless. You have no purpose in life. You have no life. You are purposeless inside life. That's why you on here all the time. You can talk about me. You can call me fat, but guess what?
This
I
is my
bet you I
first
can have
time
your
on this
mama. I bet you I can
period.
have your
I know.
girlfriend. I could probably have your sister if I wanted to.
But
I
this
would
is
put
my
them all
first
on the
time
blade
ever on
and
this
put them to
channel.
work, and I
This is my
take your
first
money
time
too.
ever on this channel. And you wish
Should
you
we give
could,
you
bro.
guys the
Nigga, I can
room
buy you,
or?
bro. Where you at? Give me a
Yeah,
zip
give him the
code.
room.
Look
Yeah,
at you,
let's
man.
give them the room.
Look at you, man. You all moist right now.
Like, bro, you really don't
You
know.
all moist.
I'm saying, come on. Oh, it's a speed date. Come on. What we arguing right now? What's
I have no idea why we're arguing, man. I didn't say anything to you, bro. I'm back up and just
I
doing
didn't
my
say nothing
thing.
to you. You just went on a whole
What's your name,
diatribe.
Frito?
Nigga, what you talking about? Fredo Fonzarelli, nigga. Don't forget. Nigga.
Yeah, man, we want to call you Freako. That's what we're going to call you. You old test tube, baby. You old test tube, baby.
What you say, nigga?
Your mama did not want you, man. Your mama should have swallowed. You degenerate. You are unwanted. You are unwanted. Nobody wants you. Your mama didn't want you. Your daddy been your daddy been left.
Bro, you blending in.
Who is your daddy, man? Who is your daddy? Don't tell
like,
me that you're from Florida. If you're from
with
Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, I might be your daddy because I'm pretty sure I ran through your mama.
Look, all I can see is your teeth, my nigga. Your teeth is glowing in the dark, and the alien on your shirt, bro. You fucking blending in like camouflage. Bro.
Yeah, man, your mama loved it.
Your black
ass. She
ass.
absolutely loved it. Your mama finished me,
bro.
And
Mama
she finished me very well,
bro. Your mama
bro,
too.
I can
old.
tell you right now, bro. I can tell you right now, man. Bro, I can tell you right now, man.
What you gonna
hey, man, your feelings hurt, huh?
About what?
Your feelings hurt.
About what?
So, Freako, don't go shoot up no clubs or don't go on no terrorist acts. Don't go do any of that because you seem like you might be one of them type of guys. I'm telling you right now, man, just calm down, let life happen, and stop talking over women. That's all I was saying. If a woman trying to finish you, let her finish you. No need to try to talk over her.
I guess this speed date is over.
Yeah, he done now.
Thank you, Sarah.
He done.
For indulging.
He done.
That's black on black crime.
Yo, Bad Gemini, why your boyfriend gotta help you in a roast battle? Why the fuck you can only do your mama jokes? The fuck you got mama problems?
First off, nobody was roasting me. I don't know how he's helping me. I didn't have any.
Man, that was wild. That was wild.
Huh?
Burrito
The fuck that is? Why your boyfriend sitting there behind you fucking stroking your knee like y'all gonna get sexy time right now? What the fuck y'all doing? Huh?
It
looked like it was
you was winning, but that dude made a mean comeback.
Gentlemen, I believe Mr. Life was going to give me a speech.
Damn, Frito got fried.
Before he gave Frito his speech. So, Mr. Life, if you'd like
Sarah,
to.
I completely forgot because they just took me off train.
I was talking about how God learned some patience with his humans that he created and realized were actually retarded, and he should probably be a little more compassionate.
He
And we
rushed
just
and made
learned that
Frito.
from
Frito
Frito.
just got cooked.
And we
I
just
don't
learned that
know.
from
So
Frito.
God learned something?
Hold on, Mr. Life, I didn't hear you.
Wait, the dude about to kick me out again. Yo, can y'all limit them kicking me out? Frito, you
No.
got cooked, bro.
But I will say,
Tell me how I got cooked. This nigga was babbling incoherent nonsense with his fat ass, bro.
Hey, dumbass. Listen.
But he only
But
spent $2.
K2, keep on trucking. You know that $2 doesn't get you anywhere here. I'm
How
not
did I
that
get
cheap. I'm not that cheap, okay?
What they said,
All right. I'm a
$2
cheap
hole.
date, but I ain't that cheap. And
Bro
I
didn't have a
will,
point to start with.
I will actually add
Hey,
in
wake
the
up with
trib
this
one.
on that shit.
Shut the fuck up. All of you. The trib one comes in with a big 5 and says, for religious people, imperfect God equals free will, which was kind of what I was referring to. And
Nope.
a perfect God equals determinism. For non-religious people, we don't know if it's an illusion or free will or actually free will.
I
Thank
concur.
you, trib one.
Okay, JS, you know that's a dude. I'm confused about his gender.
I don't know
by
who
the
that
way.
is.
So
I
good,
disagree
good
with
on you for agreeing with him, bro.
I just
No,
agree with the
Frito,
comment. I don't know who it is.
Frito, you need to name at least 5 black movies after that, because don't even say the N word after that. Don't even say the N word. You got cooked. Just name 5 black movies right now.
Can I start with all the Tyler Perry movies?
Not you, Frito. He needs to name 5 black movies. I don't even feel comfortable with him
Five
saying the
black
N word.
movies. Okay.
Fucking Boys in the Hood, Friday. You want to go through the list, Fido?
Man,
Come
you're
on.
right,
now.
Chris.
Hey, no.
Chris wants his black card.
Yeah.
Bruh, I don't even need that shit, trust.
He's got the nationality.
Friday, what's it called? That movie with Tupac with the poetry or whatever.
Oh my fucking God! Get the fuck out of here!
Oh
Oh,
God!
you're getting the fuck out of here.
Just because I don't know the name of the motherfucking movie. Just because I don't remember the name of the movie, bro.
I got you, Frito. Mr. T, stay your ass here. I got you. Tell me.
You said what?
This message is sponsored in part by
What
Mr.
in
C,
the
you-
world?
Hey,
knows how to
I
get
got
your
you.
attention.
Frito drop.
Trucking. Shut the fuck up.
Nigga, juice. Nigga,
Shut up.
motherfucking.
K2 Keep on Trucking
got
follows
two-
up and says, I'm so sorry. I didn't look before I
nigga got a
sent
crush on me,
Sarah.
man.
My dumb move. Bye, Tied Up. All right, you
Nigga got a
got now you
We love you,
officially have
Tied Up.
7 minutes in the back because I'm including the original too.
Looking ass out of here, nigga.
Okay, so did anybody want to combat me on that? Because I
Frito, let's
it.
get back to God. Stop fighting the black people.
Yeah, I
Calm
have a
down.
problem
Yeah.
with God
Oh,
learning
You
something.
got a problem with me
Okay,
for some
okay,
reason.
well,
That
okay,
fucking
all right,
pipe
all right,
you
all right,
up,
all right.
nigga.
I have I created a child. Okay, I gave birth to a child. That's how I look at it. That is the start of creation, right? Like God gave me the ability to create a child the same way He created us, right? So I created a child, and I am in a full learning process of how to like work with that child and figure out like what's this child's needs and what it's doing and yada 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 whatever. Okay, so all of these different factors boil in, and I think that God, because He's a good father, that's why I believe this is true. Because a good
Okay.
father would learn and understand, like, okay, my kid's retarded. They're not learning when I just yell at them. So if you you can see the stark difference between
Yeah,
Old
but
Testament
I
and New Testament. Hold on, let me just land it. You can see the stark difference between Old Testament and New Testament. Old Testament is very like, shut up, do this, XYZ, die, right? And then New Testament was like, okay, all right, you're retarded. I get it. You're retarded. We're gonna work with this. We're gonna figure out a plan. We're gonna go forward together and work with it in a way that works out better for you.
We
Like
don't
let's
we don't
let's figure
disagree
this out.
there. We don't
Okay.
disagree there.
That's
It-
why
but he
then why the
already
difference? Why the
because he
difference?
already knows. God is not just a good father. He's the best possible father. And what
Mhm.
is better than not
I agree with
knowing
that.
everything is knowing everything. So he
Can I-
If
must
he already
by
but
necessity
okay,
know everything.
then
So
let
he
me
can't
ask you,
learn.
if he already knew that, then why didn't he do that the first time?
Because the same reason you don't treat your infant
was
the
all
same way you
meant
would
to
treat
be.
your 14-year-old.
I think
You
you're missing
interact
No, well,
with
now we're
you interact with
deliberating
them
over
differently
why
Hold
God
on,
made
hold,
certain
hold on,
choices.
hold on. I can't hear fire.
You,
Go
you
ahead.
interact with your kids as they develop differently because they
Yes.
have better levels of understanding. That's not you. Well, I mean, you would change as a mortal creation, but we're talking about God. So it's a bit of a category error. You can pull analogy from you and your kids, but that's not the same relationship between God and us. It's just
Mhm.
analogous. He's our creator. He didn't biologically father us. He created Adam and Eve, and from there, all of the world was, as it goes, was
But
born.
he is our father.
Yes, but he's the best possible father, which means he must
Yes.
necessarily know everything and therefore can't learn.
Yes, but you're saying it's backwards, and I disagree with that because, like with Adam and Eve, like that was his first learning with us and who we are and how we operate. Right? With animals, it's
Well,
easy. Just when
Sarah,
he
you're
like
assuming it was a mistake.
Yeah,
no, I
God
don't.
would have
I
had to
don't
make
think
a mistake.
it's not a mistake. Just the same as a parent. You're saying like a toddler, but you're saying like from a new birth, right? A toddler, a child, like a mini, fucking toddler, whatever, growing up, whatever. You would be harder on them, and in fact, it's actually opposite. You're actually more compassionate to your younger offspring because, like
No.
it's the lack of understanding.
Okay, Sarah, look,
if
it's,
you're
that's
all
not the
knowing, you
case
don't learn
because
things.
a toddler can't understand logic. So whenever they reach for a hot stove, what do? You swat their hand. You don't come and talk to them and be compassionate with them because they can't understand that, right? It's not until they get older and mature,
Morally develop,
and reach them in a different manner.
Can I jump in really quick? Because
we're not waiting on God.
This will be
God's
the
waiting on
one
us.
and only time I actually help the religious people.
Go ahead, Effigy.
She already said it. She described God earlier as timeless. Anything that is timeless outside of time cannot progress in a causal progression. So therefore, you
Yes.
can't learn. You cannot change if you are timeless. So therefore, by
Yes,
their
God
logic,
planned
it
everything
has
that
to be
happened. God
perfect already,
planned it
right?
out to be the way it was meant to be.
Hold on.
said
Stop,
she would
stop, stop,
rather a
stop,
God
stop,
that could
stop.
learn
I
the
can, Effigy, I didn't hear the rest of it because you were rudely interrupted. If you could kindly finish something about timeless and then something,
Sure.
something, something.
I'll get it out quick. If what you were saying, if your God is timeless, as what you described earlier, something that is timeless does not exist in a time of causal progression. So therefore, it can't change. It cannot learn. So therefore, it would have to be perfect to start, right?
No, we understand
That
that.
was a
We
great
understand that.
answer
But
by
what Sarah
ChatGPT.
said, but what Sarah
ChatGPT gave this
said
man
was
the best
that
answer in
she
the
would
world.
rather a God that could learn and progress, and we said no. And because God is not that. God is
Well,
all.
I'm just using her own definition. She said
You're
at the
all
beginning of this
knowing,
thing
you
She
that
don't
she
didn't say
said
learn.
that
that.
God was
She said
timeless.
she would rather a God that could learn.
Yeah, no, Effigy's
No, earlier
refuting
she did
Sarah's
say he was
point,
timeless.
Frida.
Yeah.
I never said he was timeless. I don't
Let me
Well, you
remember
tell
did.
you
You
saying
who
said
he
he
was
has the
exists
timeless.
truest
outside of
free
time because he
will
sees our
out of
entire
Well, he
life.
has
everybody.
to necessarily
Sarah,
exist outside
Sarah,
of time
look.
to be infinite and
Hold
immortal.
up, hold up, hold up. Knowing and understanding, like he's because God says, like in the Bible, it said, "I know every hair on your head," and so on and so forth. Right? Just
So
because
you
he
Yes.
can't learn if
knows.
you know all, right?
Oh my fucking God! Can I talk without being interrupted? Thank you. This is your problem. This is all of your problems. You interrupt people on the panels, and then you can never actually get to the point or the crux of anything. So I said he knows every hair on your head, so on and so forth. That does not mean that he cannot learn and accommodate or like work around like you and who you are or whatever as people. Right? Just because he already knows, like, oh my God, this person is going to be born here, grow up to do this thing, make all these mistakes, be a dumb fuck, whatever, doesn't mean that he can't learn and develop around that. I think that that's what makes him God. Because why do we learn how to learn so well?
Because we don't know anything. That's why, Sarah. Look,
But
when people
but
get
we
offended,
learn and develop so well.
but
And
that's because we're people. We don't know anything.
especially when we read the Bible and we learn and out of the parables, all like, why would we feel the need to develop
Sarah,
and learn and grow?
Sarah, let's be honest. Does somebody that knows everything need to learn? We're the only ones who need to learn because we don't know anything.
Yes.
Every time we
Why?
think we know
Yes. Why?
something,
Yes.
we need to learn
Why?
more.
Because okay, if I mold and create a specific thing and then I send it off and I know what that path is going to be, but I need to know sending that person off into that path, how that's going to come back later and like when I send the next person off onto that path, maybe can I do it better next time?
Sarah, but
Right?
God
Tell
being
you who has
all
the
knowing and
hold on, partner. Who I don't know who that is. Look, the people who have the freest will are people who are rebellious. Because when you talk about free will, it's free will within a religious construct. So those people say, yeah, my will is free, but if I do these things, these are my end results.
Exactly.
People who don't care about life and who are rebellious, they're going to do what the hell they want to do. When you referenced earlier, he's our father. Well, there are rebellious people who do not acknowledge God as their father. So for them, they can care less about the father role that God is presumably playing for everybody. He may acknowledge himself as a father because he created you, but for people who don't acknowledge him, they're going to do what they want to do. They don't care what the results are, even if it leads to their destruction
No,
and
they'll
their
have the same life.
non-existence.
They'll have the same healthy life.
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying, though.
It's all
Like
part of
God
free will,
already,
though.
right? And yes, I believe God gives us free will. I'm not a determinist. I was making determinist arguments for JS,
All right, if you give us
but
free
I
will,
think
how many trees
I
were there at the beginning, Sarah? How many trees did they forbid them to eat? How many? One or two?
one.
It was two trees.
No, there's two.
It was two.
Knowledge of
Tree of
wisdom
How
life
would he
and the
make?
tree of and to live forever.
It was one tree of knowledge of good and bad, and then the tree of life. Once they took the tree of
Yeah.
knowledge of good and bad, he blocked them from doing the tree of life. Why would he make two trees for them to stop eating?
Because the
It was
knowledge of
all
good and evil is death.
no, but the thing is, it was all planned, and if God is all knowing, then He can, by definition, not learn. That's the problem that with Sarah's argument.
So when he said they're like us, knowing good and bad, he said, so that they won't live forever, let us block the tree of knowledge of life. He was a hater. Satan was the good guy.
Oh fuck! What the fuck,
Now
bro?
that's
I kind
Gnosticism.
of agree with this.
Oh
I
shit!
agree with him on that.
No,
He's a
bro.
Oh
hater.
shit! You fucked up. You need to go back to the
He's
back
on the
again,
whole.
bro.
Yeah, no.
He
This
said,
is
yo,
his
Make him
argument.
go sit in the corner.
us.
He's on the whole Prometheus.
No,
say
this
God
is
is the
No, the
Lord
Tyronius.
demiurge.
himself.
God
God
is
is the
narcissist.
demiurge.
This thing, I don't know nothing about nobody else beliefs in this. I didn't say.
God
I
This is
is
said
tied up.
Prometheus.
God
I
is a
didn't say
narcissist.
nothing about no
I
poet.
don't know
That
if it
nigga said
explains
because
that
Do you know how many
Satan
people God killed?
was
from
the
the
good
gods of
guy.
life. He's selfish.
What it would
He
say
kills
is
plenty
that
of
You need to
there
go
was
sit in the
a choice.
corner
There was
again,
two.
tied up.
Yeah, you
You
got
need
There
to
was
say
two
that God
different.
showed an action of love by giving us Jesus when He's the reason why we needed Jesus. That makes no sense. That's like me building a Walmart and giving me a car because the Walmart is 20 miles away and it's saying, "Aren't you glad I gave you a car?" I'm like, nigga, why you put the Walmart 20 miles away? You could have put it by my neighborhood.
Dang, he said God is
But
a
in your
good God.
description, you gave two trees. There
He
were
called
two
God
separate
shiftless.
trees, which
Listen, I
ultimately
don't
meant
want
there was a
anyone
choice.
sitting here saying I'm crazy. That was fucking retarded.
Oh yeah, that was
Okay.
definitely
We
way
needed
far off
Jesus.
At least
We
mine
needed
kind of
Jesus.
makes sense between the Old Testament and New Testament. Like that's
No,
my
Sarah, if we needed
derivative
Jesus,
there.
see
I
that
can
nigga
address
playing me.
He
that.
makes
So he's
plenty of
so
sense,
lucky
though,
I don't know how to
Sarah.
type exponents, bro. That dude's about to
What?
ban me
There's a
again.
little red. Now you
Sarah,
know
he
why
makes
he's
plenty of
just
sense.
raging
God killed
tomato.
plenty of people, and nobody complained about it. He has wiped out the earth
Well,
multiple times, and nobody
the
complained
Malachites,
about it.
About
the
And we talking about
Malachites
everything.
took a
God's
lot of
grace.
blame, I'm
Where
sure.
is
Oh
All
God's
my
grace
in
when
God,
He's
the
wiping
A
out
lot
the
of people
earth?
complain about it.
all in the
Yeah.
Old Testament.
Yeah,
And
everybody
and
complains
then
about it,
K2
honestly.
keep
Well,
on
them people dead
trucking
and they
says
mad.
buy
Well,
tied
hold on,
up
hold
No,
on.
African
How about
everybody
the
complains about
Crusades?
it.
Can I come back?
How
Hold
about the
on,
Hold
Crusades?
on.
Because God's people killed a whole lot
Super
of people in
chat
the
time, nigga.
Crusades.
Super chat time, nigga. Hold on.
So I want to address the difference between the Old and New Testament, the way
Okay.
that it is interpreted
Yeah,
by us.
yeah. Let's do that.
The Old Testament is up. Some of this stuff is dated 10,000 plus years old. So the culture in which these stories were told were mostly through oral tradition.
It is
So
not
it
dated
was
10,000 years old.
it was
right.
No, it's
it
not.
was
No, not even close.
yes. Some of the Dead Sea Scrolls are pretty damn old, dude.
Maybe the oldest, probably like 4,000 or 5,000.
I think Job is the oldest, in fact, and it is dated to more than 10,000 years. But let me get to my point. The culture and attitude of the people were different at the time. The way that you would communicate with the people at that time would be different. By the time that Jesus come around, this was, if you look at a population graph of the explosion in population projected or looking
It's
back,
Exodus, by the way.
once it hits Jesus's point, there's exponential growth. So he hit just at the right time of civilization to flourish and develop, and for Christianity to spread worldwide. So there was a different way of communicating with the people, I'm going to use the barbaric people of the Old Testament and the more civilized people of the New Testament. So you communicate with these people differently.
And allow me to interrupt just for a moment, gentlemen, and then I'll leave it back to you, maybe. Bad Gemini and Mr. Life, you got 5 minutes backstage, okay? Hang out. Don't go anywhere. Hang out. And then also my little Kit Kat, Ox Cat XO, who sends the big 50. Send them all to the back. Just kidding. No, you're not just kidding. I'm sending everybody to the fucking back so I can have just hold on. We'll set the music. Listen, this is the best pre-birthday. It is pre-birthday. Best pre-birthday stream. The bottle, hold on. Is it? There you go. That's the end of it. Okay. All right, little Miss Kitty Cat. Hold on. Can we turn the music up? I'm going to turn the music up. Okay. We're just going to have a moment and just say, like, I've stood by the concept of Old Testament and New Testament, and they are two very different things. And I've sat and I thought about it, and I looked at it by the way of how my father was when we were little and as we grew up and so on and so forth. And I look at it, that's my father, XYZ, blah, 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 whatever. I'm just going to say that. I'm just giving you your moment. This is her $50 worth, right? She paid, even though she said just kidding. I don't think she was really kidding. Kitty Cat, were you just kidding? Were you kidding? Plug your ears. Fuck you. I can sit here and sexualize myself for the next 3 minutes. I could do that too, but that's boring. That's gay. All right, fuck all of you, anyways.
Okay, so.
Oh wait. Tied
Me
Up
as
still
well.
has
Everybody
another
else
minute and a half.
sexualizes you.
I like
Green eyes.
it's ridiculous. Oh my, they got green eyes. She got green eyes. All right.
But what was the point you just made, Stepfire? I wanted to piggyback off it, but I forgot after that mission.
The barbarians were treated and communicated with one way.
Yeah.
In another.
A modern example would be like the Spanish conquistadors. Like the textbooks make them out like barbarians, but they stop these pagans from fucking cutting people's hearts out and sacrificing children. You understand? Like, come on now.
What?
It's just it sounds different outside of context.
Sarah's in the back
it's
now.
so far from.
Oh shit! Let's get off the.
You understand?
Mama's gone. Let's.
Effigy.
Get into some shit.
Hold on. Effigy is in charge of the panel while I'm out for 5 minutes. Thank
Effigy.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, why effigy? Boo, Sarah. Boo.
Welcome to the dictatorship, bitches.
That's exactly
Nah,
why.
fuck you. You ain't got no power.
Why?
Effigy ain't got no power here, Sarah.
What's going on, Effigy? What are we talking about, man?
Y'all spinning some fantasy is what y'all doing.
Nah.
That's why I've been keeping quiet. This is mostly like
Effigy's
internal
on my side. This is the
religious
first
stories.
time.
No, you're in
This is the first
charge.
time this ever
motherfucker.
happened,
You
Effigy. That
control the
we're on the
conversation,
same
bro.
side.
Effigy, you want to account for
it's a-
metaphysics right now, brother.
It's a
You want to account for the laws of
I just made the
nature
best religious
and the
argument
regularity
for
of
all y'all.
nature and knowledge and all of that shit. You want to account for it right now.
What the fuck is he talking about?
What I wanted you to
How
turn
did,
your
how
mic
did
down,
I get
Chris.
cooked, bro? How did I get cooked,
You,
bro?
look, everybody gets cooked once in a while. You got cooked, bro. You could tell. Your body
I'm
language
just-
changed ever since your conversation with that.
Man,
guy.
That's the
about the
first
topic
time
or
I
shut
ever
the
seen
fuck
you
up.
lost your words.
His whole
I can
body
say that.
language is different. It's okay
Talk
though.
about the
Like,
topic
No,
or shut the
it's-
fuck up.
Pretty
No,
much
I was
rule of
really
thumb. If you
confused.
have
So
to
your whole
ask
body
I was
language-
why I
really
got cooked,
confused
you
because
got
I didn't
cooked.
know what the nigga
started
was even
drinking more and
talking
everything.
about,
Like
bro.
dead ass.
Effigy,
Anyway,
this is your time to
I've been
stand
drinking
in and
this whole
tell them
panel,
to
bro.
shut
No,
the
you
fuck
started
up and
draining them
say,
afterwards.
excuse me,
That's just what I just said. Dumbass
gentlemen.
won't shut up though.
Gentlemen, I'm
Tied
gonna
up. You
play,
have trouble enough
I'm
staying on
gonna
topic when we're
play-
talking
I'm
about the
gonna-
topic.
I'm gonna play stupid booty clips if every time you start being stupid. Thank you.
Is it personal for you?
You just gave them incentive to be
Dang,
stupid,
I'm
Sarah.
really
Why would you do
getting
that?
some nice,
This message is sponsored in part by
Stop it! Stop
Yeah,
doing that to
encourage
me.
me.
What the?
Thing is, Frito, you were actually winning, but you allowed
That
them
was
to
a
talk too
terrible
much.
booty clip.
Nah, yeah.
Like, you
there's no
actually
booty
started-
at all.
no booty at all.
I understand.
Yeah, no booty at all.
You were doing good, like, but you
I
allowed
just
them to
didn't
talk.
understand where it went after a point. I understand.
Yo, tied up. Hold up. Bad Gemini, your mic's really soft, bro. And I'm sorry I had to attack your ass. You can't come at my boy Frito.
Hey,
The other
Mike,
guy's
Paul-
mic is better than his mic.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul,
I understand what he's talking about.
Your hype man's mic is better than yours, and I like that he acknowledged the incel power that I give. I'm King Incel. So
King Incel. All right, that's what's up. And shout out to my boy Frito, man. I do apologize, man. Because I went to a
Nah,
place
we
that I
all
don't like
good.
to go
We all
to, man.
good. Frito's good,
no, man, I'm being
bro.
dead
Frito's
serious, man.
good.
Because I'm 50, I'm 48 years old, man.
Nah, you're
and I don't like doing that. And
Exactly. I feel you.
Yeah. Bad Gemini Frito don't care. He's married. He's got a woman. He's
Y'all
good.
keep
Don't
on me.
worry.
It's first off, it's Mr. Life talking. I'm
Yeah,
not
it's Mr.
even
Life
wasting
back here,
time
man.
roasting. I'm chilling.
yeah.
I don't have time for
We
this
can get
tonight.
Mr. Life and Bricky in the same.
I
in the
thought
same
we
chat.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was a roast battle. That's why halfway through.
No, I'm not
No,
gonna
it
roast
was
y'all.
one-on-one, dog. It was definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch
I was
your mom
quiet.
or watch a roast session on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay, back to the topic.
Yeah, watch the roast as a nigga.
Are people in my chat allowed to pay to get people kicked off, Sarah?
Dang, y'all stay wanting to get black folks.
Yeah,
Look, I'm
JS,
not
if
going
people
to
on your side send in super chats, hold up.
Trump has already rolled back all those laws, so we fighting for all our stuff
Trump.
right now. We playing reparations. Me, Bad Gemini, Frito, we can't get kicked off along with the other guy. I can't see his name, but all the black people can't get kicked off tonight. This is our reparations. You cannot kick
Man,
us
you
off.
shut up. I'm African. I need reparations too. Shut the fuck up. Hold on. It's for the grift right now. If people sending super chats on JS's side, they still count. If he linked the streams, by the way, y'all.
Nigga, you like John Mayer's nephew. Were you African?
Oh,
What
the
part of
super
Africa
chats do show up across streams. I didn't realize.
I'm the only one here that is African, brother.
You like
not African American.
You're African American. No reparation for him. Kick him on off.
You got him there.
Perry, dude. Get the fuck out of here. And I ain't gonna lie, Mr. T, me and you got some beef because I ain't gonna lie, you did my man dirty. Me and you might have to one-on-one later on, Paul. I'm sorry, you did him too dirty. I might have to keep up, bro.
Ain't no 40 acres for him. 40 fakers and a Moscow mule. That's what he did.
William.
Send the black guys to the back.
Y'all just got your reparations right now.
That's disrespectful. Sarah, you can't acknowledge that. If you're doing that, well, I'm reporting you to the Better Business Bureau.
This is discrimination at its finest. This is discrimination.
God does not approve of this. God does not approve of this.
I'll be in the back with you. I'll be back.
Why you she kept Fredo. What about Fredo?
You're white, Fredo. You got your white card.
You got your white card.
Oh wait, Fredo's. Are you black, Fredo?
Oh hell no.
No.
You're black tonight.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh, it's good.
Okay, back to the topic though. Effigy, you don't even come and say this is all bullshit because we're talking about God, and you know you guys can account for metaphysics, any of the external things that you can't point to or see with any of your senses. So
you mean we
let's
don't use
carry
a fairy
on.
tale? So most of the time when we keep talking, we keep going off into the weeds, and I think people just
Oh,
keep
yeah.
running off away from like the hard question, which is
We
why
can
I,
schedule
like,
one effigy. We can do it.
Well, me and Shiva are actually having a talk on free will tomorrow.
Yeah, bro,
his
but you all just
channel
talk
board.
bullshit. You
wrong.
never
So
fucking come
what's
down
that
to
gonna
points,
do?
bro.
Come down to what?
You never make points, bro. You what? Do you know what happens each time with you
I
guys?
don't know how Steph
Your side of the argument is we don't know. We don't know. We don't know. That's your fucking argument every time.
What are you
I
talking
dog
about?
walked you the whole time. What are you talking about, Jay?
Fred-
Sarah made better arguments than you, and she's not a
Yeah,
determinist.
We're not
dude.
even talking about
I
like,
made
the
those
God
same
argument, Chris. We're
arguments.
talking about
just said
free
it
in
will
a
and
different way.
determinism.
Everything
No,
in
Dave, you're
cross-exam,
confused,
every
bro.
question I asked you, the way that you answered those questions, there's no way you can get to free will from the way you
You
answered
never
those
demonstrated that. You just assert that it doesn't.
I did throughout the whole thing. As I was asking, I have your answers written down. I have my line of question written down. I say, if he says yes, this. If he says
ask the
no,
question.
this.
Ask the question. The first question.
You said everyone does not have free will.
Okay,
You
so
said
how does that mean
children
that
do not
how
have
does
free
that-
will.
How does that mean
You
no
said
one
you
has
don't
free
know
will?
when children get free will.
So how
And that's
does
what-
this mean that no one has free will? You're making a logical jump.
Because
you're saying what's
if-
part of what's true of the part,
If you
is true
can
of the
lose
whole.
your free will
But in a category.
against your free will at any point, then it's not really free will.
You're not making the distinction between the act of free will and the metaphysical reality of free will. That's
and I am
the
also
distinction
not
you
making
make.
that distinction. But yes.
But you need to make that distinction because you can lose your free will in the sense of the act of the will. Of course, you can't.
Well, yeah,
There
I
are
don't
some
think
instances
he's
where you can't
arguing
act.
that free will is
So-
absolute. I think that it can be removed by outside factors, such as just
Against
simple
your will.
chaos. But
So if
that
your free
doesn't
will
mean
can
that
be
you
removed
didn't have
against
the
your will,
That
was it
doesn't
against-
mean that you didn't have the will.
then
to-
it's not really
to
free
act.
will. Some people will call it injured will. If I have a broken arm, do I have free range motion in my arm? No, there's limits. So it's
You're-
not
all right,
free.
this is the distinction again. The metaphysical.
Yeah, JS,
concept
we're
of
not
free will.
going into the
We're
fact of
not
I don't
talking
have
about
free
a
will
physical
because I can't
process.
fucking fly right now, bro. Come on.
That's not what I
That's
said. I
Yeah,
said
retarded.
that's a little bit of a silly jump.
That's retarded.
that's not what I said. I said if your will is limited or injured, then it is not free.
Bro,
It's kind of a
can I,
maximalist
when my
position,
arm is
right?
broken, now I got limited movement, can I break it and snap it the whole fucking other direction? Yes, it doesn't impede my free will because it's ouchy. Come
Yeah,
on,
it
dude.
also goes into
Come
the
on,
argument
bro.
of like
So
free.
you're,
speech.
so
That's a
you're,
bad
so what you're
argument.
saying is that
Not
like
you
people
can-
who are in wheelchairs don't have free will the same as the other people do.
Yeah, it's stupid argument, dude.
Yeah, it's off. It's
Yeah,
off,
see,
off the page.
you're
man.
focusing on the action of it.
Even the
I don't have free will because I can't be a mermaid.
Yeah, I can't fly. You know,
That's
it's,
not what
I
I'm
want to be a
saying.
mermaid, but I don't
That's
have
not what
free
I'm
will.
saying.
argue this that free will means you should be able to will everything, and that's the only definition of free will. Those are maximalist positions.
Yes, I understand the philosophical argument behind that, but you guys understand that that's not what we're doing right now.
Why? Why can't I do philosophy with a
what are we doing,
philosophical concept?
Because
it's not
you're
a
not doing any
theological.
It doesn't matter because we have a colloquial understanding of what it is. We're not fucking completely defining the word as in you have to freely be able to do any possible thing within mankind. Because you know what?
That's
Free
not
will
what
doesn't
I-
exist
stop
because I'm not
strawmanning me
God,
with that.
JS.
That's not what I'm
I'm
saying.
not God, so free will doesn't exist. There we go. Stupid
Yeah,
bullshit
you're strawmanning
philosophy
me with
argument.
this we can fly thing. I
could
didn't say
easily
that.
come with a
You said
cause,
if my arm
an
is injured,
adverse
do I have
cause.
free will?
No,
Yes.
dude, we all understand the colloquial meaning of free will, that it means we are freely able to will and do things within the fucking span of regular, normal reality.
That's still a subjective subject. You're retarded.
Yes.
But even that example of
Doable.
not,
Are you able to do whatever is doable?
Yes.
All the time.
Yes.
No, you're no.
And Chris
no,
Lestrange,
'cause-
that's kind of who you look like. You look like a fucking dirty Russell Brand.
Did you say no
Thanks, brother.
to that question?
I appreciate you, Tied Up. That's a big ass compliment.
Do
Hey,
whatever,
whatever it is, it's
doable.
just truth. Whatever it is, take
Yes,
it out.
That dude got a
any-
lot of poontang, brother. That's a compliment in my book.
yeah,
And he's
yeah.
British.
JS,
Sarah,
answer
I
your
do
own
need to go.
question. Are you able to do whatever is doable?
You can't even control your dreams when you're asleep.
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. 'Cause you're my Patreon girl, and your love for me depends on how much money that I pledge to you monthly.
So much more wholesome.
And I will say, I'm incredibly disappointed in the grift, the pre-birthday grift tonight. I'm incredibly disappointed. Chat, you have failed me.
What's your cat? Put your cash app in the private chat.
It's already in the public chat.
Is it?
But I'm incredibly disappointed in all of you. You have truly disappointed. You should do better. Thank you. Anyways, so
I got a song for you. Ready?
I don't see your cash app.
This is your birthday song. It isn't very long.
Sarah, I don't see your cash app.
That's it.
Nightbot
Let's
drops
go.
it. Nightbot drops it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's in the chat. Nightbot dropped it.
Okay,
It says, go ahead, super chat me. I dare
You
you.
guilted me.
Hit that button.
Don't talk like that. You
want
make me
to.
now. That's a you. I'm not trying to sexualize you, but you make me horny.
What the
Oh, Tied Up, this is why you gotta go to the corner every time, brother. What the fuck
Sapphire,
are you
you're not,
doing?
you're not supposed to super chat a big amount, especially on your own fucking debate.
Well, don't guilt me.
Oh,
Stefan's a legend, Sarah.
Oh, darn it.
He's got free will, Sarah.
He's got free will. That's right.
That's
JS.
right.
JS.
Maybe it was predetermined. Maybe
Hold on,
someone.
hold on, hold on.
Damn, Stepfire, what the?
Hold on. JS, have you been determined? Is it determinism that makes you want to super chat? But yes, Stepfire in with the big 100 to say, fuck all of you, fuck off, shut up, you little bitches. Thank you.
I do need to go.
I'm gonna do like half of this.
Oh, well, then let's allow you to give you your exit. If everybody could give you the space. Thank you.
Well, I had a ball tonight. It was fun. JS, thanks for showing up and getting slaughtered as you did. I would have it no other way. Sarah, thank you for so graciously hosting us on your platform. It is funny because I've heard you say in the past that you don't debate, and you rocked it tonight so much better than JS did. So you all of you have a blessed night. Thanks for showing up.
Have a good night. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Stepfire.
One more thing real quick. If you're interested, you can find me at The Narrative Today on YouTube. Me and Fredo, we do a political show every Sunday. So hit us up over there if you're interested. We also get into philosophy, but it is what it is.
Oh, that's fair. And he is tagged in the description of the debate, or actually in the title, I believe. So if you want to find him, that's where you can click the button there. And for the mods, that's where you can find the link.
Well, God bless y'all.
Have a good night, man. I hope you have some good dreams, man. I hope you have against your will.
Later.
Against your will. What is the will? If the will is bad, then what can you
So
do?
if anything can happen beyond your will, that means that you have no will of your own.
That's what I'm saying.
your
Exactly.
argument?
Our only will we have is the in between.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that your argument doesn't negate free will. It doesn't negate choice. It doesn't negate any will of your choice. Your will can overcome somebody else's will, but you still have will. You still have will to enact upon your own.
We never disagreed on that.
Is anybody else
talking about?
Is anybody else seeing a unicorn on screen by chance? Like this is very unicorn-esque.
Oh, don't do that, Sarah. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to.
He's got 2 horns. So
It's a duo corn.
I'll send you some money on your Cash App. Tax free.
I see it. Hold on.
Man, my nigga ain't
Yes, tax free. Okay, so let me put in my code. So we got the big 5-0, ladies and gentlemen.
That makes me look broke now.
You don't want me to announce it?
I think 5-0 makes me look broke.
5-0, the big 50?
Yeah, because
we only say 5-0 and 100. Like.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, happy birthday.
50 and up's it's a big deal. You should be proud of that.
Okay.
The big 5-0 from our lovely Tied Up. And he has nothing to say.
I wanted to say happy birthday, but I was scared.
Oh, well, why don't you sing happy birthday?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to... No, I'm going to do the ghetto joint. Happy birthday to
ya. Let's go. Yeah.
To ya.
Yeah.
Birthday.
All right.
Let's go.
And I want to kindly remind all of you, like, I could have been out this evening doing whatever the fuck I wanted to do with my free will.
No, that's degenerate. You wanted to be here with us fighting. You know it.
No, we had to work out the schedules, and I will say working out the schedules with JS and Stepfire was very kind and easy. Like, they were pretty clairvoyant on what they could and couldn't do. And I said, okay, well, let's pick a weekend then. And we did. We picked a weekend, and it worked out. And even though I knew this was like my birthday weekend, I still said, like, oh, fuck it. Like, I'm going to do it. And the 28th will actually be going into my birthday. So my birthday is actually the 29th. So the
So it's not even your birthday, right?
No. But the thing of it is, yeah, it's a I said it's a pre-birthday grift.
But still, dude, it's a Saturday night before her birthday, bro. That's literally her birthday night.
Literally be out right now.
Yeah. Chat, send Sarah donos for giving y'all entertainment.
I should be having all sorts of dudes grinding up against me, buying me
No.
shots right now. That's what I should be doing. You degenerate motherfuckers.
You want to stream overpowered your while clubbing.
All right, so April 9th, you are extremely inquisitive. You love change and variety.
You were destined to stream.
You were destined to be here.
I was destined. But even I took the day of my birthday off work because I knew I was doing Moderator Monday, and I told myself, I'm like, I'll give myself my birthday day to sleep in a little bit. A little bit means I'm actually not sleeping in at all because I still have to put children on the bus, so on and so forth. But tonight I actually get to drink and have a good time and chill, and I have nowhere to be tomorrow morning except for church tomorrow afternoon. So tonight I get to actually have some fun, but not the fun that I would be having if I actually just chose to Uber and go out and do something else. So yeah.
That's okay. Fun is gay, Sarah. Don't do any of that.
Sarah, you
No,
wouldn't believe
no.
when I looked up your birthday to mean, you wouldn't believe this shit.
Oh, I'm a Taurus.
No, it says signifies a period of conflict, competition, or disagreement.
You're a Taurus.
You
Well,
might
then how do you believe in free
fallen
will?
into a position where
what?
something bad would have happened if you would have went to the club.
So I am a if you actually what based on what Osfron was saying earlier, I am actually a Leo across the board, right? My sun, my moon, I think my Venus, whatever. But there's one of them, I forget which one it is, but there's one of them, something rising, whatever, where I'm actually a Leo.
But the thing is,
and that's your like it's in the aspect of the astrological shit. It's my external thing, and I'm a Leo externally, so I'm like a natural, like I lead people naturally externally, like how like me internally, I'm just like, oh my god, I'd rather just sit in my little cave and everybody can just do what they want. I'm so shy, I'd rather just stay inside. But externally, I'm just like, bitch, what? I'm gonna tell you what to fucking do. Sit the fuck down. Shut the fuck up.
But the cards,
Yeah,
came
don't do that
before tarot.
women's science.
So the cards came before tarot. The 52 playing cards represent the 52 weeks of the year. The 4 suits represent the 4 seasons. The 13 cards represent the 13 weeks. You're a 5 of clubs, which represents the 5 of wands. All right.
What is this true?
What is this thing on this numerology shit? Are you talking about numerology right now?
Let's do
This
it.
thing on his
ahead.
GG Gary
It's
shit.
tarot. It's adjacent, but it's not
Hold
numerology.
on. I want to hear the rest of it. Go ahead, Tied Up.
The playing cards came before the tarot.
Take a dab.
All right. The 5
So
of
I'm
clubs,
5 of clubs.
represent the 5 of wands. The 5 of wands represent a period of conflict, competition, and a disagreement. If you want to get into details, it says good fortune often finds its way to your door one way or another. Your mind works so quickly sometimes you might act before thinking things through. Practice taking your time for your decisions. You are gifted with good communication skills and highly creative. You're not afraid of hard work and make great employee or employer. 5 of clubs are good salespeople and also do very well as promoters. Mental stimulation is important. Naturally charming. You are great in social situations. Do y'all think this is all a coincidence, bro?
You're gay, bro.
Sounds like free will doesn't exist.
There's no free will. The guy was right. The dude that he was right. We all have a role in our astrology charts. If you study it on the surface level,
Wait, did he change his mind?
All right, let's continue. I never changed my mind.
Well, I'm great at sales. Do you know why? Because William sends in the big 5 to say she says she's gonna do whatever the fuck she wants to do. And he sent in $5 just to reiterate that factor. And my little kitty cat, hello, little kitty cat, sends in the
I thought
big
you were talking about something else.
505050. Tied Up, I think you need to hide or something. 5050 says this is metaphorical grinding, dude.
Isn't that a good thing?
What?
Metaphorically grinding, that means I'm mentally stimulating.
Yeah, I was talking about the 50 for you.
Oh shoot. That motherfucker. She's probably gonna send another girl after tonight. I'm gonna beat that shit. Hold on. I'm sending another 25 right now, you mother. You want to play kitty
Nice.
cat?
And this sympathy.
Okay, you're less gay now, Tied Up. Good job.
No, it's not. It's tied up isn't getting busy. Your mind led it to being gay because you like being dead in the butt by a dildo.
Huh?
Just trying to get you to think of the negative, you gay fuck.
Huh? What'd you say?
Running. Now kitty cat beat that.
Huh?
Well, she sent 50. You said you're only sending 25.
Well, I said 50 plus 25 is 75.
Oh, that's right, because you sent the first 50.
Yeah, she got to carry the one.
Okay,
Right.
so kitty cat.
She already sent 50 before that,
Tyrone
so this
sent
is already
another
up.
25 to say nothing. There was I'm sorry, for happy birthday.
Yeah,
for
she
happy
did.
birthday plus the other 50 before that. So that is 75 total. But didn't Kitty Cat send
Yeah.
earlier? Kitty Cat actually beat you earlier because she sent 50 earlier to say send them all to the back.
But hold on, wait. That's in European dollars, man. Hold on, wait. Let me
No,
see.
it's not.
That ain't European. You can't even read numbers good.
She's in US.
You're the
she's
least
in-
sounding cool British dude ever. That was the first time.
No,
you didn't
she's
sound
in USD, baby. She
Yeah, I'm British,
spent the first 50 to say fuck you and sent you all to the back, and then
All
the
right, well, I
second
can't beat this
50
bitch. I can't. This bitch married Tom Brady. I can't beat her.
Wouldn't that
British
be
money would
funny?
be worth more.
Wouldn't that be funny if she really was like dating Tom Brady and she's like, Tom, baby, card now, thank you. We've got the tomato on the line, and then she sends another 50 just to say, Tom, baby, card, honey, baby.
Oh shit. Yeah, no, she got you, bro. She got you.
Oh,
Baby.
she said, Tom, baby.
Ah, she got your ass.
50 bucks just to laugh.
She got your ass.
What did she say?
Oh, nice.
She reached out to her man's card and
Yeah,
she
you
said,
funny.
baby, card now, honey,
Yeah.
baby, honey, boo. Let's
It says
go.
I
birthday.
might
All right.
Am I blocked?
Are you blocked?
Yeah, I don't see anything she's saying. I don't think the last thing I see is
I'm showing it on screen right here at the bottom of the look. Look at me. Look,
LULZ is the last thing I'm seeing. I don't see anything.
yeah,
else.
she says lols. That's another 50, so she sent a total of 150, darling.
Okay, I'm sorry. I might have to strip tonight to do that. I can't do it.
Well, let's go. Take it off.
Take it off. Wait, what?
Yeah, hold up.
He says he's got a strip. Let's
No,
go.
don't let him take off his circus tent he's wearing, please.
I can't do it. You got it. You got it. Congratulations, you won. I can't do this.
She changed the music and everything. She tripping like a motherfucker.
I know the club music just started.
I don't know. I gotta see. Yeah, I have money,
Shut
man.
up, you got a nice aircon. Be a shame if somebody came and took that.
Oh darn.
Bro, you sound like a retarded Russell Brand, bro.
Yeah, now I'm African. I'm gonna go fucking steal your air conditioner, brother. How about that?
What part of Africa?
Huh? The South.
In a hotel
The
room.
deep South, son.
What part?
The African part.
Yeah, exactly.
The part where
Sorry,
they have
Chris, he didn't
shitty
strip.
internet.
Because in South Africa, there's like a lot of great singers that sing and do doo-wops on the corner, and I was wondering if you're one of those. That's not racist.
I'm just gonna leave our little kitty cats thing on there because that's fucking hilarious. Like
I only
she
see
came out
LULZ.
because she's laughing
Lols.
at you. Literally, she's saying "lols," you dumb fuck.
But why is that funny though? Like that's not even that's not witty.
She's laughing at you because you matched up to 75 while she was already at 100, and she's saying
Yeah.
"lols."
Yeah, because remember, tied up, you know how wit works, right? For something to be witty, you need to have said wit to determine whether it's witty, my friend.
That's what I was saying. What was so funny about it? But I didn't know. Like now, I'm about to look at her profile picture. Okay, and she better not have any videos up.
To all of my members, we're sending the Riz donuts in the chat for our lovely little kitty cat. So if you're a member, send the Riz donuts in the chat for the kitty cat. Yeah.
There's so many like sexual innuendos that could be plucked from those words. I don't know if you're being Are you being conspicuously provocative or?
I'm always provocative. And K2 keep on trucking says with the big two, he says, Oxy cat, my little kitty cat, my little geek, my little pussy.
She's a bot, man.
I heard Sarah wants you on panel, allegedly. No, I want your ass on panel.
Sign in real life.
Little kitty cat, get your ass up here and come tell this motherfucker what you have to say with your 150 to his 75.
Yeah, but make
that's
us
where we're
believe
at.
you're real. She's a bot. Her page
Dude,
can't be found.
honestly.
She's a bot.
I'm actually under the belief that a bot wouldn't send $150. Why would a bot send
there's a way to
$150?
like there's a
That's a cool buy. Where do you get one of those?
That is a cool buy right there.
I want
Have you
10
ever
more
seen her
of those.
Yeah.
I want 10 more of those.
That
She's
shit
in
gonna
my
get declined in the morning.
She's in the Discord too. So go fuck off.
Dude, she's not a real girl.
All right, little Miss Kitty Cat, this is your time to shine.
Show your face.
I leave it. She doesn't even have to show her face. She can just come on here with her
yeah,
voice
show your
and tell
vocal.
you to fuck off.
Yeah, I
That's
bet
all
she won't, man. She's fake, man. You can't even find her for her channel.
Why are you trying to negate $150 and say
No, I'm trying to
$150
negate the
is fake?
validity of her account. Fuck the money. I wish you have all the money, but I can't respect people that are trying to be fake. She's like probably like this. She's probably like some fat chick with like potato chips dripping down her.
Even if she was a
fat
fat
chicks need
chick
love.
eating potato chips, even if she's a fat heifer, she comes on here and talks like
Yeah,
this,
well,
and
I mean,
she's eating potato chips and they're falling all down her shirt. I don't give a fuck. You know why?
You
Because
sound like you want to foreplay with Rain Man. You
she
feel
took
like you know when you want
she
somebody.
took your
You want a
75.
retarded dude to bang you just to see how it is. Don't you?
She took your 75 and she said, "Bitch, what?" And she said that literally with
She got me on it.
lols.
She got me.
She didn't even add to the commentary. She just said lols. She just laughed at you.
Hey,
She
yeah.
said
That's it.
lols. Cause she said, Tim, baby, give me your
Yes.
credit card, baby. I gotta prove something right. And
Right,
that's all
yeah,
that's all she did.
That's there. She said Tim. He looked like a ghetto Leonardo DiCaprio probably, and she probably taking money
That's
from him.
right. He probably is. So
But
so
in the
I
meantime, I know that
ain't
you got
mad.
a fetish. You got a fetish. You want a slow dude that's smart and on the spectrum to bang you. I feel it from you. The way you did that voice impression, you want somebody that's
What?
slow to bang you just to see
A
how it
slow
feels.
dude that's smart and on the spectrum. Where the wait?
That didn't make no damn sense.
Proves it.
He said that couldn't be me.
This is a smart dude on
Wait a
spectrum. You
second.
want some boo-boo.
Slow dude that's smart on the spectrum.
Oh, okay, that was good. That was good.
Like Rain Man?
That was good. That was good. That was good. You won. You went off of that. You won in life for today. For today, you won.
Bitch, I always win. That's why I'm here. Don't fuck with me.
No,
Come on, tied up. You
the
know
guy
better.
that joke won.
Listen,
Sarah only wins no matter what.
that tied up. Do I come to your panels or do you come to mine?
I get invited to yours.
Here she is.
Yay, cat.
Let's see it. We want to everything by the way her voice sounds.
No, everybody shut the fuck up. My little darling kitty cat has to speak.
Sound fat as hell.
Darling kitty cat.
Oh,
Hey,
shit.
she speaks like this. Go ahead, kitty cat.
What's up, Tied Up?
What the fuck?
What?
You sound like a fucking ghetto Elmo. Go ahead. What's up? What's up? Can you talk some more?
I would have opted for the Smurf there, tie dye, but
That's a nigga.
That's a girl.
Oh,
Okay, stop. Hold on. We're gonna do it this way. Cause I'm gonna give my little kitty cat my time. My little kitty cat. Hello, darling.
Hey, Sarah.
How are you?
Good. How
Hello,
are you?
darling.
Happy early birthday.
Thank you. Hey, can you just say tied up? Fuck you.
Well, I don't like to say that word.
Okay, tied up. Screw you.
Screw you, Tied Up.
Oh, where are you from? Are you a little Southern Belle?
Well, I'm from West Virginia.
Oh, you're like 12 blocks from me then.
Sweet.
Is this your first panel experience? Is this your first time on?
I went on Dusty's and Grids.
Oh, okay. So you're kind of. You're like okay. It's like a thing.
I don't really debate though.
No, nobody's asking you to debate at all. I just want you to tell Tied Up he can suck a toe.
He might be into that.
Pretty good. That's pretty good. All right, we're gonna bring him back on so you can tell him that. Tell him that, and he might like it.
He's not the only one.
He's not the only one.
I don't think that's questionable right now.
You think so?
She sound like a bulimic Carrie Underwood.
No.
Tied up. Why you got so much hate in your heart, brother? Why you got so much hate in your?
Hey, tie dye.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
That is broke behavior. That is broke behavior.
Hey, tie dye.
Hold on, gentlemen. Shut the fuck up, please. Thank you. on behalf of my little kitty cat. Gentlemen, I'm going to start with JS. Could you kindly speak on behalf of the kitty cat to Tied Up on why he's stupid right now?
Yeah, White Knight, JS.
Well, I didn't
Right
know
now.
bulimic. I didn't know bulimic was a sound. I didn't know you could sound bulimic, but
Now you know. You hang around him enough.
and listen, don't get butthurt because you can't keep up with her cash flow.
No, that's fine with me. That's fine with me. She makes a lot of clearly makes. I'm happy with the money I make. I'm very happy with the money I make. I'm in the 1% actually.
Yeah, it sounds like you're very happy about it.
So you can afford more than
Wait,
$150.
you're in the 1% and you can't afford $150?
You can't afford $150, nigga.
I can't afford. Well, I can show y'all stubs right now. I'm in the 1%.
You know what the fuck the 1% means?
$150, nigga.
No, I just.
He
know what the
only
fuck
has
it means?
1% of a dollar.
No, but he means the 1% where he lives in his neighborhood. He's like in the top 1%.
Stop.
I just came from Chicago, Isla de Mujeres, and Roatan.
Gentlemen, I asked JS. We'll make our way around the club, okay? You'll all have your speaking points.
But she sounds like
I asked JS if you could speak on behalf of the little kitty cat.
Yeah, JS White Knight right now, motherfucker.
She was using the celebrity
Do it
board.
now.
Cat is very nice. Cat, I don't even know Cat, and she sent me a super chat before, so I'm echoing.
You're a whore, man. What the fuck? I don't take.
I know. Well, I'm just taking notes on the grift right now. I'm trying to.
Why did she leave?
Let me cook him, Sarah.
Who said that?
Hold on.
Bro,
Effigy.
you like the fucking.
Effigy, do you have advice?
You look like you've been to Mad Woodstock concerts, nigga.
Effigy, do you have advice to our lovely friend Tied Up about our lovely little kitty cat?
Find a better job, man.
Okay.
Damn.
For a company that I guarantee all of you are using right now.
Frito, your thoughts?
I don't doubt it.
You said what?
I work for a company that all of you, I'm pretty sure, are using right now.
Frito, your thoughts to
My
Tied
thoughts
Up
on what?
based on our lovely little kitty cat who donated twice the amount of Tied Up, and Tied Up is mad.
Yeah,
He has some sugar daddy. He does coupons off her titties. and gives her a credit
Get your
card.
money up, nigga. Get your money up, nigga.
Man, don't be mad because I say you got fried up. I'm trying to have your back.
Come on, man.
I'm good. I'm in the 1%, bro. And
Well,
then the
it's Sarah's birthday, bro. Get some of that 1% to Sarah.
I gave her
man.
75. I mean, I just joined. I just started coming here. Pause.
Frito,
Cat gave her 150.
I will
gave her
say,
150.
I will say,
Salute.
Frito
That's what I
does
said. I can't give
donate. I will say, Frito does donate quite often.
Well, salute to you, Frito.
He does. I will say that name shows up quite often in the super chats during debates, especially.
Okay.
So shout out to Frito. You do always show up. I won't deny that.
You look like Bad Bunny's nephew.
Nigga, you look like
Zers-
Kodak Black fucking cracked out cousin.
Oh Jesus, Zers, do you have any advice for Tied Up and our lovely kitty cat?
Yeah, just if you're gonna do any flexing with your wallet, make sure that you flex.
All the way.
Make sure that the chick you're flexing against doesn't have a bigger wallet than you.
Well, I don't know. You can't show her face, man. I don't matter to me.
She doesn't have to. I never require that from my ladies.
Well, that's like would be like her top 5 priority and values.
She has a cute little voice though. Chris, to you.
No, she don't. Her voice sounds. She was delayed every time you asked her a question. It was like she stood into the keyboard and like pressed play.
Yeah, but I mean, you sound delayed when you speak regularly, Tied Up. And I would think, you know what? I would think you with them 2 tentacles. You know those 2 tentacles you got at the front of your head? I would think a chocolate-covered Martian like you would have more money, bro. Come on, man. You can afford spaceships and shit to fly to planet Earth. Now you could be hating on the humans over here.
Shut the fuck up. Your bro,
What?
Russell Brand. You look like a Russell Rebrand looking motherfucker.
Yeah, you look like you fucking passed school by using crayons, my friend.
Is that Russell Raisin Brand over there?
Oh shit! He said Russell Raisin
Get out of
Brand.
here. You look like a fucking rare wolf. Get the fuck out of here. His profile picture sound like an album pic, nigga. Look like the meanest metal album in the world.
Wait, tied up shit, man. I can't hear you. I don't speak Guyanese. I don't speak Guyanese, bro. Where you at? What?
You speak Metalese? Look like you about to drop a fire metal album on the back,
Where the
nigga.
fuck is your money at, bro? Where's your money at? Cut
You know,
that shit.
I don't want to be a downer, but you guys do know what tomorrow is. What's tomorrow? Anniversary of the Death Star. The Death Star? Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. It's been a...
I'm not trying to talk money.
Our lovely little kitty cat tied up sent another 50,
This is the corniest shit ever. Go ahead. Go.
just to say he sounds delayed.
Yeah, I know that's
That's
corny.
the way his brain is set up.
Yeah, I know. You can tell she has a sugar daddy.
He's a slow smart person.
So what?
Now I believe she looks
Why
good.
is that? Okay. I want somebody to explain to me, why is it bad if she has a sugar daddy?
That's not bad at all. But I could tell that if she has a sugar daddy, her low IQ is showing and exposing by her.
Tied up is just mad because she has a sugar daddy because he got the diabetes. He's scared of sugar.
Tie-dye. Hold on.
Wow.
I have a
Getting a rape
question,
German.
tie-dye. If she's utilizing minimal effort and getting
Not
the
minimal
max,
effort, minimal IQ.
hold on. If she's utilizing minimal effort to get maximum results, meaning she can spend money, like she can spend another $50 just to send a super chat to say your hair looks stupid, right? If she can utilize minimal efforts for maximum results, and you have to go out and spend maximum results to gain minimal whatever maximum efforts to gain minimal results.
It ain't minimal. I mean 1%.
Who's the smarter one here? I'm pretty sure
minimal,
Kitty Cat.
1%.
I'm pretty sure
You need to switch your milk to 1%, bro.
Let her finish your corny.
the kitty cat is in the smarter position here
Yeah,
because
you
even
like-
though you
That
say
Kurt Cobain had sex with fucking John Mayer's niece. The fuck out of here.
but John Mayer's niece is
He looks like a bitch. That's the
allowed-
joke. He looks like a bitch.
but
Did you
John
say
Mayer-
knees? I bet your knees are fucking crying whenever you walking around outside, bro. Don't be talking about knees, boy. Come on, man. Shit.
That's how gay he is. He's so used to being on knees. He mistaken knees for knees because he's used to that. I'm gonna go ahead and buy Amazon knee pads for you just to make your
I'm
job
just gonna
easier.
say,
So you can last.
I want to say, I think Kitty Cat has proven you not only did she double it,
She killed. I ain't gonna lie. The money part she got. I ain't gonna lie. I've been said that.
but she added another 50. So whether she is an AI bot of some weird sort,
No, I'm gonna figure that shit
or whether she's got a sugar daddy, or
You
whether
got
she's got her
people.
own bag baby going on, I don't give
You
a
got
fuck
people.
what she's got in
well,
this
Sarah, tell her to
situation.
send a
But the
picture of her
point of the
face
matter
tomorrow.
is,
Somebody gonna beat the fuck out of her. Send her a picture
why
of her
would you
face
say
tomorrow.
such a terrible thing about a woman?
Somebody's credit card.
Why would you say such a terrible thing about a woman?
No, I hope I'm wrong. I think somebody's gonna beat the fuck out of her.
He doesn't want her to get caught up for using somebody's credit card unauthorized.
I hope I'm wrong.
Sarah,
Tied
I would
up,
just
why
like
you
to
so
say-
mad, buddy?
He's gonna say,
Hey, I'd
Tied
just
up,
like to
why
say,
you
I just
so
did the
mad, buddy? You
calculation-
want a
I just did
hug?
the calculation, guys, and since he mentioned Chicago, to be in the 1% in Illinois, you would have to make minimum 800K, which comes out to about $2,000 a day. So if you're making $2,000 a day, you can definitely afford to send some more money.
bro.
Yeah, I don't live in Chicago.
Then that whole 2,000. It's her birthday, man. Come on, you can
like a
afford it.
demonic credit. You like
can
a
afford it,
demonic
brother.
Freddy Cougar. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, tied up.
like
Listen,
fucking
brother.
a
Wait.
broke
I want to
person
talk
on
to
the
tied up
fed,
for a
nigga.
second.
You can't talk to me.
Rito, let me talk to tied up. Tied up, why you so mad, brother? Why you so mad, bro? Do you need a hug? It's gonna take the whole fucking panel to hug you, but you mad.
Bro, you look like that nigga that killed that nigga on accident on the set. What's the nigga name?
Huh?
My dreads were way cooler than I had dreads.
The top of your head looked like the end of a bonfire.
Yeah, you look like the guy that wouldn't be allowed on set, bro. So what are we talking about?
The disappointing snakes that you light on the 4th of
You gotta
July.
wait till tomorrow. You can't redeem yourself with me.
The little
Now,
snakes.
but you like, hey, what is it? Alec Baldwin in the face looking at you.
Nigga
You like his
pathetic,
fucking
nigga.
nephew. All right, now
Tied
listen,
up, you're funny, bro. I like you, bro. You fucking crazy, but I like you.
Don't cop deuces now,
Bro, I
Chris.
hope you
Come
said it in
on
the
now.
most platonic way, because it's mutual if it is. If it's not, then I don't.
I just don't know
Nah,
why
I
you're
do like you. You're
mad.
funny.
Why
Nah,
are
fire, I
you
fuck
so
with you too.
upset with the lady? The
No, I'm
lady.
not because her profile picture looks so. It looks so lab created.
Well,
black
that
hair.
is obviously very.
yeah.
I mean, literally, like half of my shit
Sarah,
is
let's keep it
AI
real.
created.
No, Sarah, let's keep it real. When she came on, she sounded
Yeah, I knew
weird.
that wasn't you getting off that horse, Sarah.
Sierra, when she came on, she didn't sound like that.
Darn. It
When you
was
said something,
Naomi.
she
It
delayed,
was
she was like, "Hi,
Naomi.
Sarah."
Naomi, sound off in the chat. It was Naomi. I'm sorry. It was Naomi. That's why she has her own horse emoji. Naomi, it was you. Tell them. But yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me why you're mad, Tied Up. Tell me why you're mad at a lovely little lady who outspended you.
No, I don't have a problem. I'm happy with her. I just hope that she has the same amount of face features tomorrow when the person finds out she was stealing her credit card. He's gonna beat the shit out of her like the Wolf of Wall Street.
Well, I mean,
How
to
do you
be
know
fair,
it's not her money?
this isn't the first time that she spent this amount of money on this.
You wanna know how I don't know it's his
or
money?
even other channels that I've seen her spend it on. So
You want to know how I know it's not her money? Y'all gonna
why?
be mad at me, but I'll tell y'all gonna be mad.
Okay, go ahead, cause she's spending it on a lady.
No, not that. That was cute. That was cute. That was the voice you probably used with your children. That was cute. I would have fell asleep good with that. I would have got more. I would have fell asleep good with that. Because the top 20 richest women are rich because of their settlement after a divorce. Tell me when I'm lying.
That's actually not true because most women post divorce actually end up below poverty. So
No. That I said the top 20 richest women are rich because of their
possibly
settlement.
be because she has a good job.
Wait. No, I'm standing on this. Tell me when I'm lying. The top 20 richest women are rich after the settlement of divorce. Tell me when I'm lying.
The top 20 richest.
You are
Oprah.
presuming she's divorced, but there could also be a factor in that she is married, or there could also be a factor in that she makes her own fucking money. Which one is it?
I mean, you just gave me all possibilities of life. I mean,
That's right. That's right. Because there's
all right. Let's do that. I'm
no,
play that game. It could be that I could go to sleep tonight, or me and Sarah could meet up at a motel, and she just fucks me raw and
Of fucking course. Like,
Yeah, the
you're
second
a
one's not
fucking broken
happening.
record, dude.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I could be all possibilities. You see what I'm saying? But I got statistical facts. She's googling it right now. She's hoping I'm wrong.
The
Go
top,
Google it and read it out loud.
mostly
Top
heiresses.
20 richest women are rich because of divorces.
No,
they don't make their
either
own money. They never do.
died or their
That's
This is
why
a
I know
non
she make her own
sequitur.
money.
How does this have any regard to this person having just enough money to spend like $200?
Because it's not her money. You dumb
hold up. Stop. Because I spent $50 tonight on another person's podcast because I wanted
Because of the
to.
bitch that made you money.
Stop.
Tied up,
Because
calm your titties.
I like to kind of forward the notion of top super chats and stuff like that. So like but I'm not in a percentage of any type of top tier whatever, not by any means. And I
Sarah,
still felt the need to send $50.
I just want to add, Tied Up, did you see in chat that she says she's got a doctorate and works in the medical industry, my brother? So I think you're just fucking wrong to be wrong.
Oh, you like you did 3 acid trips.
And the majority of the top 20 richest women are heiresses or their
Bro, you look
husband
like you
died.
can't even touch your ass. Talk about acid.
Yo, that was a good.
So
one.
maybe she's just a really smart
You
lady.
said she's got a doctorate, but 80% of women that major in their college graduation degree don't have the field, don't work in that same field.
She worked in the medical field, you dildo.
That means that she
said it.
actually could
Okay,
be
wait.
the other
Let the idiot talk. Let the
20%.
idiot talk. Sarah, you're good. I know you're smart. Let the idiot talk. How you know?
She said
silent. Silence.
Oh, you said the idiot could talk, so I left you so you could fucking talk. What are you doing, bro?
Stop.
You got a wolf on your titty. Shut up, bro.
No, stop. I have an argument for this. You presume, Tied Up. You presume the majority when you're saying she's the divorced, therefore she has money from her ex-husband, so on and so forth. You presume the majority
No, I'm
there.
just talking stats.
But you're not presuming the majority when we're talking about her having a PhD, whatever, so on and so forth.
Yes, I am.
You're not
80%.
No, you're saying, well, what if she's not? So you're only presuming. You're only presuming whatever works to suit your fucking narrative. For the fucking 80%. Young lady who just sent another $50 just to tell you to shut the fuck up because she's laughing in your face.
He's probably got dementia.
Or maybe
it is really strange that you're getting so mad that
how emasculated you have to be.
She kind of logged on and like.
I never got mad.
You've been bouncing all over the screen and screaming off your head. Of course you're not mad.
Hold up, who the fuck is that? Who's talking now?
Ty-Dye, you just mad because your baby sister Keisha beat your ass when you were little, bro. Admit it. Admit it.
The dude that's next to Russell Brand, what the fuck profile picture is that?
Like Russell Raisin Brand.
With a spirit bomb.
His name is Ben Stein.
His name is Ben Stein?
Philosophy,
yeah. You've been an Urkel. Fuck Ben Stein. You ain't put Stein that you ever invent.
Hello?
Bro, you look like Russell Brand new inmate at the fucking penitentiary. What the fuck you talking about?
Look, okay, Sarah. Let's prove she's a real person, please. Because she sound like a fake. She sound like a gay guy trying to be a girl.
She didn't sound fake. She sound like a girl. Just has like.
Yeah, she sound like she sound like a tea. We were gonna have tea.
I mean, look, Tie-Dye's making a.
So fast.
Tie-Dye's trying to make an appeal to his experience.
No.
He's trying to let you in.
Let's be real, guys. In 2025, what's the big deal of staying on and just saying your voice in 2025? What's the big deal?
Yo, tied up. I want to know, what are you tied up by? What are you tied up by? Your own stupidities, or is it just the diabetes?
You with Esses, nigga. God damn. So y'all remember when she came on? Why did she leave so fast in 2025? We could just hear her voice. Why did she?
Oh, she thought you were gonna rob her, bro. It's obvious. What the fuck do you mean? Why'd you run away?
Fuck with some dumbass niggas.
That's why I know
we all just up there arguing and bullshit, bro.
Unless you at least got a sig.
Bullshit, you know.
Unless you at least got a sig. Y'all overseas.
K2 keep on trucking, and this was like, I apologize. This was like 10 minutes ago. He said, "Get rid of the unicorn looking crybaby. You got 5 minutes in the back."
No, let him need that. Wait.
You got 5 minutes in the back.
It's definitely you, bro.
My lovely sweater. Where have you been? In with the 10 said he's the 1%, but can't afford more than $75. I'm going to need everyone in chat who doubts to press X.
X in the chat, dog.
Oh, shiza. It just it's like it throws me off because it's always like, well, but the majority of women with that kind of money would only spend it and because they're X, Y, and Z. But then it's like, okay, well, but then there's another majority we could go with. And what about that majority? And let's with this majority, but that majority, well, it couldn't be that majority because heaven forbid she actually fucking made her own fucking money. Anyways, fuck it. Back to whatever JS wants to talk about right now.
What do I want to talk about right now?
Look, I am a full bottle in. I don't give a fuck.
Where's another bottle?
JS, how emasculated are you by a woman with money?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm broke. I mean,
we haven't established that this lady's spending her own money or if she's spending somebody else's money, which is still very much possible.
But
listen, can I ask you something?
Does it matter?
That's just buying in. All right.
Does it actually matter? The point is that
to the person whose money it is, it might.
Hold on.
To the person whose money it is, it might.
Wait,
Dustin.
And she
why are
even
you
came
yelling
on
so
panel just to say hello, just to prove a fucking point.
I just quickly, Sarah, I want to know something. If you could spend your own money or somebody else's money, which one would be better, for fuck's sakes? Doesn't matter. She can spend money. Don't matter who the fuck's money it is. I'd way rather spend other people's money than mine. That's a shit point.
If the other person's money who's being spent doesn't want it spent, does it matter to that person?
How the fuck you know that? You're presuming that. Yeah, you're presuming that, though.
Oh, yeah. Well, aren't we all presuming shit? Retard?
I don't know. No, well, we're not pulling it out our ass. I mean, we're just talking. You want some other bullshit.
So you're not pulling your presumptions out of your ass. Where are you pulling them out from?
And I would say it looks like
somewhere, but not out my ass like you, bro.
Pardon me, gentlemen.
Yeah, well,
pardon me, gentlemen. It looks like the Crucible crew has entered the chat. It looks like Andrew has closed out his TikTok invasion for the evening. So welcome, Crucible Crew. Hello to you. We've doubled our numbers back up. Thank you so kindly. And Law Dog comes in with a big fuck. Law Dog, where the fuck have you been? I haven't seen you in a while. Please tell that black guy to stop using the N-word. It's offensive and gross.
Yeah, I
Racist
find it very
slurs
offensive.
are
I'm
never
African.
okay. Yes.
Which one is he talking to?
And
I still
actually,
say nigga?
the N-word is not allowed here on the panel. I don't allow it. I don't like
You
it.
should
I
have
don't
said
like
that like
it.
3 hours ago.
I would have, but it just kind of all happened. But like, it's not my biggest favorite thing in the world because it always causes issues. But thank
It's
you.
okay, Sarah. Tyler
know.
don't like the N word either. It's called nutrition.
Well, I don't like the lack of equity and diversity. Why can't I
No,
say it?
I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. It's just YouTube is not fine with it.
Why are certain people excluded?
Yeah.
Trib One
It's
with the
just
big
if you
five
say it,
says, by the way, Kitty Cat is Sarah's sister, and Sarah gives her money just to flex on people like Tied Up. It's a great con. White men can't jump levels of coping,
Conning.
coming, all those different things. All right, come on back, Tied Up, conning. Yeah, that would be a good grift, right? To actually pay self to, or I guess myself, but to pay my, I don't know, a sibling, I guess, to like roofie the numbers a little. That would be good. That'd be fun.
You know, you're money laundering.
Yeah, but then you lose a lot. You lose 30%. So like in
Right.
essence, you'd have to bank on the idea that somebody would like buck up to that. So anyways.
Yeah,
It
if I
would
was like
be-
Scarface, I would have a YouTube channel and I would just launder all my money through YouTube.
Is there anybody here who was involved in the debate prior?
Yeah, JS.
Yeah, JS.
Yeah.
Although
Are you
I made all of JS's arguments for him, so I will speak on behalf of JS.
Oh,
I'm against free will.
You're against free will?
No.
So can you explain to me? Can you explain to me if there is no free will, what was God using to determine everything as it was?
I believe God has free
Dustin
will.
is speaking to say.
Hold on.
Dustin,
I got a booty call. I got a booty
you
call.
hold up, nigga.
Bye,
You ain't got no booty call.
Did your boyfriend call you, bro?
Listen,
Go get on that dick. Go get on that dick.
Stop.
All right, hey,
If you're gonna leave, just leave.
I gotta
If you're
go.
gonna leave for a
He
booty
said
call,
Russell,
just
Russell.
leave.
I gotta go. I got a
fucking
booty
leave.
call. I gotta go now. My Uber on the way.
And guess what? Bye.
Dustin, get
Just
JS.
fucking
Get his
leave.
ass.
Like he was already backstage. Just fucking leave. Just go. Right? It's not that fucking hard. Literally, it's not that fucking hard.
He wanted to tell us he's gonna get his booty call. You know, he's gonna get some stuff in his booty. It's
Well, he
okay.
had to counter the emasculation somehow, right? He had to make sure that you all knew that he was a man before he left.
But he's gonna get stuff in his booty. He's got a booty call.
So we've established that there is
Anyway,
such
I
a thing
would
as
say
free will.
God has free will, but the prompt was, do we have free will?
Correct, but the idea is a lot easier to prove once the concept is a real thing, right? Once we understand that free will is not like this unattainable concept, some ethereal thing that's never reached, right? Like pi, for example.
Did you listen to the debate?
Kinda.
Okay.
I feel like I could argue both directions. Like you could definitely have arguments in both directions. It would be very
Yeah.
easy to annihilate either way.
Dustin,
I
do you
could
believe
too.
God knows everything,
I always
including where you end
believed
up?
all my life I believed free will, but then I realized I just believed it because I was told it my whole life. And everybody says it, and everybody just assumes it's a thing that we have. And
Well, okay, can I frame it this way?
But that would be against that would be my want to be a contrarian overweighed my sensibilities to believe in free will or going along with.
So
Yes,
so
exactly.
Can I frame it this way? We all agree that cause and effect is a real thing, correct? So if that is the real thing, is free will within the parameters of being able to take cause and effect under your own weight and basically bend it to your will?
See, now we're jumping back into philosophical determinism instead of religious
Yeah.
you see, it just,
And then
Well, no,
then
but
we're kind of
do we have to establish this or not?
they're two different concepts.
It's very easy.
Well, yes.
What choices you are freely able to make. That's what it boils down to. We
Yeah,
don't got to
and
get philosophical on it.
My whole argument is every choice comes down to need, want, or force. And we do not freely will our wants or our needs, or if we're forced to do something, and that could be a person putting
that's wrong.
A pew pew to your head, or it could be God and Satan and this metaphysical battle that's happening and who we're following. Like
that's wrong, JS.
So is will
say that.
in terms of an effect, or is will in terms of a decision? What are we boiling this down to exactly?
I don't. In this,
will is your ability to make choices, right?
No,
no, apparently not. Apparently, what will is the outcome.
He wants to stick on the definition of will.
Yeah, and I've always said will is not choice. Will is the agency by which we inform our choices.
JS, I've disputed this many times. Can you willfully end your life? Okay, point over. Can we fucking move on, please?
No. If I willingly end my life,
why do you have to take control over the conversation and then push everybody off of it? We're having a conversation. Eat a long, fatty cock.
I see where. Stop. I see where he's going. He's trying to elaborate and define the terms for you to move forward with the argument. He's not wrong.
Calm down,
not
Dustin.
Wrong in this.
But Chris, listen. If somebody self-immolates, self-immolation where you light yourself on fire, nobody wants to light themselves on fire. That sounds horrible. That sounds like the worst possible thing. But if your need or your want to prove a point overcomes your need or your want to keep living and not be lit on fire, then you will light yourself on fire. And you didn't freely will that need to make that point.
So if we take a mouse and we place it in a cage and we put a piece of cheese in front of it and a cat behind it, and then we put another mouse in a cage where there's only cheese, is it the will of the mouse that wants to get to the cheese more, or is it the will of the mouse that wants to get away from the cat more? Which is it?
JS, this is where you go with the external influence of hunger. This is I'm hungry. It's a survival mode, so on and so forth. There that for predetermines
well, that would
my
be the
choice.
Need.
That predetermines my choice to say I choose to go after the cheese or whatever the case may be.
Right. You have a need for
would we
food,
measure?
so you're going to do whatever you have to do. You're going to choose whatever you have to choose to fulfill that need. But then somebody will say, well, what if somebody does a hunger strike? Then I would say their want to prove the point with the hunger strike overcame their need for food. So they choose not to eat because
bro,
they want
all
to
of that
prove a
sounds
point.
like free will,
That's
Jay.
free
Jay.
will. Yeah, them
That's
choosing
all
I know
free
it
will.
sounds
bro.
like free will, but you don't freely will your wants.
Stop. Because, and JS, I'm going to give you the argument. Your freedom of choice is determined because of external influence. My choice to choose a piece of bread versus like $5, I choose the bread because I'm hungry. I need to eat now. I'm hungry. It's survival mode.
No, but
wait.
Choosing to not eat over an external influence is admission of free will, because you choosing not to survive over something
But
that's
I could just
more
keep asking
valuable
why.
in your life.
I could keep asking why.
Even at that, he's arguing determinism. He was determined to eat the bread versus choosing something else. You're arguing for free will at that point, right? So it wouldn't matter. It doesn't. Even if
I'm talking about no. He's the one who brought up the argument of hunger strikes. I'm saying at that point he's arguing for free will, because if you're going against your survival mechanism to eat to defeat starvation,
because your want,
that's your free will.
I can argue back to that. It's based on the external influence. The external influence is maybe I need to forego food and survival mode right now because the actual ultimate survival mode is maybe more money, because going on a strike or whatever the case may be may inevitably determine something greater than just today's bread, right? So I could say that influence, my external influence is based on something greater than just today's meal. I could still argue determinism based on that.
You have an unmitigated need to eat. This is a fact. Now, does it make a difference whether or not we choose something based on the flavor? Can we consider that an act of free will? Because we know for a fact we could go out into the field and pick a bunch of wheat and
Yes,
This is
I
the
can
Cocoa Pebbles
say
and
that
Fruity Pebbles argument.
I can external influence that onto your taste buds. Your taste buds determine that you prefer chocolate versus Fruity Pebbles.
Exactly.
End of story.
Yes. Why did you want Fruity Pebbles instead of Cocoa Pebbles that day? What made you want that instead of what made you want bananas
But it
instead of
happens all the
strawberries
time.
one
You
day?
could prefer one flavor over the other.
I could
in
even back
general.
it up
But
to
one
when
day
you
you
were.
could be like, I feel like Cocoa Pebbles instead.
Why do you feel like that?
Why do you feel like
Why
that?
do you-
It all
why?
comes down to
It's
it.
a
No, it all
spontaneous
comes down to
decision.
external influence. You could break it down all the way back to where you were in your mother's womb,
But
and she just so
you'd have to
happened to.
demonstrate.
She
You'd
just
have
so
to
happened to eat
demonstrate.
Cocoa Pebbles over.
No,
Fruity
you would
Pebbles.
have to demonstrate that came from a specific
And I
pathway,
can,
and
and I
that it was
can, and I
destined to be
can,
like
and
that.
I
How
can,
can
and
you?
I can, I
How can
can,
you?
based on your taste buds, based on your genetics, based on your mother, based on when you were in her womb, based on your DNA that came from her, so on
So
and so
because
forth.
your mother
Like,
liked pickles, you're gonna like
yes,
pickles. Your
that's
son is gonna
appealing
like
to. I can
pickles.
appeal to nature.
And eventually
on that
we
one
get
all
back to
day
God.
long. Yeah.
Eventually it just goes back to
Well,
God.
but Sarah, if what you're saying is true, if it's an inherent trait that's passed down from mother to child, why is it that the mother can cut off her arm and that trait's not passed down consensually as well? I'm
That's not a
serious.
trait.
If you're saying that it's an inherited trait and that it can be traced, why can't I cut off my arm and give birth to an entire generation of armless men?
I specifically refer to
My
your
nigga's
taste
crazy.
buds that were determined based on what your mother ate when you were in the womb. And I like I have actual proof of this with my own daughter, right? Like my own daughter, I ate really healthy, but like salads. I mean, just super healthy fucking foods. And every single thing I ate when I was pregnant with her, she ate the same exact thing. Even now as a teenager at 15, she like craves salads, and that's all I ate when I was pregnant with her. Hold on.
Did you
And then
change
with my-
your yes, ma'am?
Hold on. And then with my son, all I wanted was fucking Skittles and candy and stupid fucking junk food shit. And now my son is the exact, like, I mean, it's retarded how much he's the exact same way. So, like, but we could actually biologically, we can trace the genetics back to taste buds, right? We could take taste buds and say, where did these taste buds come from? Biologically engineered by mom and father, right? So you can actually trace that back. That's provable.
And you're a mom, Sarah, so I'm sure you know that when kids are in their mother's womb, the amount of stress the mom has on her, the type of music the mom is listening to,
I agree with that.
all these things will
That's
affect the
controlled
way
by
the child-
cortisol.
Yes, but this affects the way a kid's brain develops.
Okay, but even more so, what he's saying is it's still an external influence. It's not free will. It's determinism. That's the argument.
Yeah. If
So,
the mom is
on
stressed
that, when you-
out, she's working 3 jobs and she's stressed about paying rent, this is going to affect how the baby forms in her womb, which is going to affect the rest of that child's life.
Yes, which is external influence, which would be determinism based on the definition.
Now, on that, I would actually have to argue against free will and more for a determined future. Is that when you're talking about food, you have to eat. So no matter what you like, let's say you like Fruity Loops or whatever, and all you have access to are bugs, you can make it now here's an argument for choice. You can make the choice of not eating the bugs and dying, or you can eat the bugs and survive. Most people, however, will not go with the choice and will instead go with their natural biology. They need to eat the bug to survive.
Yes, because that is external influence. Again,
the
brings
point
you back
that
to
the fact
it
that you could go
brings
against
you
that
back to
demonstrates free will.
determinism. It brings you back to determinism. You still have the option of like the pseudo option of free will, like eat the bug or don't. But at the end of the day, it is still an external influence. So therefore, determinism. JS, I'm going to make all your arguments for you.
It wouldn't be an external
I made these
influence to
arguments.
not eat the bug. Like, what external influence would
They just want to hear a woman
force
say
you
it.
so much?
Therefore, your external influence
Hunger.
of like disgust or not.
That's not an
wanting-
external influence. That's internal.
It's still external based on some type of experience. Maybe you had a bad experience with bugs and they just destroyed you.
What
and
if you've
creeped you
never
out and
seen a
Are
bug
there
in
no
your life
internal
through raised in a lab?
influences, Sarah? Are there no internal influences at all?
No.
None.
Why?
That's
Why would
your
they? Why,
that's your.
Why would there be?
So
Why would there be?
what influences my heart to beat? That's not internal.
This is why I didn't say internal
if
influence.
I
I
would,
said
if I would, that's voluntary versus involuntary on your biology. That's your biology speaking. Again, it's all external influence. It's all external
an
influence that
instinct.
predetermines the idea that
So-
your body needs to breathe.
Okay,
for
can we go
survival.
against external
Survival
influence?
So an
is an
instinct would be
external
your-
influence.
That would be
So
I
your
hear the
fact that-
discussion.
only
So
example.
the fact
of
that
determinism would be
can
like an
I say
instinct,
something,
any
please?
individual choice. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, never
Y'all be
mind.
speaking a
Only
lot of bullshit.
individual
No.
Blah blah
choice.
blah blah blah
There
blah
is-
blah blah.
there is
Shut the fuck
internal-
up. You can eat a large fucking sandwich of eat.
No, speak now.
Blah
Bro,
blah
don't
blah.
say no
internal-
homophobic
Wow.
nonsense.
there's
I'm
internal
sorry,
stuff
your
too.
sentence began in the middle of
Blah 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 blah. No, actually, I was
Speak
trying to
now.
say something. I've
Speak
been
now.
trying to speak.
Gentlemen, Law Dog comes in
You're
with a big
ruining the
tag
conversation.
and says arguments against free will are just cope to absolve yourself of personable accountability. Sack
Yep.
up and be a good person. Stop blaming external forces for the fact that you're
Yep.
a POS. And
So
let
so
me
you're
be
saying
mindful. Hold on. Let me be mindful here. I am actually a free will believer. I am simply taking the defense of the determinism to fight JS's arguments on his behalf because I felt like there was a lot of places he was lacking in his arguments. And William Gramer says guy time, which means I go bye-bye. All right, I'm removing myself from the screen. I got 5 minutes backstage on.
But I addressed all this stuff.
Law
in my
Dog's
opening.
completely wrong in his super
fellas?
chat. Almost no version of these.
And there
free will
are
arguments
in-
take out personal accountability for shit unless you're
Wait,
talking about
hold on,
predeterminism.
Yeah, we already
wait,
talked about
wait.
Yeah, but that's what JS is arguing for.
Yeah, and then
What
I
did Raw Dog even say in the super chat?
yeah, and he said you can't have accountability without free will. This is a tired argument, and my rebuttal would be you can't have victim,
Even if you don't
can't have
have free will, you
victimhood
act
with
as
free
though
will.
you
You
do.
can't
You
have
do, so.
accountability if it was
Refute it.
beforehand, and if your fucking decisions are just determined
I
by your
refuted it in the
environment.
debate.
How does cause and effect work if
There's
there's
no way
no
you could
free will
impose
to
anything
influence?
different. Then there's no way you can hold accountability.
You don't know what you're talking about, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. How is cause and effect factored in
Refute what I
without
said.
free will? I'm not even paying attention to what you're saying.
I'm
How is
arguing
free
for
will?
free will, you
I don't
dumb
care what you're
motherfucker,
arguing,
like-
bro. I couldn't care less what you're arguing. It sounds
think
like
he's talking to
simplistic dribble.
JS.
It sounds
Bro, why are
like a
you
third
smirking?
grader. I'm not. I'm asking a serious question.
Well, the thing is, Dustin, cause and effect rules everything in the universe down to the very cells of your body, down to the
Correct.
neurons of your brain, right? So
So
it's
how is an
hard to make an argument
experiment?
that it's
How's an
an experiment
experiment performed? How's an experiment performed?
You make an observation, you come up with a hypothesis, you form a testable, repeatable
Sirs, you have got to turn
Experiment,
your avatar into Eeyore from Winnie the
experiment,
Pooh.
experiment.
Bro, what
What's
does
the
this got to do with
experiment
the
about?
conversation?
Because you have 3 separate modes, okay? This is what would highlight the idea of free will, right? You have a control, you have a subject, and then you have a placebo. Okay? That way
So
you can
you have
I love how you're interrupting me. Yeah, that's what I said. Independent, a placebo. You have
You don't
three
need a
different.
placebo for a fucking scientific experiment, dog.
Okay,
That's
all
for
right,
medicine.
dude. Okay, I guess
That's
you
for
know what you're
medicine.
talking about. Okay,
Yeah, what
whatever.
is a
The
placebo?
idea
What is a placebo?
is the idea is that the idea is the idea
Hey,
is the
what is a
idea is the
placebo?
idea
Let
is
Justin finish.
the idea is
I
okay.
hate when people
Hey,
So
do that.
hey, you fucking Spurgus Spurgerson. What is a
Jesus
fucking
Christ, can
placebo?
I finish
Let
something
him
for
get
a
it out, or
love
No,
of
he'll
fuck
never
you.
God?
What is a
stop. Let
placebo,
him get
bitch?
it out, or he'll never stop.
No, actually, I'm
I have
probably
to
wrong.
kindly remind you that this is what it
Jesus,
looks
fuck.
like when there isn't a girl in charge. Anyways,
All right, go ahead.
Okay,
Justin.
so
Hold on, I
look,
want
when I
to.
blah 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 blah
Go ahead.
blah 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 blah.
Jeez, this guy's
Shut the
fucking
fuck up,
Nobody
you
annoying.
addressed the
fucking
internal
faggot!
external thing.
You're so
Hey,
annoying. Bro, stop fucking yelling, Spurgus,
Shut
TOS,
the
bitch.
fuck up!
TOS.
no, absolutely
Bye.
not. We don't stop it. Stop. We don't say that F word. We can say fuck all day long, but we don't say that F word. It clears out on TOS and all those other issues. I don't care how fucking angry you are. You
What a
don't
piece of
say
shit.
that F word. Law Dog comes in with a big 5 and says, I don't have free will. The devil made me do it. Now switch devil for external forces and see how dumb you sound. Yes, I'm making the argument only for JS for determinism. I don't believe in determinism.
but you don't
I'm
need
a
to make the argument for me. I made that
I'm a
argument,
free
and
will
also
advocate, but you didn't make the argument very well because in terms
there's.
of external forces,
Well, I said all
I
that in my opening, but there's also internal forces like involuntary actions, breathing, your heart beating. So I said all this in my
no,
opening.
those still come to external forces,
My heart beats because
it's
of.
biological nature. It's involuntary versus voluntary. It's all
Okay, well,
external
regardless,
forces. It all
I said
if you're gonna stick to external forces, you need to stick to it all the way, even down to your brain synapses going across. Like you can't help it, right? It's just
I said
happening.
I said countless external variables, metaphysical and physical. So I'm also counting external forces that are metaphysical.
Now, JS, I understand you think that your arguments were very strong through this debate. I watched the entire debate, and I also have been watching what's been going on.
I don't think
since
I think the
debate.
open
It seems,
conversation was.
hold on. It seems that everybody who
Well,
has
no, you
joined
don't straw
to
man me.
talk to you. No, I'm not straw manning you at all. I'm speaking at
You
the
said
moment.
you think your
It
arguments were very
seems that
good.
you keep repeating that you made this argument, you made that argument,
I
but it
did.
seems like everybody who has came in here has made the point that you lost this debate clearly.
Okay, cool. And
Well, I'm just trying to explain to you that if you keep going, I argued this and I argued that and I argued this. It doesn't matter how many times you argue it. If it's wrong or if
right,
it's
I
not
know, but
wrong,
what
but
I'm
if it's not helping your argument or it's not leading you to a victorious debate, what you're worried about in a debate is not you
victorious
winning.
debate.
Yes, what you're worried about in a debate is not you winning or him winning. You're worried about what the viewers see. And so
No,
far, what has been
I'm
shown
not.
that the viewers see, that's exactly what a debate is for.
No,
And so
Yeah,
I
you
don't
far,
gotta
care.
convince
what you've
everybody,
shown that your
JS, right?
viewers see
No,
is that you're wrong.
I can't convince you. What do you mean? I don't believe in
What's
free
the
will.
point of the debate then, JS?
Well, that's
Fun,
what
Prove
he's
to himself
that's
that he's right.
entertainment. I
that
like
Okay,
it. I like to do it.
hold on,
It's a
gentlemen,
preference.
gentlemen. That's what he's saying is I can't convince you because of determinism. So because of the argument, there is no convincing you. You are predetermined to automatically believe whatever you are believing. Log Dog comes in with a big 5, says, I'm not speaking against you, Sarah. I'm saying that JS is using the same old blame game that humans have used since the beginning of time. And JS, you're more than welcome to speak back to that.
No, I can see how people see it that way. That's cool.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, but JS, the thing is though, with this external influence, right? If you can override external influences, then it disproves your point. And also, you can't do this cop out where you say everything are external influences.
I don't know why you guys keep saying it's a cop out though. Like I have to live.
I kept saying that. Sorry.
I have to live.
Yeah.
When I make a choice and it's a bad choice, I have to live with that for the rest of my
Okay.
life.
I hear you, but if everything
regardless of whether I
possibly
was
is
in
an
control or not, I still have to live with the results of it. I still am held accountable by the whole world.
No,
and
no, but you're saying it's all predetermined, so you're contradicting yourself. And if you say everything is an external influence, then explain to me what is not an external influence. Can you explain that to me?
I don't know if you guys are like listening, because I just addressed this. I talked about involuntary actions and doing things that just happen within you. You just decide
So
to do
those
something.
aren't.
My heart beating, my blood flowing. I'm not willing these things. They're just happening within
That
me.
would be
Okay, so only things you will are external influences.
So those are the only things that are
But
involuntary.
most, I'll agree that the majority of it.
See, that doesn't make sense, bro.
Not like
No, I'll say the majority of it is external, but I think even more than that is metaphysical externality. So it's things that we don't even understand or see, forces that are working around us constantly. So it's not just like the wind blows and so I get pushed to the side. Yeah, that's part of it, but that's a small part of it. There's a much bigger world outside of that. And there's some internal stuff too, but I think the majority of it is external.
No, I wasn't meaning that as a personal attack. Sarah, let's get my tongue working right. Sarah has tried to give you several examples of how to strengthen your debate, and you fucked back on them several times, and I don't understand why. It does.
No,
It would help to strengthen your debate.
Yeah, I'm hearing what she's saying, but I also I did say some of those things in my it's written in my opening. I have my opening open in front of me, and I said those things.
I don't think you were relying on those to be your strong points. You were going, so there is a difference between going like the Christian route and the secular route. Pardon me. For
Yeah,
just
it would be a
moment.
total different debate if I was debating an atheist.
You can still take on a secular approach and still make external. You can make arguments to the Christianity and labeling them as external influences. Like I would say, well, yeah, God is an external influence,
Yes,
and the
I agree.
Bible is an external, and morality is an external influence. Like you can still utilize the same approach, but you could still stand in your secular box and pull and prod and still knock down each and every one of those external influences per se with that demeanor. Williams says, don't send JS to the back, but make him leave the camera for 5 minutes. I think this is a chair approach.
Wants
We
my
want
chair.
to see a chair.
We need your stream, JS. Get the fuck out of here.
I think I'm
We
gonna
don't
go to
want
the
to see your
bathroom in a
face.
minute.
I don't want to hear
We're gonna
nothing.
put the
No, no, no,
chair.
no, no,
Hold
no,
on. We're
no.
gonna
Get
put
out
the
of here.
chair on solo layout for 5
All right,
minutes.
watch the chair, guys.
baby.
I'm gonna be yelling from the side after I get back from the bathroom.
Let's
The chair is gonna make the best argument ever.
chair, though.
I
That is
can't.
a nice
I
chair.
cannot.
Like, I didn't
defeat
choose
Sarah's
this
Get out of
argument.
the camera.
chose
Get
me.
out of the camera.
That
Get out
chair
of the camera.
chose you. It's an
fuck up.
I didn't
external
even freely
influence.
will myself to
Make
buy that
every
chair. It just
argument.
happened.
Get out of here.
It just happened. We're
Thank
just
you,
gonna
sir.
sit and watch the chair.
The
I
chair.
kind of want to sit and watch it. My brain hurts at this point.
Yeah,
Anybody
fuck.
else's head hurts?
Yeah.
Yep.
I do have a headache.
Okay, so it's not just me. Like my brain, especially the circular arguments, because I know we can just cross paths and just keep going in the circular route and just coming upon the same answers again and again and again. And it's all going to derive down to the same two answers. Well, then it's either free will or it's a determinism. So they're like the basis of arguments. That's how I look at it. Like they are the derivatives of bigger arguments.
It's really hard to separate the two arguments in a
Right.
sense.
Well, not even separate, but they are the baseline for bigger context arguments. Like you can make a topical argument of something based on a free will argument, or you can make a topical argument of something based on a determinism argument. Just the same. Did his chair move? His chair's moving. It's moving.
Yeah. Animated chair.
Don't worry, it's predetermined to move.
I know,
It's predetermined to move.
I'm
It has a full
right now.
Yo, Jay, don't be challenging me to a fight like that, brother. By the way, Chair's a communist. I just want to let you know, Sarah.
I'm kind of.
Yeah,
I'm
I've heard the
kind of-
same.
Well, where is he? How is the chair moving? Is he like stooping down below? Like, what's going on? Because I'm a little freaked out by that.
I believe that's
I don't even
external influence.
Yeah, that's
External influence by
exactly.
him being propped down on the
That's
floor.
an emergent property.
Like, emergent
Yeah.
property.
I'm in the bathroom. I'm not by the floor.
I
You
lied.
can move your chair from the bathroom. That's a pretty neat trick.
That's nice that your fucking mic cable's moving, bro.
No, it's not.
Okay. Well, sorry, my bad.
All right, enough of this bit.
Gaslighting. His bathroom's like
No,
literally
William
right
paid
there.
for 5 minutes to chair, bro.
Your
Don't
studio's
rob
not
him,
in
bro.
the
Get the
bathroom,
fuck
is
out
it?
of here. We don't want to look
You
at
anti-Grifton.
What do you mean the chair was moving? What are you guys talking about?
William paid for 5 minutes to chair. How dare you?
And Jeremy on JS's side says, "Chair, let's fucking
Yeah, that's 10
go."
minutes to chair.
And King Blackout says a Big 10 on JS's side. It said nothing but chairs across the board.
That's 20 minutes to chair.
It's really not nice because they're
Y'all ready
basically
for a
saying
20-minute chair stream?
they're saying the chair is more entertaining than me.
I mean,
Yeah, bro, they do that with me and Puffy,
You're not
bro.
wrong, is what
They're
Sarah
not
was about
wrong.
to say.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised it took them
Law
this long
Dog
to get it.
in with
No,
a
I'm just
big
kidding.
5 says humans will jump through mental hoops to escape from shame of their own choices. Same as Eve in the garden blaming the serpent for her bad choice.
No, I've done a lot of shameful
That's the
things, but I don't live in the
determinism
past. So
approach.
no, I
Yeah,
don't feel
no,
shame.
you were determined
Well,
to do it. That's why you
that's
don't feel
another,
shame is because you
well,
were
no, no.
determined to do it.
Damn, I didn't get to
And
this
so
in the
you
debate.
don't have any
Man,
responsibility.
I didn't
that's a
get
pretty
to this
wild
in the
statement,
debate.
right? So like,
Okay, let me ask you then, JS, for Eve, for
blame someone who
context
doesn't know
of
the
Eve.
difference between good and evil that they got tricked.
Eve made her way to the Garden of Eden, and the serpent came upon her and said, "You don't know shit. If you want to know shit, you eat this apple. Eat this apple." She eats the apple, and God suddenly comes down and says, "Why the fuck did you eat the apple, Eve?" And she says that the little fucking snake told me
He
to.
told her don't eat the apple. He told her don't eat the apple. The snake
No,
just told her eat the apple. Then she
The
ate
serpent deceived Eve, tricked her, and lied to her. He's the
God
deceiver.
told her don't. Yeah, exactly. But God told her don't eat the apple. So she went
God
directly
told her.
against God's will.
God said, "Do not eat this apple."
Directly against God's will, which meant she had a will of her own to go
Well,
against
no,
God's
she
will.
served Satan's will.
Come on, brother.
Come on, brother. Read John 7. Go read John 7. Go read some if we're gonna do biblical stuff.
So if you don't know the difference between good and evil, wouldn't you automatically trust everything everyone says?
Wasn't it?
Was that person determined to fuck you over when they fucked your wife or something like that? Right? Like, wasn't it determined to be, and then you just have to accept
Another one of the created.
what it does for determinism, like, is what it does is it just means that I have to accept it is what it is, right? That's
Yeah.
saying it is what it
Unless
is.
you're
I have
determined to like it, and then you're determined to be a cock.
I don't
Yeah,
think
but
that's how, like, when we're talking about determinism versus free will, that's how a lot of things actually, that's how they define determinism. Usually it's either spontaneity or an like an unmoved mover kind of thing, something that has no cause underlying it, but it still happens. And that's kind of like the hard thing with the brain, right? There's actually something scientists are learning to measure called neural entropy. And it turns out the more neural entropy you have, the more intelligent you might be. We need more research on this, and as far as I'm concerned, that makes the brain less deterministic.
Yeah. Sarah, everybody, JS, all of you guys are awesome. I need a bounce. I need to start my day. I just woke up and wanted to come yell at you guys.
Later, Chris. Shout out, Chris.
Yeah,
But
good.
Yeah, good night, bro.
about that last super
Bye,
chat,
Chris.
Where you're at.
Thanks for having me.
the idea of shame, a lot of people will say, if you don't believe in free will, it leads to nihilism. I would say the harmful part of believing in free will is it leads to regret. So an example I use is I was in a bad car accident and 4 people died. And if I was in a different seat, then I would have been the one who died. It was based on where we were sitting is who lived and who died, essentially. So what good does it do me to run through this process in my head? What if I would have done something different? What
But
if I would
isn't
have
that? But
That's
isn't that the?
speculation.
Wouldn't pardon me? But wouldn't that be the cope to say that like God willed me to be in the seat that survived?
That's what I believe.
Right. So what I'm saying is like that is it. What I'm saying is it's a cope. It's a coping mechanism to say external. I'm arguing both stances here, but I want you to understand that it is a
You're
coping
being a
mechanism.
moderator. You're doing
I
a
am.
good moderator job.
Thank you. But it is like it is a coping mechanism to say, well, like I could have been the person that died. Well, you're not. Well, why? Well, because God willed it.
That leads a lot of people down some really dark paths. There's survivor guilt, and other things in thinking, or maybe I don't know, something horrible happens to somebody in your family, and you think, what if I would have just like, and this leads people down a crazy dark path. There is no what if. That's the way it happened. That's the only way it could have happened. There is no other way it could have happened.
But that's an assertion. Like, what do you mean? Like,
well, right, but my assertion is based off of. So I say what happened
based
is
on
what
like
happened,
the
and it's the only way that it could have happened.
Like,
what's your
you
counter
coulda
assertion?
never-
That it
you
could have been
coulda
different?
never- yeah.
Your assertion
Yeah.
is unfalsifiable. My assertion is the truth.
Your assertion is
Well,
unfalsifiable.
your assertion is a cope.
Equally
No,
unfalsifiable.
saying that it couldn't have gone differently.
Just the same as like, for instance, I see you, Goon. Thank you. Just the same as, for instance, my mother died of Mama Tomatoes. Just fine, ladies and gentlemen. But if I were to say my mother died of cancer and I learned all of these hard lessons from it and toughened me up, it toughened my skin, so on and so forth, I would utilize that determination as a cope to say that I am now a better person because of my mother's death, right? It's a coping mechanism. That's all that is. Just the same as why did I deserve the seat that lived, right? It's and now it becomes a coping mechanism to say that I have to figure out why I can do better or why I am suddenly better or trying to figure out like why I could be better, right? So
why is it? So are you saying coping mechanism like that's a bad thing, or?
No, coping mechanism can be good and bad, just the same as.
'Cause I know usually when I see cope on the internet, it's like a derogatory.
For instance, like a good coping mechanism would be I got stuck in all this traffic, I got delayed XYZ, but then like 5 minutes later, I come up and there's this horrible accident that just happened that I would have hit, and I could have been involved in had I not been stuck behind all of this other traffic before that. So a coping mechanism can be a good thing, but it also can be like a way to kind of get away from responsibilities as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
It
As long as
depends on
you're
how
claiming, long as you're claiming responsibility, the cope is not a negative.
Can I get in here? Because JS said that like the sort of absolute determinism of things is the only is a truth. How would you measure that? Like how would you test for that when there's never really like an alternate
No,
reality?
what I'm saying is the truth.
Also, Mel, his is predeterminism. He's not.
It is the truth. It is the truth that what happened happened. It's unfalsifiable to say that it could have been different.
So no, I don't think it is. Like if you look at a teacup, for example, and you break, like it's made of ceramic, right? And you break it, it can break multiple ways from being struck the same way. There's a lot of things that aren't predetermined in that sense.
But it broke the way it broke. There's no other way. You can't tell me that if we reverse the clock and I hit it, it could have broken differently.
But
you can't prove that to me. That's unfalsifiable.
But you're also just kind of saying water is wet. Like yes, there is only one outcome.
You're implying multiverses and
I'm
possible
not.
worlds and stuff, which is it's unfalsifiable. So
What I'm saying is that there's no
point in even debating it.
There's no.
But I know what happened.
Hold on, I want to hear. There's no point in what, Mel?
There's no. Well, there's no predeterminism that actually says that one outcome isn't necessarily follows another in every circumstances. I will agree in some circumstances, but not all outcomes are predetermined. Would you agree there?
Well, let me read this and I will respond. William Gramer says with a big two, chair will beat you at Uno. Uno reverse, I believe it. No animals for 5 minutes. Mel, you've got a 5-minute timeout, and I will respond. What was your question? Say your question one more time, and I did have a thought process. I just need to hear the question again.
I didn't formulate it the best, but I was saying that while some things can be predetermined, some outcomes, not all of them are. Some of them can have many different outcomes. Like, again, striking the teacup in the same way and it breaking in various different patterns.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. I'm going to put you in the back. And so my thought process to that is statistics are statistics for a reason. So, and the reason I say that is we can say that a child growing up in a low income household, below minimum wage or whatever, inner city with no shoes, no pencils, no whatever, is least likely to succeed. So statistics happen for a reason. The only way that you can outbreak that statistic. Okay. Goon, we need to learn how to be on screen. I'm going to let you sit backstage until you learn how to be on a panel and understand that we don't want to hear all of the other people around you, nor do we want to understand anything of what's going on in your world like that. Anyways, so statistics happen for a reason. There's a reason why we have statisticians. There's a reason why we have statistics. There's a reason why we study statistics, because the more likely something is to happen is based on the more elements of a response, right, that equal a certain equation. So the more variables we have, obviously, the more matches we need, so on and so forth. But the more likely you are, the more likely you are. So when we come into those results, like, are you almost absolutely predetermined? And JS, this is your argument for you. The more likely you are based on statistics, the more likely it is to be. And the only way you can exit that would be out something in another external, an outside influence, something external of all of these other shitty things that are happening to put you in this statistic realm, another external influence that, like an opportunity, right? Like a random door opens, or you just happen to have an amazing uncle who does stuff or whatever, and so on and so forth, or somebody happens to know somebody, or you happen to have a girlfriend whose father is the judge of a something or whatever. Like all of these random external
Seemingly
influences, very random, that are not likely, right? But it still falls under determinism, JS, where it's another external influence that falls into place and says, hey, you are sitting in this path, but we're going to throw this extra little feature in. And because of that extra little feature, it's actually going to kick your determined point over here instead of here. And now you're going to exit that like shithole. You're going to come over here. And now all of these other opportunities are not going to open up because of what? Statistics. That's why we have statistics.
Yeah. The only thing I would change is seemingly random. I don't believe that what we think is random isn't actually random. That's how it happened. That's how it was meant to be. That's the only way it could have happened. If I flip a coin, whether it lands on heads or tails is God already knows where it's going to land.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say there's some guy that's got his finger on the nuclear button and he's got satellites with nukes on him. And he says, I'm going to flip a coin. Heads, I blow up the earth. Tails, I don't blow up the earth. And he flips the coin. If it lands on heads and he blows up the earth, God determined that to happen. It wasn't his free will based off the random coin flip.
But I want you to go based off statistics. I want you to go based off statistics. Like even though
I don't like statistics. Statistics say whatever whoever paid for them says.
But we could predetermine it based off of God and the point of Adam and Eve, and then that snowballed into this very decision right here. Or you can go based off of statistics and external influence, right? That you're most likely to insert answer, right? And that is still an external influence based off of opportunity, economics, status, whatever, statistics, yada, 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 percentiles, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
And you could actually hardline it into determinism, that you are determined to be a worker at 7-Eleven as a clerk, basically because of your stats when you are 19 years old. Right, you can follow a hard line based off. I would hard line it. Right,
This is how I would debate it if I was debating a secular person. This is what you're saying is how I would debate it. But I study my opponent, so I know Stepfire. I knew he was going to go to knowledge and love. I said that in streams. I said, look, he's going to go to knowledge and love. This is going to be my answer. He's not going to accept that answer, and we're going to go in circles. And that's exactly what happened.
Even
I did a
would still
debate
be
prep show and talked about all
external
this.
influences. It would still, like, love is still an action. It's an external influence based on meeting that other person that you are going to love and creating children that you're going to. I see you, Froco. And creating children that you're going to in the future love with the starts with an A. What's that word?
Apple?
No.
Park?
Agape. Like you'll have that agape, whatever. Like all of the, like I would have still run off of that line of theory of that is still an external influence because you were determined to meet that person based on all of these other external influences, then causing the act of love, which is still an action, which is still an external influence because I had to meet you and fall in love with you, which is still based on your interactions with me, which then called you like you could have still run the hard line of external influence.
But that's what I said to him when I said, you don't choose who you love. Can you stop loving your family? He said, no. Okay, well, you don't have free will then.
I still feel like you weren't.
You choose who you love. He says, no.
Wait a minute. Wait.
So all this stuff, I have this written down because I knew he was going to do this. And I answered his questions, and then it became circular because he didn't like my answers.
All right, listen up. It's 3:40 in the morning. I'm going to go for about 20 more minutes for my pre-birthday grift. We're going to have a little more fun just for a little longer. And then I do need to go to bed because I actually would like to go to church tomorrow. Cod, the creator with the big 5. If only Eve was a paraplegic, then her free will wouldn't have caused the downfall.
Oh, Goon says he thought he was muted. He said he doesn't know how Streamlabs works. He thought he was muted.
Is this his first panel? Like, we're not here for first timers. A sweater with the big 5. Q for the theists. Are you your body?
Yeah, I mean you're your mind, body, and spirit. So yeah, you're a tripartite being, just like you're made in the image of God, right? You're made in 3 parts, just like God is. So yes.
Is that Boondocks Goku? Boondocks Goku.
Close.
Says Roku.
Oh, is that? Oh, Broku. Roku.
It's lit.
Salute, guys. Salute.
But
nice.
Okay, can I just quickly point something out? Because there's predeterminism in the world itself, and I don't think anyone will disagree that the world is largely deterministic, especially like the Newtonian mechanics that we interact with. However, there's a lot of research coming out from like quantum mechanics, stuff like that, that shows that things might not be as simple as they seem in Newtonian mechanics, not that even some of that is very simple, to the point where I think it's still plausible that our brains can still come up with spontaneous signals, if that makes sense.
Yeah, facts.
Because that's really where free will comes down to, is like what's happening in the brain, in a deterministic universe.
So I never got a chance to actually make my compatibilist arguments because we kept veering off into the religious predeterminism argument so much
Yeah, I'd
You'll,
like
you'll
to
have, you'll have
Before
to
you
tune
do
in
that,
tomorrow
I
with
would
me and
like
Shiva
to
to hear
venture.
that.
Hold on, stop. I would like
You
to
and
venture
Shiva.
into compatibilist because you wanted to make this argument before, but we didn't. We ran out of time again. It was the same. It was like literally the same conversation we're having right now. So I'd like you to make it.
Can I quickly land my plane?
Yeah,
No, I want Effigy to say
I
the
just-
compatibilist one.
Well, mine's going to take a bit.
I just
let's
wanted
let
to
her
say,
land, and because
I
mine's going
wanted
to
to
take a
make
bit.
my exit real quick. I just want to say happy birthday, Sarah. I got to get to bed too. I got church in the morning. FGJS, everybody's been great. Y'all be easy, y'all.
Later, Fredo.
Have a great one, Fredo.
Bye, Fredo.
All right, peace, James.
Salute. God bless. God bless, brother.
Go ahead, Mel.
Effigy.
Oh, me. Okay.
Hey, can I say one thing real
I-
quick?
No, I
That's
want to
cool.
know what compatibilist is.
No. All right. So
Okay.
compatibilism is the idea that determinism exists, but it can coexist with free will. This is kind of a deep argument on my part, but it's kind of how I get it to work in my brain, and it's kind of what Mel was saying. If you break determinism down, the cause and effect down, especially in biological beings, down to the stimuli you get in and the reaction you have to it, I think that there's an easy argument to make that a sufficiently complex being gets enough stimuli, that there is enough counter stimuli giving you things that directly contradict to make a space enough in there for you to make completely free choices. A kind of example I would give, and it's kind of a weird one, and I've just kind of come up with this the other day. If you think about fight or flight, which I kind of say is like fight or flight or freeze, most animals are almost always going to do one of those things. But a human, even if there's something wrong with them, a person can decide to do something completely against their survival instinct, which to me is like the ultimate in hard deterministic programming into yourself. And if we can make that kind of choice, then we kind of have to have a disconnect from everything that tells us to live and survive, which is like the ultimate instinctual,
But I can
hard-coded
still
thing.
argue that. I can still argue that and say the external influence now comes down to experience and internal, like operating standards, right? So, if I'm in a traumatic scenario all the time, all day, every day, like life's miserable, like my parents are alcoholics, scream, yell, whatever, curse, throw shit, whatever, and then you throw me into a scenario where there's like two teenagers fighting in front of me, I'm not even going to blink twice. It's not even phasing me. There's no freeze. There's no flight. There's no nothing, because it's like, that's fucking every day, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Right. Whereas if I was a 5-year-old coming into that same scenario, and I walk along and there's a couple teenagers fighting, I might have a freeze moment because my experience is minimal. Right. So it still comes down to that external influence.
So I wanted
the
to point
external
something out.
influence being like your experiences.
Well, compatibilism accepts determinism. It has to. It has to accept
Right.
determinism and says that there's still a wall
But is-
between external
But is your
influence and
choice to flight, freeze? Yeah, you know those three ones. Is your choice to do those three things based on what you deem is the best response mentally, or what your body instinctually determines based on external influences that already have predetermined what that decision is going to be in that moment anyways?
So I think an important thing to remember is that I think fight or flight is a bad example because those are normally strong stimuli, and it can be hard to overpower that. I think of it more as like a computer, whereas like we are so used to the linearity of that, where I press the A button and we get an A key out. But if that computer had its own will, it can be like, you know what, I feel like saying something else today. I'm going to write something else, even though you've pressed the A button. And that's kind of what humans can do. Another way of putting this is like most robots have like a certain amount of states that they can be in. Like on off is like an obvious one, but then like other possible states. Humans, in my understanding of this, probably have an infinite amount of states that we can possibly be in. And that ability means that there is no predetermined circumstance that we are made for. We're almost made for to handle every state. I'm trying not to be too.
I would still say it's external influence, because your experiences prior to that moment, I don't preach determinism. I'm a free will advocate, but I'm going to make the arguments because I think it still needs to be made on this behalf. But like, if I all the way up until this very moment right here, the reason why I'm even letting you on my panel, Mel, has all been predetermined based off of prior experiences, external influences, as we would call them, prior experiences of dealing with you and working with you and operating with you, collabing with you, so on and so forth. The reason why JS is here, somebody watched my show, either it was him or Stepfire, who watched my show and said, hey, we should probably go call the tomato and see if she'll host this. So Effigy, you've been around forever. Like, everybody's reason for being here right now in this very fucking moment is all based on external influences, which could be experiences, situations, circumstances, life,
Infinite variables.
general, infinite variables. and it's all technically predetermined, because as somebody said at one point in time, if you take an AI like an algorithm, and if you were, I think JS, you were talking about this, you built a supercomputer and you typed in all of these exact calculations of all these experiences and all these things, that calculator would spit up that exact same situation and answer and response and how everything would happen, because that would be the right determination based on everything surrounding and how the mind would knee-jerk reaction based on those situations.
Yeah, and that makes sense, by the way, Sarah. But have you ever heard of a concept called noise?
No.
And not like sound. Noise in like signals and systems is essentially a random signal, a signal that you can't get any information out of. One of the things that we could get through our sensory perception is actually noise. In fact, before I get into that, I'm going to quickly point out we have something called sensory gating. Our sensory gating stops what Effigy was talking about, where our senses almost kind of overlap and conflict with each other. And a large part of what you experience on psychedelics is a result of losing that sensory gating and those things starting to overlap with each other. And you can see that people start to act more spontaneously on psychedelics. But anyways, going back to the noise thing, that random signal is totally possible. You can have a random input into your brain, or even from the quantum level, you can have a random state change between two things, and our brain, being an amplifier, can amplify what is originally a spontaneous signal. With the case being made, with the case being made that, first of all, external inputs don't need to carry a necessary response. You can have inputs that your brain doesn't know how to respond to, but you still have to make an action. But you can also have internal spontaneous signals that come out of nowhere.
But even if the algorithm calculated random spontaneous signals, couldn't it then calculate what the actual response would be?
No, you'd have no idea.
You could still calculate variables based on those varying signals, whether they happen or not.
Only if,
and even if
noise,
there's randomness or go ahead.
Only if the noise is like at a constant level over time, which is not typical of noise, but can be in certain signals and systems.
But
that's not always the case.
So just the same as a
can I also point out one more thing?
Is really good at calendaring, right? And let's say time management. I always presume the extra 15 minutes of chaos. I always presume the extra 15 minutes of like somebody's going to call and distract me, or something's going to happen. A kid's going to forget a bag, something.
That's why I brought up sensory gating.
Right.
Because
so what I'm saying is
that
that presumes the chaos element, that presumes the virtual, the variable, the extra shit that we can't actually account for in predictability.
It's not presuming it; it's a reality.
But we are predicting the chaos element. We're presuming the chaos element, even though we don't know.
We can't predict it.
We don't know what exactly it is. We just presume it's going to be there.
So in real
If you
systems,
add
the
too
way
much
we deal,
randomness
sorry,
into the
effigy,
system, Mel, you end up with indeterminism, and indeterminism is even more incompatible with free will.
and can I just
Yeah.
point something out? So I already kind of half addressed with the
This is
sensory
why I
gating
asked if he
and
believed
how that
random.
goes away with psychedelics. But most importantly, noise is normally taken care of not predictively, but through filtering in most systems. That means that it would be taken care of with hardware. You can't really predict noise because, again, it's random. You can account for that variability, and I agree with you. But actually, by accounting for that variability, you introduce variability into the output of the system as well, a lot of the times.
Yeah. You're putting an X on top of an X. Like, I get that.
No,
I
but like
get
you
that, but
haven't
I'm
eliminated.
presuming the X. That's why you always show up 15 minutes early, because you're presuming the extra 15 minutes drive of there's an accident, there's the kid forgot a bag, whatever. You're presuming the chaos element. If you presume the chaos element, then that actually settles down the variables to a larger degree, so that you're actually minimalizing your output by presuming the maximum input on that variable, right? Because you're just assuming it's there.
This is why I brought up the
Interestingly enough-
Tiger Woods putting stats.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough,
And
with
there's crazier
random-
situations where a professional golfer might miss a 2-foot putt. There's been situations where a guy's missed a putt.
This is external.
Hold on, Mel. Hold on.
We've
Mel.
already conceded that like the internal environment is deterministic, so this isn't going to tell us how our brain works.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if I can make a putt 1,000 out of 1,000 times, but then I miss it, what happened there? I wasn't willing myself to miss it. So it's just there's all sorts of chaos. There's randomness. There's things that are outside of our control that are going to affect us. And if we don't get to decide when those random chaotic events happen, then we don't really have free will.
I know a random chaotic event.
There's something in
Like
physics.
tonight?
Wait a minute.
Yep.
There's something in
Wait,
informatics.
but everyone has free will, JS. So that's why these chaotic events outside of our
no.
control happen.
I want to continue this discussion real quick because there's something
Let
in
me
informatics.
hit. I've got 3 super chats real quick, and then I'll give it back to you, Mel. Sweater with the big 5 says, "Question for the theists: Are you your body?" And then Frito with the big 5. Thank you, Sarah. Happy birthday. Thank you, Frito. I appreciate that. Not interesting with the big 5 says, "For your birthday wishes, Sarah." Thank you. This is a pre-grift birthday stream. We will be officially celebrating my birthday Monday night, but I could only drink 2 nights. So it's been a full bottle of Prosecco and free will and determinism rabbit holes all over the place.
You drank that whole bottle? Damn.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Here's proof in the pudding. Bottles turned over. Okay.
Clearly, she needed it.
Yeah, I did. I did 40 days, 40 nights with no Prosecco, and that was pretty miserable for me. But I did it, and now I get to celebrate. Thank God my birthday's after Easter. But in any event, thank you, everyone. I do appreciate the pre-birthday grifting that you have been doing. And Monday, we will celebrate in full-fledged. My birthday is the 29th. So we have a moderator Monday scheduled for the 28th. And of course, we're going in beyond midnight. So we will be able to do a countdown and sing happy birthday and all that fun, stupid shit. All right. So go ahead, Mel, back to you.
I know you're closing down too soon, so I'll try to say as much as I can and make this as much of a closing statement as possible. There's going to be a lot of stuff I'm going to talk here that's new to people. So if anything, I would suggest looking up a concept called neg entropy to have a better understanding of what I'm talking about, but I will do my best to briefly summarize it. So when we think of entropy, we normally think of things breaking down into more pieces, right? Like back to the teacup thing, strike it the same way each time. It can break down multiple ways. That was one form of entropy that can lead to chaos. Another form of it is negentropy, and we actually see this in informatics a lot, where the system, us as living systems, we actually kind of export entropy and we maintain a state, and we try to reduce the entropy within ourselves. Now, the thing about that is, when you understand entropy, you understand that the lowest energy state is the one where all the microstates are essentially accounted for. Is the easiest way to put it, as opposed to only 1 or 2 microstates being used out of all of them. the fact that our brains are high in neg entropy or Shannon entropy. Sorry, I kind of said that wrong, but the informatic entropy.
I'm listening.
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to make sure I say all this right. Basically means that we are not in like the lowest state, which would again be the deterministic state, the state where input equals some sort of output based on state. In fact, the fact that we're always outside of the lowest energetic sort of shell. I'm trying to think of a better way for it. That we're always exporting entropy also means that that process itself has to be chaotic and cannot be deterministic. The same thing actually happens in ecosystems, but I don't want to get into that part.
Have you ever
So
wondered
would it be a
how
decent?
people look at you in person versus how you look at yourself in pictures?
Well, have we brought up the person?
You ever thought about how when you look in the mirror, you're not actually seeing what you look like?
You're not actually seeing what you look like.
Like we agree that like we may never find somewhere in the brain that like the quote unquote red is located, and there might be a wavelength for red, but people might perceive red differently, and there is no way to know what's in your head about what you see red as versus what I see
We
red
know
as.
the color red is perceived differently, just the same as all of the colors. Because why do you find red beautiful and I not? Right, and for the reason is like because we perceive that color differently. That color touches different elements in our brain, whether it's emotional or stigmatic, whatever, it's reactionary, or it's an experience from like the color red was in a room that we were beaten in, or whatever the case may be. So like we do perceive red differently, whether the eyeball picks up on it with the same I still think even that would be different, right? Because our
Yeah,
eyes
my red could be your blue, and I would never know.
right.
But,
So I think
but if you find red hideous, could you will yourself to find it beautiful?
and that's where you start adding in the extra external sources. So first it's the perception of red. That's an external influence because your eye is the one that's the influence of like how you perceive that color in and of itself, right? That's the identity of red. And then you tap
Wavelength,
into
yeah.
right, and then you tap into the extra when you start adding experience and feelings and all of those things, emotions, blah 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 blah, and that's the secondary external influence. And then it goes beyond that, and then it goes beyond, because then you start hitting into memories. What does that experience relate to? That relates to some kind of memory, and so on, and it keeps like deep diving, so it can
Sarah,
be like tenfold. Yeah, go ahead.
I know you let me finish, but can I try to add on to that to see if we can get some agreement?
Yeah.
As compatibilists, we're not disagreeing that, like, for example, if you get hit by a red car and your daddy, who you have fond memories of, raised you most of the time wearing blue jeans, you might like blue more than red for that reason alone, right? Things can be determined from external influences. What we're saying is kind of, and this is at least what I'm saying, I can't speak as much for FG, is that there is nowhere in the brain that says this is where the brain will like red and this is where the brain will like blue. There might be parts of the brain that are better at doing that than others, but ultimately the brain isn't formed with a preference for a color or a non-preference for a color necessarily. Well, maybe it is. A better example might be like a preference for one band over another, right? Because you're not born knowing those bands exist. And that information at the very least needs to be encoded in a space that does not have a default encoding.
So
right?
this is where I could argue back and say like the statistics of things, right? Like there, you are more likely to the human brain is more likely to be inclined to enjoy a rhythm that is based on this beat and this. That's why songs are written a very specific way, right? You got your riff and your chorus and so on and so forth. So it's all algorithmic at that point. So it is still an external influence based on stats of what the more likely than number based on these variables would enjoy, not enjoy, so on and so forth. So now we're getting down to marketing 101 of what statistics show, right? So it doesn't mean that there aren't exceptions in there. It's the exceptions that prove the free will. That's the key factor there. It's the exceptions that prove the free. That's what you need to
It
hone
proves the
in on. If you're gonna,
compatibilist. Yeah.
right, if you're going to make that argument, it's the exceptions that prove that that is the free will factor, right?
Well, can I ask you something?
Yeah,
Because you said like our memories have a lot to do and stuff like that. Would you consider someone who's like tabula rasa, like a baby or something like that, to have the most free will because they haven't had a lot of these things kind of organized in their brain yet?
No, I'd say
Well, I
kids.
think that kind of contradicts that.
No,
then.
I think they're even more predictable. That's why we can make developmental stage expectations and so on and so forth, because babies are expected to react. Their bodies are expected. We anticipate their nervous system, their brain development, their ability to talk, so on and so forth. It's actually more deterministic as a baby than it is as an adult, because as an adult, you exit yourself from that nervous system. You start to regulate yourself and you start to say, you know what? Even though I'm scared shitless of doing this crazy thing, I'm just going to go fucking do it. Whereas a child, you're more reserved and you are relying on your nervous system. You're relying on only what you're told. You're relying on this small little bubble around you. And your nervous system is your main reactionary.
And
piece.
children, thankfully, have the instinct to look at their parents.
Well, hold on, Mel. I have a story that.
No, please.
This is a. Will you please? Well, you've been talking for a minute. Hold on, let me.
Sarah, just please. Just one quick thing. Just one quick thing.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead, Mel.
So, I think I would think you would argue that someone who's a vegetable has no free will, or agree. Sorry, right? Because they can't do anything. So how can you be a vegetable with free will?
Are you talking to me or Sarah? Because Sarah believes in free will.
I actually believe in free. I've been arguing determinism all
No,
night.
but do you agree that a vegetable, like a human vegetable,
Sarah has finally learned that it's easier to argue.
No, you're not bringing her to the dark side. Free will is the way.
I mean,
You'll never
have no
change-
control, Sarah.
You'll never change my mind. I'm just saying it. The argument, if you're going to make it a good argument and stand like. You got to staple it in the way I'm telling you. Just do it the way I'm telling you to do it. Damn it!
Nah.
I got a really good argument. I'm going to leave.
Much
You
free
good
will. That
guys.
just sounds like you're trying to.
I'm trying to pick apart the absolute determinist position right now by pointing out that, like, if you agree that like a medical vegetable has no free will and that or has no possibility of the illusion of free will, and that somebody who does have that autonomy has the illusion of free will.
Well,
then
does he have the free
that this
will
is-
to think about the nurse who walks in the room and imagine her naked?
Well,
no,
we're
if you're
going
a
to get too
medical
far off
vegetable,
what
I'm
I
not
wanted to
imagining
add
anything.
on, Mel.
I know.
Mel, I want to go.
Just let me wrap this up so that way. I feel
Mel,
like I
let
land my plane.
me. We'll just hold on to it for
You
one second.
don't want to deal with my wrath if I don't land my.
Mel JS is the main panelist of the evening, so I will
Oh,
give
fuck
you.
you.
Listen, we were talking
you,
about
JS.
children with free will. There was a girl who was 6 years old, and she stabbed her brother repeatedly with a pencil. And this girl had crushed birds in her yard. This is a true story. There's video. They have the interrogation of the psychologist with this girl on YouTube. This girl was 6 years old. Her and her brother were both in a abusive family where the dad was doing a lot of messed up stuff to both of them. And they were taken away from the parents and they were adopted. 3 years later, the girl is crushing birds and she's stabbing her brother with a pencil. And she got locked up and in a child's facility and stuff. And psychologists interrogated her. And she's telling stories of things her dad did to her when she was younger, when she was 1 and 2 years old. Things that we shouldn't even be able to form memories at this point. But she's talking about things that happened to her before she could form memories. Did this girl just want to stab her brother? No, of course not.
Memories later, though.
Yeah, but the point is these external things, how her parents raised her and the mother and the father affected.
I was so not done making my point.
Her actions.
And this is so derailing.
Well, it
from
goes to, do kids have free will? And that was an important question that I asked Stepfire, and he said no. And then I said, so you believe in
again,
what, free will puberty?
The hard determinist side of things contradicts itself, and I just want to make this point because you said I could do it afterwards.
Go ahead.
Because
I'm
if
done.
you say that somebody who's a medical vegetable has zero potential for free will, somebody who isn't has some semblance of free will, whether it's real or not, and you're not willing to concede, as most aren't, by the way, that like a newborn tabula rasa has the most free will for many of the reasons Sarah pointed out, then this sort of contradicts itself, where where the ability to define free will as something that's deterministic doesn't actually line up with something that can be considered the least deterministic, because babies haven't learned anything. They have the least amount of acting on a fixed action pattern that isn't just pure instinct. So by that definition, they should
They're on a
actually
knee-jerk reaction. It's just the same as if I pinch your thigh, it's gonna make your body move, right?
so there's
And
something else to it, and they have to
that's
acknowledge that there's something.
toddlers, babies and toddlers, I would say, are even more so on biological external influence than they are anything else, right? And as they get older, that's when your
I'm not disputing that.
your formulation of external influences starts to grow with emotional experiences,
I'm not
trauma,
disputing that.
yeah.
There's a better definition for the words that determinists sometimes use, but not often enough, and it's agency, right? It's the ability to do something that actually determines how much free will that someone can even possibly.
So what point
have.
at what point would you say a person has agency for free will?
It's literally in my definition of will, but
Well, I think when they're no longer looking to their parents to make decisions, just on on principle. If I were to say, when does it start in somebody? Probably when cognitive flexibility starts in kids around the age of 7 or 8.
Well, I'm in my late 30s, and and I still call my father. I still call my father, as old as I am, and invite his advice on very big decisions that I need to make. And I say,
Right,
what do you think about this? What do you think about that?
You're
And
at
that
the
is
age. If you think that it's bad advice, you're going to be like, no, that's bad advice. I'm taking my own advice instead, right? You can at least trust your own opinion.
agreeable, but he is still an external influence. Even if I believe it's bad advice, it is still provoking me to respond in the opposite direction.
So I don't see what the point of pointing out external influences matters much anymore, because nobody's refuting the fact that there are external influences. It's more, how does the output from the person, or even like the internal output, like what happens in your mind, relate to that external input, right? Because my whole thing is like, we, for the most part, we assume the most stable mind possible.
Then it comes down to, could you calculate in how would you say that?
A mathematical equation.
Yeah, how could you equate and write that out to where how somebody's life could therefore be calculated based on one decision, two decision, three decision, or even more so one external influence too. And I think equivocally, you could sit and take one person's life and actually take all of the experiences, good and bad, that they've had, and actually equate and write out in a calculation based on all of these variables and say, this is what you're most likely predetermined to be.
So I think one of the things that, like, you're not wrong, and we plausibly could do that, but one of the things that this determines is like an uber stable mind, not totally unchanging, but something that changes in a stable way. And one of the things about nonlinear systems is that if you try to look at them as if they are a linear system, which is kind of the input to output matching thing I was talking about, then you're going to see something that inherently looks unstable some of the time, entering things like schizophrenia, right? Someone like schizophrenia seems really unstable to us. However, that could be very stable from a chaotic system standpoint that we just don't understand, because our normative framework assumes the stable mind works in kind of like a linear deterministic fashion.
So you're saying just because somebody has schizophrenia, then because of all of the additional variables, we can just equate that to the same similarity as somebody with a stable mind, but just with additional variables?
Well, not necessarily. like here's the thing: is you have to be able to define variables, right? Like they can't just be, you can't just say variable is this thing that changes. You have to somehow be able to come up with an equation.
I could come up with the same equation, right, with similar variables, but the variables that differ between a normal person and schizophrenia are like that of between like a 1x variable versus a 3000x variable, right? And that's what the difference is, but there's still the variable nonetheless. It's still an x nonetheless. It's just a matter of how much of the dosage is, right?
Sure.
Or how much of the experience is worth, right? Are we on
And
the same page?
Yeah, and there's totally, by the way, there's a branch of science called neurocomputation, which does treat the brain as if this is all possible. And it is a very interesting thing to learn, and I learned a lot from it. But also one of the things that I've learned is like when you take psychedelics, and as I pointed out, your sensory gain gets dropped, that turns into inputs your brain has no idea what to do with.
Mel, have you ever baked a cake?
Sure. I've
Made-
baked similar
Made
things.
pancakes,
Yeah,
something
pancakes.
to where you had to follow a recipe. Did you ever accidentally, put too much of something in the recipe?
Sure.
Okay, that's what a schizophrenic is. They just got a little extra oomph of something in the recipe, and
That's not
now,
true.
And now they're cooked in a way that like it
That's a
doesn't.
really bad way of putting it, Sarah.
It doesn't, but it doesn't formulate the same way as a human
Are you
brain
sure
would
that's a bioethical
formulate.
way of putting it?
No, that's a perfectly good way of putting it.
I don't-
We built the recipe, put it in the oven, a little too much of this or that, and it didn't fall out evenly when we cooked it, right? So now we're dealing with whatever lopsidedness there is, right? And you're trying to make the best of it.
That little extra is
let's-
usually trauma.
So let's say, so here's the reality of it, though. Here's the reality of it, though, is that what we end up seeing is that the output, especially internally for this person, does not match the input a lot of the time for schizophrenics. And it shows that the brain can be something that operates without this sort of programmatic algorithmic basis behind it. Because as I pointed out, and I'm going to try to say this again, when we lose our sensor gating, that kind of appears to our brain like noise. It doesn't know what to do with that, but it still has to do something because just let me make something super clear, right?
Let me back it up though.
But I want to land my plane on this
You're
because this is
making it because you're making an assumption based on like you and I, if we both receive the same amount of let's say verbal assaults, right? And I would say you and I actually might be pretty equivocal. We have pretty thick skin and we'd be like, whatever, I don't fucking care. But let's just pretend I'm a big pussy about it. Okay. And you and I both received the same degree of verbal assaults on this panel within the last hour. And I end up crying and you end up in the same position you are right now. And you're like, I don't fucking know. Like, I'm just trying to have a conversation about determinism and shit. Right. And I'm over here like, this is terrible. Okay, so when you say the schizophrenic, like it may not necessarily be like it may not be an extra dose of this or an extra, it may actually be an equivocal amount of something that maybe the average person receives and they just receive it differently. But
I don't think I'm saying there's an equivocal amount of anything.
That's the point of that's the point of what I'm saying is they may not have the elements built in to receive that. And it again comes down to external influence of maybe your body, your genetics, and how your system was built was not made to receive that information in that way.
I don't think you put what I said fairly because I wasn't saying that there's an equivocal amount of anything. What I said is that they essentially have the same brains, right? Maybe some different neurochemistry, some different genetics, and maybe some different areas that are affected by that. But ultimately, same brain works the same way at the end of the day. What changes is the stability. Most of us benefit through being able to have conversations like this from a very stable mind. What schizophrenics don't have is the ability to assume that what they're sensing, what they're perceiving, actually is what they're sensing around them, actually reflects their reality around them, whether it's hallucination or hearing voices and stuff like that. And for some people, these can be a very limited range of voices and stuff that they hear. For some people, can be a very wide range. And all I'm saying is that when you say like we could break this down algorithmically, I don't think you can for a schizophrenic. I think you can for that uber
Well,
stable
yeah,
mind.
you could. You would just be changing the variables. So instead, like
No.
maybe for me, you and JS, it would be 1x plus 22x plus 55x of whatever x, and then maybe for a schizophrenic, the variable might actually be a y instead of x because
The y would be meaningless.
the way the y interacts with the brain is a different variable in and of itself.
But that variable will become meaningless because it wouldn't matter what the value of that variable is.
I've known and talked to a lot of schizophrenic people, and it's very easy to figure out why they're schizophrenic. It's
why they're schizophrenic.
yeah, it's usually not that complicated.
So can you give an example of why someone was schizophrenic?
My friend Shane, who's been on my stream before, he's very schizophrenic, and his dad wasn't around. His mom screwed him up. His mom put him on a bunch of drugs as a kid. His mom was stealing his social security. She kicked him out. If you listen to his life story, it's like, yeah, that makes sense that you're schizophrenic. I'd probably be schizophrenic if I went through that too.
No, that's not what causes schizophrenia. First of all,
it's mostly genetic stuff, man.
Yeah, it comes from something called the homozygous condition, the homozygous dominant condition.
Can't it be stress induced though?
No, the symptoms are, but not the schizophrenia itself.
Yeah. So that correlates with kind of what he's saying.
No, people with
schizophrenia though, the symptoms make up schizophrenia.
Yeah, it's a bit different when you go between symptoms and diagnosis. Going back to what I was saying is like, no, you couldn't just like change the variables because the variables would actually have to have some relationship to something else in order for them to be meaningful. If your variable is literally just a random input, then it's no longer a variable, it's a random input. And that's what I'm saying is that when there is no connection between what the brain's doing and the inputs it's receiving from the external environment, that just becomes a random input because there's nothing else to drive it into. Okay, it's the same thing in circuitry, by the way. It's called a floating signal. Basically, if you don't tie down a semiconductor's base to either ground or some sort of voltage, then it'll just kind of float and fluctuate, and it'll give literally a random signal noise. You can use that for random
the currency. Yeah. And we've gone a little up and beyond my timing. My eyes are getting very heavy. It's now 4:20 in the morning. Not interesting sense in the
Yes, I will fucking debate you on this 1v1. It is 100% genetics. Shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
Genetics aren't real.
You can talk to as many schizophrenics as you want. You're making a conflation.
Oh, y'all can set that up some other day.
I'm tired, children. The grift, keep it young, man. And God, I wish if I was younger, this would actually be so much easier to do. Daniel McCoy, but I wouldn't have the patience level. So it's like you'd have to give one for the other. Daniel McCoy in with the big 20. Here's for another bottle. Thank God. Happy birthday, Sarah. AI or a robot can't understand or respond to what a human didn't program into it. That's why consciousness is human and can't be duplicated. JS, I believe that one was to you.
I think that's to James.
Yeah, I brought up AI earlier.
James is the one who brought up AI.
You're right. You're right.
By the way, true. Consciousness won't be able.
Yeah. Well, I left and came back after you.
By the way, I agree that we might be able to duplicate someone's consciousness to a degree, like a snapshot, right? But then, same way as like as you age, you start to diverge from a photograph of yourself. So will that simulation. Also, we cannot transfer our consciousness into a machine. You either die or you remain conscious in your own body. The transferring to a machine would just be an illusion, and you wouldn't actually.
I wasn't talking about transfer though, man. I was talking about the.
I know. I'm just saying my own views on this.
All right. And stochastic, is that stochastic? I'm so tired.
Stochastic decay.
Yeah.
Comes in with
You've said that before.
My eyes are so tight. You have no idea. I can barely see the screen. Comes in with a big 2 to say chair. Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
On that note, I'd like to go around the block and we can all give our final thoughts. At JS, you will be last with me. But James, go ahead. Final thoughts from you.
I just can't. I also can't understand what kind of God would allow someone to not have free will. But I just don't understand that. I take it personal. The whole free will debate. It's personal for me. So yeah. Y'all have a
Yeah.
great one. Thank you.
Free will beat up
Me
his
out
dad.
there.
Thank you, James. Mel, to you.
So JS decided to say something really stupid in chat, and that was genetics aren't real. If you're laughing right now, I'll be willing to accept that you were memeing. But if you
No,
really want
I mean, to some degree. Anyway, but yeah, no, DNA is not real. The double helix. I'm a double helix denier.
so
We've
either
never
you
seen a
should
double
debate me
helix.
either
Really?
on the schizophrenic.
Of course
You should
That
either
would
just
be.
debate
That
me.
would actually be so logical.
We've never seen a double helix. It's just a made up computer
No, you can
display.
see it
They've
under
never.
Are you a
microscopes. Actually,
No,
conspiracy
you can't.
theorist?
That's a lie,
yeah.
Mel. You cannot see a double helix under a
Use
microscope.
You can use electron
Nope.
microscopy
Nope.
to see it. Yes, you can.
No, they've never done that.
No, you've never done that.
No,
So,
nobody's ever done that.
so if you want to debate me on that, I'm sure Sarah can set something up. You can pick the prompt. 'Cause you're so smart. You're such a genius.
As long if it's a Saturday night when there's no good fights on, then
Yes, Saturday night is the no good fight night.
So genes are real. Nucleotide-based chemistry is something we've been experimenting with for over 100 years now. It's proven itself to be very effective in predicting phenotypes in people. That's why both JS and I have a spinal column with similar features and not like the features of a dog. So I'm totally happy to get into genotypes and phenotypes and all the words that JS doesn't know while he says that these things aren't real. Have a good night, and thank you again, Sarah.
Thank you so very much. Effigy to you, please.
Thanks as always for having me. It was great to be up here on your birthday stream. Nice to see the tomato getting nice and ripe with the vino. Yeah, this is always an interesting argument. Tonight was it was a little muddled because, like I said, whenever you have a lot of religious people, they always have that religious predeterminism and it mixes in with determinism. But yeah, I think we kind of cut through it a little bit. If you enjoyed this conversation and you want to continue it, Shiva and I will be talking free will actually tomorrow at 2 p.m. I believe it is. And if that'll be much more on the side of philosophical free will and Shiva's perspective as being a Buddhist. So we won't really get the Christian perspective on that show tomorrow, but that's what we didn't do today. So hey, get to fill in that tomorrow. But thanks for having me. Always great to be here.
Thank you, Effigy. I appreciate you. JS and Effigy, have the mods drop a link to your channel in chat, please. If you could just tell them what your @ is, and they can.
Oh, it's gonna be on Shiva's channel, Church of Four.
Oh, there you go. If you can drop an @ handle, and then they can go find it. And JS, to you, your final thoughts for the evening.
This was fun. I appreciate you doing it. I know you don't usually do this on Saturday nights. I would come on some of your panels, but you're always streaming when I'm at work. So I do listen. I'm in the chat sometimes when I'm at work, but yeah, Stepfire was like, well, what about Raging Tomato for this? And I was like, if she'll do it, I don't think she streams on Saturdays. And you said you do it.
Yeah, we absolutely do. I do. I used to do sipping streams on Saturday nights. And when we hit 5K, it feels like 2 weeks ago, I said no more sipping streams, and we will be intentional with our weekends, and our weekends are only for either amateur night or a 1v1. So Moderator Monday is a 2v2. Throwdown Thursday is 1 versus the panel. And then the weekends are reserved for amateur or 1v1 nights. So
Yeah, that's it. It worked out. It worked out good. Saturday nights I stream all night, so
nice.
But
so hopefully you got a good round out. You got almost 7 hours out of this.
Yeah, well, I'll still be going for a while. So if anybody,
oh my god,
if anybody wants to go over there, we talk on Discord. But yeah, it's crazy to see people like your channels grow. I've been doing this for a while. I guess I suck at it. I don't know, but it's cool. So thank you for letting us do this here, and I just think the free will. I don't like when people are flippant about it and they're like, "Oh, you don't believe in free will? You're an idiot. That's stupid." Like it's the deepest philosophical. Other than does God exist? It's probably the deepest philosophical question in all of history. Like,
Right.
so.
Well, and if you can prove it,
I don't think it can be proven
but
either
that's
way.
what I'm saying is like you've solved all of the world's mysteries.
Right. Yeah.
Even if it's free will versus determinism or if God's real, and I feel like the two go hand in hand. Like if you prove one, you can prove the other. And like if you solve those two without being circular, you literally solve cancer and starving children in Africa and all of those things.
Yeah. Yeah. No, we're not gonna figure this out in a YouTube debate, you know.
Right. Right.
Like
we
Aristotle.
We could argue logics of it and what makes sense and what doesn't make sense, but we're not gonna like solve world hunger in the process of it.
Right.
Mm.
But yeah, it was fun. Happy birthday. And thank you for having us up.
Absolutely. It was my absolute pleasure. And thank you for doing all the footwork to that. And you guys literally just handed the debate over to me. And I said, yeah, that sounds good to me. Let's do it. If this is what you want, let's do it.
Stepfire did most of the work because
He did.
He challenged me to this debate, and people, because like on my stream, everybody always wants to talk about free will because they know that I'm Christian and I don't believe in it, and they think that's crazy. I'm like a unicorn, so they always want to let's debate free will. And I'm like, I'm so sick of free will, but if somebody challenges it,
What do you normally like to debate?
Politics. Mel's rage quit on me a couple times with some science debate. I'm into sciencey stuff. Mel would say I'm like a science denier, but
where do you stand on 5G? Is it safe or is it not safe?
the problem with the 5G is that QAnon people took it too far. It's not about 5G is going to activate nanobites in our blood with the Vaseline and blah, blah, blah. It's accessibility. So from 4G to 5G, the number of devices that you can have in a certain area connected to the network goes from like 1,400 to like 14 million, or it's some crazy number like that. So it's surveillance states, social credit scores. And we've learned all this from China because Google and the CIA helped fund the Sharp Eyes program in China, and we're going to implement it here. And 5G enables that. The bigger G's, it's not like the waves are frying our brain or something like that. I don't believe that, but it just makes it. We are getting closer to where there's a surveillance state and they're watching our every move. We're probably already pretty damn close to that, but it's gonna.
How are we not already there?
Yeah, I think we're pretty much there, but
There.
every G they go up, it can get way more crazy.
And it increases exponentially, like their potential to harm us in other ways, not just like radio frequencies and shit like that.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the wave. There is some good arguments about it affecting like migratory patterns of birds and like the movie The Happening. I tie everything to a movie because I think art imitates life or life imitates art or whatever. But
right.
If it messes up the bees, what happens?
Well, then we're all
Everything,
fucked.
the world ends because these bees aren't making honey or something. But
Tell everyone to fuck off.
yeah, fuck off, everyone.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along